and they were big mistakes. And I wrote a little article a long time ago, still sitting on my computer, and it said something to the effect that why should you make mistakes? You can learn from all of mine, because I made them all, and that's a very scary thing when you start dealing with cash, and or the lack of it. So any business that has an ongoing cash requirement, a cash flow requirement, is forever trying to make sure that their revenues exceed their expenses, and if not, how can they offset that in the short term?
Yeah. So let's say I have this great idea. I have a name, I have a business plan, but I need some money to make it happen. I mean, where do I even start?
Traditionally, we recommend that you go through banks. And one of the things a lot of people think is that the SBA, which is a lot where a lot of these loans originate or come from, the SBA actually lends money. They don't lend money. And I think if your viewers realize that what they have to do is they have to go back through the bank, let a bank take the package to the SBA. And the bank is going to underwrite that loan as if it was their money. And I tell clients all the time, score clients all the time, the thing that you want to be able to tell the bank is how they're going to get their money back. Because so many people think that just because they're nice people, I built it, therefore the customers will come.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't work all the time. And so the banks want to have some level of certainty that they're going to get their money back. I mean, forgetting for a minute the interest on it and earning a profit, because the banks are in business to make money, and they do very well at it.
Better than I do.
I understand that. So we do recommend it that the client does a package, puts together a package that the bank can visualize this business of theirs going forward and actually making money. For example, one of the things that we suggest is tell the bank why is it that you're going to be able to run that business? What background, what interests, what specialties do you have that's going to make you different than the other guy? The second thing is be a major differentiator from your competition. Because if you're doing the same thing that your competition's doing and somebody's already buying from that competition, how are you going to change the buying habit of that person to get them to come buy your product so you create cash flow so that you can pay the bank back?
Yeah. Something else I was reading this article that I thought was interesting and curious to get your thoughts on it. Do you have any suggestions on how a startup entrepreneur, for example, could save money in the first stages of starting a business, where you can kind of cut costs without sacrificing quality? I'll give you an example of what the article said. They said, barter with other businesses when possible, or, be frugal when you're hiring people initially. One of the suggestions was even move back in with your parents if you have the opportunity to do that. But do you have any suggestions?
Better check with parents on that one first.
Yeah, hopefully you don't have a significant other that has a problem with that.
Really?
But, any way to sort of be careful in your spending habits initially?
A lot of that is a concept that is prevalent today. It's called lean startup. And it talks about starting businesses at a substantially reduced cost, to use the phrase bartering. I would caution businesses about that.
Interesting.
I would caution them because too many times they go cheap it's a lousy word, but they go cheap. And my experience is they get cheap. And when they then have to quantify that get and make it work, it doesn't work quite the same way. They could hire people less expensively, but is that going to prove to be derogatory towards or not derogatory, but detrimental towards their future? Because that person is going to be cheap long term.
Yeah.
And how can they grow and make a better profit? So the question at hand is, a lot of people don't want to spend a nickel to make a dime. And that is, in essence, what it boils down to. If you can spend money, if you can invest money where you're making more off of that money than the money that it's costing you, then it makes sense. So be very cautious about being too lean in the startup. Lean's cool, but it shouldn't be the end of all ends.
Yeah. Now, I also read about Microsoft Excel apparently has some sort of software where there's sort of a financial projections template. Do you encourage people to use that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We call them proformas, and a financial projections template, as you use the phrase, is nothing more than saying this is the way we see our business going forward in the foreseeable future. And normally we talk say 3, maybe 5 years. And what we'll do is with our clients, and SCORE has got a phenomenal Excel program to do exactly what you're talking about. What we do with our clients is say, okay, here's what we're going to sell. This is what we anticipate the cost of manufacturing to be. This is what we anticipate the price we're going to get for it. And then we sort of project out how many we think we can sell. We can back into what amounts to a break-even point from that and says, okay, you must be able to produce 100 widgets a month and sell them. Now, do you have a market that can absorb 100 or will buy 100 widgets? If you don't have the market, then how can you fulfill the performance? So you have to start playing with it. And that's where the projections come in, because you can start adjusting your projections to see what works.
Yeah. Now, going back to the point at which a potential business owner will sell their idea to a bank to get a loan.
Yes.
Curious to know if you have any suggestions about which types of loans to get or stay away from?
Not really.
Okay.
I think that's between you and your banker and your accountant, actually. Okay. There's all kinds of loans out there. And with a mentor, an accountant, and work with a bank and the SBA, we can mold a loan to fit a particular need. Every business has a little bit different need. And so it would be inappropriate to say, yes, there is an A or a B. That's universally correct. There's not. And so, but it's all, for the early phases, a lot of it is cookie cutter.
Now, before I let you go, I have a question for you, since you did spend so many years running your own company. Do you have a best learning lesson that stands out to you, aside from some of the early on, like, financial mistakes that you had made?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I had a unique capability of hiring far too quickly and firing far too slowly. And that was an expense, because I didn't, for the better part of my career, I didn't do as good a job. And the people around me, I mean, this is not something I haven't admitted. The people around me will be the first to tell you this. That frankly, I sort of, if I saw somebody that I thought looked good, I brought them on. Then I had a very difficult time consciously letting them go when it didn't work. That's that going cheap type mentality.
Yeah.
So it is that was probably the single biggest lesson.
So hire smart and take your time.
Hire smart and take your time. That's exactly right. And fire quick. If they're not working, you got to change, because it's nothing but an expense. Yeah. And they're not making you money.
And you got to be able to fire somebody if you're a business owner.
Oh, and that's tough. That's tough when they look at you and they say you're kidding. That's tough.
Yeah, I can imagine.
The hardest part of my job.
Interesting. All right. Well, Bill, with
thank
SCORE,
you very much.
I appreciate your time. I like to pick your brain. And
by the way, let me correct one thing, if I may, that you said earlier about SCORE. We are not all retired.
Oh, okay.
As a matter of fact, when we first started, it stood for the Service Corps of Retired Executives, and we have subsequently just used the acronym SCORE, because about 30% of our members are actively working.
Good to know.
And so they have current experience.
Are you among those active people?
I've gone back to work, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a little part-time, couple gigs, but it's fun.
Gotta stay busy.
Keeps me off the streets.
Well, Bill, thank you so much. It was great to meet you in person.
It was my pleasure, for sure. Thanks.
So the financials, Ryan, obviously a big part of opening a business, but you also have to jump through a ton of regulatory hoops when it comes to, like, those licenses, permits, zoning. And Tom Conroy is here to bring us up to speed on that. Tom is a business counselor at the Small Business Center of Central Piedmont Community College. Come over here, Tom. And each year, about 2,500 startup entrepreneurs and small business owners in Charlotte are seeking help, through the Small Business Center. And they offer free seminars, no-cost counseling, networking events, a business resource library. Tom, feel free to sit down. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
And,
pleasure to be here.
Thank you. You teach an online course at the Small Business Center, correct?
Several of them, yes.
Several of them. Okay.
Yes.
Which ones do you teach?
Well, I teach how to start a business, how to write a business plan. I teach about the business model canvas. I teach our extended course, which is from concept to completing a business plan. Trying to think. Over the years, we've juggled lots of them. I tried to teach an innovation course, which did not generate as much interest, but we were trying to help existing companies who had been kind of steamrolled by the changing economy and the whole business climate, how they could innovate in order to catch up. Because if you're not constantly changing, then you're probably falling behind.
Yeah. Okay. So we heard about Bill's business background. I'm interested to know yours.
Well, I am a graduate engineer. I went to engineering school, and I went into corporate life working for process equipment companies and went from customer service up to the corporate hierarchy. I, along the way, got my MBA and eventually left the corporate world and started my own business advisory.
Okay.
And as part of that, I started doing mentoring one day a week at the Small Business Center and teaching courses so that I would connect more with new startups, small businesses, because I really think they're the lifeblood of most cities.
Yeah. And you said you were actually helping a client today. Is that right? I'm sure you probably can't give me specifics, but you stay busy.
No. Yeah, so I as part of my advisory, I've been interim manager for a small chemical company, and we're arranging the sale of that business now. And I have my own warehouse that I'm also operating. So I operate two small businesses of my own.
Yeah. So financials aside, where does a potential business owner start? What gets the doors open when it comes to those permits and licensing and zoning?
Okay. That's actually part of the cut and dried part of starting a business. The hard part is someone who's just starting probably doesn't know the ropes of where to find that information. And there are some misconceptions out there. But depending on the kind of business that you're going to have, there are a lot of regulations that you have to deal with. If you were going to have a bricks and mortar location, for instance, you have to know the zoning.
Yep.
Now, in Charlotte, in North Carolina, we used to have a permitting process where a business would have to get a privilege license, otherwise known as a business license. And that was kind of a gateway for businesses, because when they went to get their business license, the business license office would tell them, well, you need to check with zoning, you need to check with this permit office, and so on. But when the legislature revoked the business license, it was put into effect, or eliminated, I should say, July 1st, 2015. They no longer had that. So now it's up to the small business owner or the entrepreneur who's starting a business to find these things themselves before someone like the fire department comes and says, you can't operate that here because you don't meet the fire codes, or you're not permitted for that. So at the Small Business Center, we have a sheet that we give out to people that has a listing of information and contact points. And I think they can also get a copy of this at the library.
Okay.
The City of Charlotte has a good link, actually a website, charlottebusinessresources.com, that has much of this information. But the first thing you need to do is to create a name for your business.
Yeah.
And you have to find a name that no one else is using. And depending on the type of business that you want to start, you may go to the county office or county government center and register a sole proprietorship or a partnership there, which gives you more or less local rights to that name.
Got it.
But if you want to start an LLC or a corporation, then you do that through the Secretary of State's office.
Okay.
And that's one of the things that we describe in here. We also give a class over there. It's actually a seminar, free seminar on choosing your legal structure.
Okay.
To help the small business owner determine which business structure might be most beneficial for them.
That's great.
Okay. And a lot of people think that's all about taxes, but I like to think it's about strategy.
Yeah.
Because you should be using the business structure to help you implement your business strategy.
Okay.
Okay? Now, depending on the type of business, before you even do this, you might want to check with zoning to make sure it's possible to do the business that you want, where you want to do it.
Yeah.
And the zoning office can tell you that. But just because zoning would permit that kind of business, maybe permit isn't the right word to use here, but that the zoning would allow it, the building itself might not be permitted for that kind of business. So there are lots of overlaps or reasons that you couldn't operate the business there.
I just read about an example of this for a home in Plaza Midwood. Somebody wanted to put, I don't know if it was a distillery or a brewery. Technically, it was zoned correctly, but I don't think that the actual structure allowed it. Something to that effect. But yeah, I know. I see what you're saying.
And it may be that the zoning would allow the type of business there, but that type of business requires sprinklers.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so that the fire marshal wouldn't allow that to be used there because it doesn't meet code. So zoning and code are different things that you would have to check to make sure that it would be allowed.
Got it.
There are things like, I don't know, an extreme might be you want to put some kind of adult entertainment, which wouldn't be allowed close to a school or a church.
Yeah, got it. Now, it also, if you plan to open up a restaurant or some sort of business that serves food or a business that serves alcohol, or, there are different niches that will also require additional steps.
That's right. So if you're going to serve food or make food,
yeah,
and sell food, then you need to have the approval from the Environmental Health Department. So maybe you want to start a cookie business from your home kitchen.
Yeah.
Now that can be allowed, but there are regulations that you have to satisfy in order to do that. So a lot of people like to start some kind of home food business.
Yeah.
It might be difficult if they have a pet, for instance, but they can get their home kitchen approved for that kind of work.
Yeah.
But now if you are successful and you grow, you might grow to the point where zoning won't allow as large an operation as you now need to satisfy your market.
Yeah.
In that case, you're going to have to find a commercial area to do your cooking, baking.
And speaking directly to businesses that involve food in some way, you mentioned on the phone that in addition to sales tax, those businesses also need to pay an additional, was it like a general food tax, or what did you call that?
Well, North Carolina allows a county option for a prepared food tax. And in Mecklenburg County, there is a 1% prepared food tax that is different from the sales tax. It's actually in addition to the sales tax. And so the tricky part is everybody doesn't have to collect that tax. But if you are combining 2 or more food items and selling it at retail, then you need to collect prepared food tax. But if you're combining 2 or more items and selling it to a wholesaler, you do not need to collect that tax. And neither does the wholesaler when they sell it, or the retailer, because they are no longer combining things.
Got it.
All right, so if you're putting a hot dog in a bun, you're combining 2 things.
I gotcha. So if somebody wants this document, because you know, there's so much information and we don't need to run through all of it by any means, but what would they ask for at the library? Like, what is it called?
Well, I believe if you go to and I'm not sure every library has it, but I know that the main library at the reference desk,
Okay.
you can get a copy of this, and I don't know, as we have a title for it, we just have at the top licenses, permits, legal formation for starting a business.
Got it.
And so we have them in a little distribution rack at the Small Business Center, and I go over it with a lot of startups.
Very cool.
So we have a lot of service businesses starting up here, where they're bootstrapping. They're starting it with their own funds. You know, it might be as simple as a business wanting to start detailing cars.
Yeah.
They need to know that they need to check with the environmental health or the environmental department to find out about that. North Carolina Publichealth.com.
Okay.
Because there are regulations that would regulate them.
There's so much that goes into this stuff.
Yeah, and you don't want to start your business and then have the fire department or zoning or environmental health or someone come and shut you down.
Yeah.
Because that can be a real problem.
So take advantage of those resources, you know what I mean? The
Yes.
Small Business Center, SCORE, others, but, you know, better safe than sorry.
That's right. That's right.
Okay. Well, Tom Conroy with the Small Business Center, I appreciate your input, and
You're
thanks for
welcome.
stopping by and speaking with us today.
You're welcome. Nice to be here.
Thank you. So we've already learned about two places, Ryan, that entrepreneurs can go to for help, but there are also a wealth of other resources available. And here to talk more about that is Christy Floyd. And Christy is a small business and entrepreneur liaison with the city's Economic Development Office. Hi, Christy.
Hi, Gina.
So I'm interested to know from a city perspective what you feel the business climate is here. You know, from a city perspective, city organization, how do you feel that we encourage small business? Do we do it well?
I would say absolutely. And one of the things that the city is doing is promoting Charlotte Business Resources. So that's an online web portal for business owners to get information on starting and growing their business here in the city. And that website is a combination of 24 resource partners here in the city.
It's a lot.
They're government and nonprofit agencies that offer services to business. And SCORE and CPCC Small Business Center are two of our partners. So it's great that you had them here today.
Yeah, at your suggestion, so I appreciate your help. But if you scroll all the way down to the bottom of that website is where you'll be able to click on the different resources, right? Like, what's the best way for people to see this list or connect with them?
Sure. And so our resource partners are organizations who provide things like networking and mentoring, like SCORE or the North Carolina's Women Business Center. We have lenders, 504 lenders who loan through the SBA. We have organizations that provide classes and training and development like that. So yeah, if you scroll all the way to the bottom of Charlotte Business Resources, our partners scroll across the bottom of the website and you can click there. You can contact them directly from their profile. There's a way that you can email them directly from our website.
Got it. And could you run down some of those for me, with the exception of the two that we've already heard from? Like, I'm sure some of them serve particular niches.
Absolutely. So, like, for example, the Charlotte Mecklenburg Library is one of our partners. They offer a seminar on simple steps to starting your business. So you can go to that at the different branches around the city and learn about that for free.
Yeah.
And so we have, like, Charlotte Works. They do workforce development and placement. The Employers Association does human resources and training and employment. National Association of Women Business Owners. They do networking and classes. Like I said, the North Carolina's Women's Business Center. They do training and development for women business owners. So we have lots of chambers of commerce as well. Latin American Chamber, Charlotte Mecklenburg Black Chamber, the Charlotte Chamber. So lots of organizations like that.
And I'm sure people can tell if they're still with us on Facebook Live or listening on SoundCloud or on the GOV channel, however they're absorbing this content. I mean, it can be a tedious process. And it to me, I think if I decided to do something like this, it would be a little bit daunting. So how nice is it that there are affordable, if not free, ways to get all of your information and make sure, you're checking off all the boxes before you start.
And one of the other free resources we have a podcast. I have to plug that since we're on a podcast.
Yeah, by all means.
It's B2U, and it's available on iTunes and Libsyn. You can also listen directly from our site. And we have some of our experts on there who talk about just the topics that you've talked about today and a lot of other topics. So folks can listen to that to get more information too.
So, I mean, it's kind of like whatever way you want to absorb this material, there's something.
Yep. Some people prefer to read it. Some people prefer to listen to it. So
Yeah.
there's lots of ways to get the information.
Or even sit in a class and take that. I mean, sometimes I feel like that's my best way to learn because I'm a little bit more engaged when somebody's standing in front of me talking as opposed to, listening to something online.
Right.
Okay. And burn. I don't know. It's just my learning style, Ryan.
That's right. Everybody's different. It's
Yeah.
fun.
So another cool thing that I want you to explain to our listeners is something called Open Counter.
Sure.
I know that that's a city-county partnership, and just tell us about it.
Sure. So some of the feedback that we get from business owners is it really is confusing to know what permits or license that you need to start a business in Charlotte. And it just gets frustrating. There's city departments, there's county departments, and the citizen or the business owner doesn't really care. They just want to know what permit they need.
Yeah.
So the city and the county have come together to create Open Counter, and it's a web portal that walks you through the process. It keeps a running tab of what permits that you need based on the business type that you entered, and it tells you how much they'll cost. So that's really good for people who are just sort of starting out and they want to know, like, is it going to be $100 or is it going to be $10,000 to get the permits to open at this specific location? So you're not necessarily submitting anything, but you can. So you can go through the whole thing and then submit your application for the permits to the city and the county.
That sounds like one of the first places I would start,
Yep.
to even see if your idea may be feasible for what you're working with.
Yeah, and so the website for that is charlottemecklenburg.opencounter.com.
Got it.
So you can find it there.
Well, Christy Floyd with the city's Economic Development Office, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
So, Ryan, are you bogged down with information just yet?
There's so much information. But that's what it takes to open a business nowadays. I mean, you gotta. There's so many different T's to cross, so many I's to dot, but that shouldn't scare anybody.
I know. It's just the reality of opening a business. But
Absolutely.
We're going to hear now from a local business owner who's already been through this process. I'm sure that he's happy about it. But Scott Wooten is here. He's one of 3 people who own 704 Shop. And I was doing a bit of reading and I found out something interesting. Scott's like one of those rare unicorns that's actually from Charlotte.
Right.
Unicorns. Love
Unicorn.
That's what they call them, right?
My dad is from Charlotte. My grandmother is from both my grandmother and my grandfather, and then even their parents are all from Charlotte. So we've been here for a while, and I haven't actually done the research to find out how much further it goes back, but it's on my to-do list.
Yeah. So by all
Let's
means,
try and
so Scott
set
is
this
this
somewhere.
Instagram live?
This is Instagram Live.
Okay, cool.
So
And you're on
we'll
the 704
try
Shop.
Yeah, we're on our personal one. I was trying to watch out in the on the Facebook channel.
Yeah.
And there's a little bit of cracking going on the audio, but maybe we can tell people now. CLT GOV, if you guys, for everybody on our Instagram that's checking in, CLT GOV is where you can find out this on Facebook for the podcast and other information and future stuff.
Very cool. So Scott, you're from Charlotte, obviously. I was reading on your website though that 704 Shop, the idea for this business kind of came about when you were in Pittsburgh, oddly enough.
Sure. So I lived in Pittsburgh for 10 years. I had my job landed me there for a little while, and I was watching the city pride that exists in Pittsburgh that did not exist here. I kind of always wondered that when I was younger, why there wasn't more, why everyone said it was boring here. And I kind of never felt that way. So I was like, if I don't do it for Charlotte, somebody else eventually will. So I'm just going to do it.
Mm-hmm. And you're decked out. I mean, you scream Charlotte right now.
Yeah, we try.
Pittsburgh is a great city, and I agree. They have some die-hard fans.
They do. It's the only city you can go to, I think, that they wear football jerseys year-round. So it's not out of the ordinary to see a Steelers jersey in the middle of May or June.
Yeah.
So.
I'm from Ohio, so I grew up thinking that I was supposed to hate Pittsburgh. But my sister and my brother-in-law live there, and I can admit as an Ohioan that Pittsburgh's not all that bad. It's a fun city.
Yeah, Pittsburgh's cool.
She's a Browns fan, so that means something.
That's
Yeah.
one that I try to like not claim that loudly because
There you go.
you know
You can
it's
be a Panthers fan.
Exactly. I do have a Panthers T-shirt.
All right, that's the start.
Yeah. So Christy Floyd with the city of Charlotte talked about, some of the wealth of resources, and we heard from two other men too who, give their help to local business owners, people who were in the same boat as you at one point. I'm interested to know, who you reached out to as you were starting that process. I mean, was it sort of trial and error for you guys?
Yeah, it
or?
was all trial and error. We didn't really reach out to anyone specifically. We filed for an LLC. We did it ourselves. We started with LegalZoom, and then it was a little more than we wanted to pay, and you can do it yourself.
Yeah.
So we figured out how to do that. And then other than that, we just kind of have, as something arises, we figure it out. Take it step by step. Talking about permits earlier and like what permits you do and what you don't. We have a whole bunch of permits that we absolutely don't need because someone told us that we did need those permits, and at the time we spent like a ton of money, way more money than we should have, on permits that we can't actually use or do anything with because we didn't know any better.
That's frustrating.
And there was no one could. We actually called at the time. This was probably 4 years ago. We called and asked what we needed because what we wanted to do was set up pop-up shops in like around when Panthers games or anything that was going on. Like, how do we do it legally?
Yeah.
So we tried and we went through. They were like, you need this permit, and this permit. There are like 3 things that we needed. So we got them, and they're like, and now you have to talk to this person and just get approval. And then when we got to the final step, they were like, nobody can do that. So you can't do this. And so the permits are all useless, and we spent money for no reason. So whoever told us the initial thing, maybe it was a miscommunication. But,
yeah. And that's a learning lesson. I mean, I imagine even if you do reach out to all these resources, opening a business is complicated. So I have to imagine that a lot of other people have been in that boat.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's roadblocks everywhere. You just figure out how to get around them.
Yeah. So you have 2 partners?
I have 2 partners. They're my college roommates. We all went to UNCC. They graduated. I unfortunately did not. But we met in college. We've been friends for 17 years or so.
Yeah.
So I actually started this from Pittsburgh, and I needed people here because it's kind of hard to start a Charlotte Pride brand from a different city without people in the city. So their name's Jerry and Chris. So.
Got it.
Yeah.
When you partnered with Jerry and Chris, how long did it take for you guys to get up and running initially? Do you remember? Was it a lengthy process?
To get people to buy stuff from us, or like
no,
what do you
to
mean by,
actually
like,
from like idea in your brains to, hey, I'm selling something.
So the idea had been mine initially, just because I was living in Pittsburgh and I was like, I should do this, and I had talked about it for like 3 years to my wife, and she was like, either do something or don't. But I don't want to hear about it if you're not going to do it anymore. So one afternoon she went to a bachelorette party, and I was hanging out with her little brother, my brother-in-law, and I was like, let's just see if we can come up with something. I was like, Googled the domain to see if 704shop.com was available. It was available. It was like $9.99. It's like, buy.
Yeah.
And then he and I sat and let's come up with a logo. Let's see if we can come up with a logo. And we spent the afternoon kind of sketching things and trying to piece it together. Fast forward, we got the rough idea of what it looks like now. And then once I had all of that, then I reached out to Jerry and I was like, hey man, do you want to have a go at this? And he was like, yeah, let's try it and see what happens. So, I mean, it was pretty much, as soon as I decided that I was going to do it, it took, I don't know, 2 weeks to get the LLC after that.
Okay.
That wasn't very long.
Yeah. I was going to ask, what was your biggest challenge? Would you say it was the whole permitting thing?
No.
Oh, wow.
the biggest challenge in any business is getting customers, pretty much. And we struggled for 2.5 years to get anyone to care that we were doing this. Like, we couldn't. I compare it to, like, you know, when you're out on the street and there's like a guy handing out mixtapes of his like rap song, like that nobody wants, but he keeps like.
I've gotten those.
Yeah. Did you listen to him?
Actually, we laughed at it, so
Okay.
that's probably kind of mean, but. It was
Yeah, so like
comical.
I compared to that because we couldn't give T-shirts away for the long. Nobody cared. I mean, our logo is kind of abstract enough that at first glance, if you don't know what you're looking at, it doesn't like it's not blatant. So it took a little bit of educating, and learning that instead of just going after customers, we decided we were going to make fans. And I didn't really know what that meant, but just like be proud of the city and like push culture that's happening in the city. And once we started doing that, that's when we started seeing success.
Yeah.
So.
I feel like, well, I've only been in Charlotte for a year, I'll say that, but I feel like people have a lot of Charlotte pride. Have you noticed a significant increase?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. There's a lot of things happening all at once. I think there's some podcasts are happening. The Charlotte Agenda, Charlotte 5 are sending out things that you can be doing. Those resources didn't exist, and there's kind of this bubble of like people finding things, and because the city's so of a transplant nature, a lot of people don't know other people. Like, it's not like you can, if you're not from here, you can't go out with your friends from high school to do something.
Yeah.
So you have to meet other people. So it's very outgoing. So people are looking for things to do, and then once they're connecting, they're falling in love with the city, and I don't know exactly what to put my finger on, but I think it's a bunch of things happening all at one time.
I had a similar experience to how you just explained that. So you guys built the business online. You sell your products online and at pop-up shops, but exciting news for your company because you guys are actually opening up a physical location.
Yeah, so we're hoping to be open by October in South End on 1616 Camden Center. Will be a bunch of other businesses popping up there. It's turned out to be a really good
That's a
location.
great street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're pumped.
Mm-hmm. I feel like you'll get a fair amount of foot traffic because there's apartments and an office building and, various restaurants.
So we're excited to get in when we got in because there's a lot of things happening. Atherton is obviously already a location, but it's going to continue to innovate. The retail space, the design center is going to be retail in 2 years, they say. I don't know if it'll be that quick. The rail trail's right there.
Yeah.
They're building that big office building on the other side of where our shop will be. People live there, so I mean, it's definitely one of the most walkable areas in Charlotte. So foot traffic it checks all the boxes.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
Will you guys be expanding in terms of how many employees you have?
We have. That's the challenge right now that we're working through. Is we're going to have to hire some people.
Yeah.
I don't know what the roles are going to be. We haven't defined. We're trying to define the roles and what we need. What's the best use of hiring?
Yeah.
So we're still figuring that part out. So we have a part-time guy that does some pop-up shops for us now. So it won't be our first hire, but it's pretty close to our first hire.
So I'll wait to the fall, but should I be looking for news of some sort of grand opening celebration when it does happen?
I'm sure we're going to do something. I don't know what it'll be yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, there'll definitely be a grand opening party weekend, or I don't know. We're always trying to figure out how to push the envelope and be different. So we'll see what we can come up with creatively.
I'm intrigued. Okay, well, Scott, thanks for letting us
thanks for having
chat
me.
with you, and thanks for what you're doing for the city's pride. I like it. I like the overall mission behind it, and I mean, a lot of people love Charlotte, and it's easy to see why, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, well, you have an excellent afternoon.
You too.
So, Ryan, like I just said, it's really inspiring to hear the journey of someone, a group of people who actually create something, that take it out of how he said he was talking with his wife and she's like, well, either do it or don't. So people who actually take that step to say, you know what, I'm going to try it. It's really cool that people, have the guts to do it because it's gutsy. It's
Absolutely.
A gutsy move.
Well, you hear a lot of people, and this is going to go a dark way, but whatever it may be, I don't know, people take it however they want.
Yeah.
But you hear people talk about, how you'll go past a cemetery or something like that, and there's much more than people there. There's stories of forgotten dreams, forgotten goals, people that have, I can't do this because this happened, or I had kids, so I had to give up this. Mm-hmm. It is what it is. We're probably all filled with those kind of things, but you know what? He's living it. He's doing it. I mean, he's married, and he's making it happen, so it's just, the world is filled with people like Scott, and we're thankful and need it. We need guys like that. We need people that are willing to go out and take a risk, and you know what? It's awesome. The city's filled with it.
Yeah, small business is so important to a local economy, so and it makes it unique too. Like, I've never been a big chain restaurant person. I'd always rather eat somewhere local or eat somewhere that I can't eat in any other city.
Very much so.
So it just kind of, provides that unique experience for the people who live in that area.
For sure, and it gives it an identity.
Yeah.
It gives that town the identity. I mean, we talk about it all the time. What is Charlotte? Who are we? What are we doing? What is something that we look at? NASCAR, Panthers, what is it? But it's guys like Scott that are helping to drive that identity home for really making Charlotte what it is.
Absolutely. Well, thanks to all of you who have been watching on Facebook Live. Ken, did we get any questions, or people are busy? Maybe they're on their lunch break.
No
or
questions,
something.
but I think your guests just answered all the questions, so they didn't have anything to say.
And we had bad audio. Somebody, people don't like to address it, but we had bad audio. Somebody was saying it, so I apologize for that. We'll get that part figured out. This was kind of a tester, so
yeah, we'll work this out. But you can hear a great audio quality on SoundCloud, iTunes. I know that we threw a ton of information at you, but lucky for you, you can listen to the podcast as many times as you want. Just subscribe to Around the Crown, iTunes, Google Play. Find it on charlottenc.gov/podcast. Is that what it is?
Podcast.
And if you're just listening to the audio, don't forget that we have a video version. It airs exclusively on the Gov channel. If you have AT&T or Time Warner, runs Monday mornings at 8, then again at 9 and 11. As always, we hope you've enjoyed spending some time with us. Reach out, connect with us on social at CLTGov. Email us at crowncast704@gmail.com. Whatever floats your boat works for us. So join us next time.
This is Seoul, South Korea, Las Vegas, London, Cologne, Germany. We've competed Australia, North America, Europe, Asia. We went from hotel banquet rooms, competing there, to now we're filling some of the largest arenas in the world. Our audience is really millennial. A lot of millennials are paying attention to esports. It's kind of their preferred sport. And Charlotte is one of the leading cities in millennial growth, so it completely made sense for us to be down here. We know that the fan presence here is actually very substantial. We're constantly getting social media engagement from local fans. If you look at our social media numbers, we're one of the most followed social media accounts here in the city of Charlotte, and I think that is a testament to what we can do for the city in terms of creating awareness for Charlotte around the world. It's a global sport. And a lot of times people locally, let's say here in Charlotte, aren't really exposed to what's happening in Poland or Russia or China or Korea. And very much in those countries, we have a massive presence. So you can't discount something as a sport if you only look through it from a local lens or a regional lens or a lens on this continent.
Here, Dad, let me show you how.
There's a lot you can learn from your foster child. Do Discover the joys of fostering or adopting a child at 704-336-KIDS.
Several years ago, we recognized some issues at the transit center where we had a lot of kids hanging out. So I came together with several other agencies and we started doing outreach. TEAM stands for Teen Engagement and Mentoring. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to help people live productive lives from an early age.
Myself and one of my partners was going out interacting with young teens, helping them get jobs and helping them get in school, stay in school, make the grades they need to be successful. We bring all the resources collectively with us. So if you need housing, if you need to continue school, your GED, if you need job assistance, we have different resources as well that can assist them to get a job.
My favorite part of being involved with the team is just being able to make an impact in the community, to come out and actually offer people help that they need, and then to see them thrive and succeed, it's really rewarding.
The primary mission is to make sure that people understand that they're not at this alone, and we all deserve a second chance.
I have such a passion to help out teens that have challenges in their life, to connect the gap between the community, the police department, all the different agencies, and to make it a better place, a safer place to live.
This celebration today is just part of our ongoing commitment to the youth in the community and our way of just having the community come out and get to know who we are.
We have to plant these small seeds and start making people aware, and eventually it's going to grow.
You know, we want our teens to go to college, and we want them to have jobs, and we want them to stay out of the streets. So if we can give them resources to keep them out of the streets and keep them on the right track and doing the right thing, then that's our goal.
We're still a community that cares and loves on one another. And I just love the fact that we are a team. If we all work together, we could really win at this thing.
Okay, here we go. So I actually live in this neighborhood, and it's given me a safe option to get from Villa Heights into Uptown. And so it also is a beautiful section, and it's going to be able to give people more options, and it's giving me more options to get to places I need to go. What I really love about the vision of the system is the fact that I've seen in other cities how trails like this can really energize and help the city with some of its transportation. There are people who would opt to walk to work or ride a bike over driving with the better, safer infrastructure. Having this infrastructure in place, having people be able to pass under Parkwood is key. And as I ride home from work, I've noticed more and more people utilizing this greenway.
Adopted Bento in 2010 from a shelter. As it turns out, we have very similar personalities. And this cat makes me make art because he's always motivating me to take pictures of him, to draw pictures of him. He just is motivating artistically. It's just that simple. Well, he's my best friend, but a lot of people know him as Keyboard Cat.
Trips to Kids Charlotte also runs Charlotte Recyclery, which is a place where we sell bikes, process donated bikes, and refurbish them. But what we're really aiming to do is get bikes back on the street and in the hands of kids from neighborhoods that may not be able to afford bikes. So we have an Earn a Bike program. We have a ride program that's going on right now. down in Colonel Beatty Park, and that's usually every Saturday from February through December until the weather turns. So the reason that this event and these wonderful volunteers have showed up today is that we have so many bikes coming in, and I don't want to discourage anybody from donating, but we have so many bikes coming in that we have opportunities for volunteers to come in and help us work through those bikes.
I met with Dick Winters from Trips for Kids a couple months ago to borrow some bikes for a project that we were doing. And I had no idea that they had so much bikes in inventory. And he said, but they just didn't have the capacity in terms of, volunteers to actually, go through that process. And I said, well, Hands On Charlotte has a lot of volunteers. Why don't we go ahead and set up a time where we could come out here and do something that's volunteer friendly. Maybe some of the volunteers learn a little bit about bikes and how to put them together, but more appropriately how to take them apart. And that way they can get the man hours that they need to be able to make these bikes more useful for the Trips for Kids.
We haven't set up a regular schedule, but if we find that the demand is there and we keep getting bikes, we will reach out to the volunteer community to say, if you're interested in working on bikes and preparing them for uses, particularly for kids who might not have the advantage of buying a bike, come down and help us. Or contact Hands On Charlotte, and they'll have a schedule of when we're having these events.
This community here has been here for a long time, and a lot of people think because they're building new houses over here that it's going to separate the neighborhoods.
The No Barriers Project has afforded us the opportunity to bring together people who live in Genesis Park, the Park at Oak Lawn, and Bright Walk.
Happening now behind us is the first part of Harvest Fest, so it's a celebration of all the projects that we've done over the last year. Birdhouses, paintings, adding color and sound and light to the park. We're going to have a community dinner, just this long, massive table with everybody having dinner together.
I'm into the neighborhood, and with the baby, everybody wanted to meet us, and it really did bring the community together.
I moved to Bright Walk because I wanted to be with all types of folks, and this is exactly how you bring neighbors together.
We moved in a year and a half ago, and it's just been warm home.
Community is not just your street or the street next to you, it's the whole area. It's just an awesome way to get everyone in the area together.
We have come together as one big family, getting to know one another and swapping ideas.
We have become friends of the heart as opposed to just being friends of the road. And I think that's the most important thing for me.
Hey there everyone, I'm Staff Sergeant Tracy Keller here with your look around the Air Force. The Air Force's unmanned reusable space plane landed at NASA's Kennedy Space Center Shuttle Landing Facility on Sunday. The X-37B Orbital Test Vehicle Mission 4, or OTV-4, conducted on-orbit experiments for 718 days during its mission, extending the total number of days spent on orbit for the OTV program to more than 2,000 days. The X-37B program performs risk reduction, experimentation, and concept of operations development for reusable space vehicle technologies. The Air Force is preparing to launch the 5th X-37B mission from Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, Florida, later this year. U.S. Air Force Academy Superintendent Lieutenant General Michelle Johnson testified before the House's Military Personnel Subcommittee on the Academy's sexual assault prevention and response programs. The 2016 Service Academy Gender Relations Survey and Sexual Assault and Violence Report estimates the number of Academy cadets experiencing unwanted sexual contact has increased from 126 in 2014 to 150 in 2016.
We must hold ourselves to a higher standard. Our bottom line is that we cannot tolerate any incidents of sexual harassment or sexual assault. The results of the 2016 Service Academy Gender Relations Survey and Sexual Harassment and Violence reports indicate that as an academy, we're not yet where we want to be. We want reporting to go up, prevalence to go down, and ultimately for these incidents to go to zero.
Lieutenant General Johnson also said the Academy's current and future initiatives focus more on peer-to-peer approaches and implementing evidence-based programs that use meaningful metrics to measure impact over time. She noted the focus is transitioning from quantity to quality and from response to prevention. And that's your look around the Air Force.
The ability to be able to go look at a target and loiter it for a while and get the imagery that they need is definitely tremendously valuable for coalition forces.
April, it's more of the start time for when hazards are starting to become more occurrent. Throughout the entire month itself, you can start preparing, but it doesn't have to just be that month. You can continue to do it throughout the entire year. America's Prepare-a-thon, it's actually a campaign that's promoted by FEMA and, of course, other offices of emergency management like ourselves to make sure that families and individuals are prepared for any emergencies that might occur. Doing different things such as knowing the hazards that are local to them, doing exercises, and even performing drills. Some people don't know that they need to have one prepared, especially when a hurricane season starts coming up, and then all of a sudden they hear about there's a hurricane coming, they start needing to rush to a store to actually get those supplies. And so by the time they get there, they might not even have enough supplies to prepare themselves. The 72-hour kit, it's a small piece to being prepared, but it is essential just because of the fact that it takes at least 72 hours for FEMA or even other agencies to reach those that might be in need. For more information, you can actually go to community.fema.gov, and then there's other places such as ready.gov as well that can help you prepare for countless things. We're here anytime. If you guys need us, we will absolutely give you more information. Again, we can send you the links. However, if you want more direct communication of what exactly you need to prepare for, especially here at Joint Base McGuire Dix Lakehurst, we can tell you what hazards you're dealing with here.
An Air Force Reserve Flying Training Squadron keeps their skills honed in a training and readiness exercise held on May 4th at Joint Base San Antonio Randolph.
Cobras and Clouds exercise, and it's our wartime mission X. If something were to really go wrong and we were to recall all of our active duty guys back to their major weapon systems, the reserves would stay here and take over this mission and be fully mobilized.
Welcome, Cobra Flight.
The Cobras in the Clouds exercise gave the 39th Flying Training Squadron a chance to take over for the 12th Operations Group. The pilot training program includes providing manning to operations desks, supervisor positions, and overseeing active air control towers on JBSA Randolph.
A lot of it is just tracking and monitoring what we have as far as aircraft outbound and inbound coming in. And then at the end of the day, basically just terminating the flying operations.
Together, active duty and reserve members of the 12th Operations Group support the 12th Flying Training Wing.
And that's the 12th mission, is to produce and forge the best pilots that we can, and the 39th works right alongside us to do that. So integration is absolutely required.
From the 502nd Air Base Wing Public Affairs Office at Joint Base San Antonio, I'm Nick De La Pena.
From
Joint Base McGuire, Dix Lakehurst. I'm Devon Kennard with Landon Collins and Staff Sergeant John Brea.
For sports fans, the NFL draft is a huge deal. It's when they find out what up-and-coming players are going to be joining their favorite teams. This year, the New York Giants held 3 of their picks right here with us.
This is Justin Pugh from the New York Giants. We're hanging out at Joint Base McGuire, Dix Lakehurst, having a great day. We just announced the 167th pick for the Giants. Thank you, guys.
Throughout the day, service members from across all branches were joined by players from the Giants to learn about each other's jobs, get autographs, and of course, announce new players coming to the team. The day was completed with a flag football match made up of youth from the base and the players giving advice on how they made it all the way. Staff Sergeant Dustin Roberts, JBMDL, New Jersey.
My name is Airman First Class Rebecca Coots, and I'm a pediatric medical technician. When children check in for their appointments here, I pull them back and take their vital signs and just monitor them and make sure everything's going okay, and then help out with any procedures or specialized tests that the provider orders.
I am Staff Sergeant George Filias, and I'm an emergency medical technician. My job is to ensure that the family health clinic and internal medicine clinic have everything that they need to get the job done. On occasion, I may backfill the emergency medical technician slot within ambulance services.
I'm Senior Master Sergeant James Smith, and I'm a medical services technician. I'm the medical operation squadron superintendent, and what I do on a daily basis is I provide advice to the commander to lead approximately 103 personnel across our squadron. I also spend a great deal of time mentoring the junior enlisted and ensuring that our 4Ns across all of our clinics are maintain their skill set, both wartime and in garrison skill sets.
The course going on right now is called TROC, the Semi-Refueler Operator course. Traditionally it's done out in Fort Leonard Wood, but they brought a team here to Cherry Point to train 2nd MEF Marines.
During this course, Marines will be getting skills time, learning how to back up, pull forward, maneuver the truck and trailer around aircraft. They're also going to learn the different types of refueling procedures that we have. This is the first time for a lot of Marines actually having a trailer on the back of their tactical vehicle.
I mean, I love it. I don't really feel too nervous or stressed because I've been doing it for a time now. And I think they really sent out their best to teach the 2nd MEF.
This is going to make them more successful in the future for promotions and future duty stations.
I was able to obtain my Community College of the Air Force degree, and it turns out that I was the 500,000th degree recipient, which in all honesty kind of boggles a person's mind if there's been 500,000 people, obtain their Community College of the Air Force degree since the inception of the Community College of the Air Force. I can say is that, in all honesty, it's something that if you keep putting it off, you're not going to get it. You actually have to sit right there and say, okay, I'm going to take the minute and I'm going to do this, And it's something that you have to be motivated to do, and the self-discipline, especially whenever, because there's excuses for everything. Oh, I'm tired today, or I got this going on, or I'm going out and visiting this family member. But you just need to work at it and buckle down and do it. And then once you get it done, it's a huge accomplishment. I mean, it actually makes you feel, I don't know, just a little bit taller. I would go sit in front of the computer and work on my classwork until from about 6 o'clock at night, 6:30 at night, until midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, and get up and do it all over again the very next day. And on the weekends, it was a minimum of 3 to 4 hours each day on Saturday and Sunday to work on that. I tell you what, it's something that is near and dear to my heart, the Air Force is. And I know I'll be retiring here in 5 years, and this will stand out as one of the monumental moments I've ever had in a 32-year career.
It's pretty interesting to figure out how the military works, but it's also interesting to see your own family and what they do for you and the people who he or she doesn't even know. And it's really nice being a military kid sometimes, but it is a little heartbreaking going to new places and realizing you're not really going to see as much family. I never really understood what Dad does all the time or what his co-workers do a lot. So now that I've got like a little bit more into military life like this, now I know a little bit more about like what he does and what the rest of his facility does as a whole. I'd probably say that obviously they protect the country for us and for people who don't protect freedom for us, but your parent in the military is a very good person and he's gonna help the people out there that can't get the help they need. I would love to be what my dad is, to be a Marine, and the way I see him around his friends, they're almost like family. And normally that's how I treat them, they're like family.
We're live from Joint Base McGuire, Dix Lakehurst. I'm Devon Kennard with Landon Collins and Staff Sergeant John Brea.
For sports fans, the NFL draft is a huge deal. It's when they find out what up-and-coming players are going to be joining their favorite teams. This year, the New York Giants held 3 of their picks right here with us.
This is Justin Pugh from the New York Giants. We're hanging out at Joint Base McGuire, Dix Lakehurst, having a great day. We just announced the 167th pick for the Giants. Thank you, guys.
Throughout the day, service members from across all branches were joined by players from the Giants to learn about each other's jobs, get autographs, and of course, announce new players coming to the team. The day was completed with a flag football match made up of youth from the base and the players giving advice on how they made it all the way. Staff Sergeant Dustin Roberts, JBNDL, New Jersey.
The bicycle is a lot smaller than a giant patrol vehicle, so you can get around a lot better. Events that go on, like the marathon, we ride them around, we respond better than patrol vehicles.
It helps us with get involvement with local police departments, helps with the camaraderie and everything like that.
Welcome to All Hands Update. Here's what's happening around your Navy. The Naval School Explosive Ordnance Disposal hosted the 48th Annual EOD Memorial Ceremony at Eglin Air Force Base, Florida. The EOD community from each of the joint services gathered to honor the memory of 326 EOD technicians who have died in the line of duty since 1942. Over 130 of those since September 11, 2001. Pacific Partnership 2017 began a mission in Da Nang, Vietnam, with the arrival of the U.S. Expeditionary Fast Transport ship, USNS Fall River. The Da Nang mission stop marks the 4th consecutive year and the 8th time in 11 years that Pacific Partnership missions have occurred in Vietnam's provinces and cities. Personnel from the United States, United Kingdom, Australia, and Japan will work side by side with Vietnamese civilian medical officers in this year's events. You can read more about what's happening around your Navy at Navy.mil.
White smoke, reporting compartment. 9673, tag 2, tag 1.
Although just a drill, when the call goes out, sailors of USS Ashland respond.
Basically a damage control certification for ship's basic firefighting, seeing how the ship reacts to that and how the crew is able to put those fires out and answer to the bells, really.
This certification is essential to evaluate the ability of the crew to ensure the safety of the ship.
If we don't do any training of any sort and if we just don't do any practices, people get hurt.
This guarantees that Ashland sailors are prepared for actual emergencies and capable of handling any situation.
if a casualty comes, it's our jobs to keep it safe.
Petty Officer Zach Kreitzer, Commander Fleet Activity Sasebo, Japan.
Hey ma'am, what brings you in today?
When you have a medical appointment, you can't always see the doctor right away. Medical technicians are there to guide you through the first steps of your doctor's visit.
Our techs are the extensions of our nurses. They're actually, military medical technicians. They do a lot compared to the civilian counterparts. In the civilian world, they would be licensed practical nurses, and our techs take a load off from the nurses. They are really important. I mean, we can't live without them practically. In the clinic, in the outpatient setting.
Medical providers rely on technicians to assess the patient and help identify issues, so that patients can be seen in a timely manner and receive the care they need.
Okay. Instead of diagnosing and treating, they'd have to spend a lot more time just doing the basics, getting vital signs, and that would waste their time because they're trained to diagnose, they're trained to provide care. With anything with the Air Force and the military in general, we're dedicated to the mission, and if you don't have each level of health care provided, a patient can fall under the cracks, and that mission can't be done if that patient's not taken care of.
Masawa's airmen maintain mission readiness thanks to the efforts of the 35th Medical Group, but it all starts with the technicians. Senior Airman Sarah Mitchell, Masawa Air Base, Japan.
Comprehensive airman fitness includes 4 pillars of well-being: mental, social, physical, and spiritual. The role of the chaplain's office is to ensure the spiritual needs of the 122nd Fighter Wing are met. And on May 7th, they hosted a breakfast in observation of the National Day of Prayer. Those in attendance before the duty day heard the songs of Concordia Lutheran High School's men's chorus and the combat duty experience of Chaplain Michael Fries, the wing chaplain and a recipient of the Purple Heart Medal. Chaplain Fries spoke of his active duty time in the Army during a 12-month deployment to Afghanistan. During that deployment, and like many combat deployments, he spoke of how a time for prayer and reflection kept himself and those soldiers in his spiritual care grounded, focused, and able to keep going in spite of many challenges. Colonel Patrick Wenwick, 122nd Fighter Wing Commander, concluded that each Blacksnake should discover what the spiritual pillar is to them as they work toward becoming resilient airmen. For the 122nd Fighter Wing Public Affairs Office, I'm Staff Sergeant Stephen Bush.
So our sailors were able to accomplish an incredible amount in a very short time. Not only did we offload the lighterage from 2 of the MPF ships, to include setting up a RDF platform, 2 causeway ferries, 2 warping tugs, and 3 utility boats. But we also worked interoperability with the ROC Seabees and Marines to include interfacing our amphibious bulk liquid transfer system with their water barge and their shoreside bladders. The first time that's been done. CJ-LOTS is not the tip of the spear, but it's what keeps the tip of the spear moving forward. We come in behind either an assault echelon or a primary offensive push to bring additional equipment, and primarily the logistical items, fuel, water, and basic supplies for the combat forces moving forward. Additionally, the CJ-LOTS mission also works well for humanitarian aid, disaster response, and other all hazards across the world. The U.S. and ROC partnership here is extremely strong, and we're looking forward to any additional opportunities we can to work together on future exercises to build the partnership. ACB1's role in this exercise with the throughput was assembling and operating the RDF platform, as well as running 2 of the INLS Causeway ferries that interface with the platform and discharge to the Army Trident Pier. The RDF platform is a roll-on, roll-off discharge facility that's comprised of individual lighterage pieces that's assembled at sea and can be placed under the stern ramp, one of the pre-positioning ships, so cargo can roll directly onto it, onto the connector craft to bring it ashore. The Beach Group and ACB1 learned an awful lot during this exercise, working side by side with the Army, Marines, and the ROC Navy and Marines. We came away with a much better appreciation of our capabilities and limitations and how each service complements each other in this type of environment. We are conducting the retrograde and cleaning, weighing, marking, ready, getting all of our gear that we brought here ready for shipment home. The sailors are always excited to get home, but the important thing that we continue to stress is safe operation and keep their mind on the task at hand. As a final thought for this exercise, one of our mottos is we put the C in CBs, but the incredible work that we were able to accomplish here, we also put the C in CJ logs.
Forty African nations have gathered in Lilongwe, Malawi for the 5th Annual African Land Forces Summit. ALFS 17 is a week-long conference co-hosted by United States Army Africa and the Malawi Defense Force, enabling land force chiefs from across the continent to discuss and develop cooperative solutions to challenges and threats in Africa.
We meet to explore common solutions because that is how we make peace everywhere. We unite to bind the ties of partnerships and networks because we know there is power in our unity of purpose.
The summit includes plenary sessions and breakout groups with a goal of generating an open dialogue between senior leaders, discussing topics such as security and stability. The objective of ALFS 17 is to reinforce U.S. and African relationships and partnerships.
It makes me to try to interact with not only people from West Africa, but people from all over. It gives me the opportunity to try to get to know new people and to try to share some ideas with them.
The sharing of new ideas and problem solving for current and future threats and challenges enhances the capacity of everyone involved.
It gets better every year. You will not meet the same people, so you have cross-fertilization ideas from different people who represent the same Africa.
Staff Sergeant Emma Mayen, Lilongwe, Malawi.
My name is Lieutenant Alex Berlin. I'm part of 1st Battalion, 503rd Infantry Regiment. We're based in Vicenza, Italy. This training today certified the Italian Folgore jumpers to participate in our deliberate water jump into Lake Garda. This training ensures that all the people participating are safe to jump into water and have the skills necessary to successfully complete that operation, making sure they both can swim and that they are not a drowning hazard. The wet soak certification takes place in 3 phases. The first phase is a 10-meter underwater swim, followed immediately by an overwater swim to the end of the pool. The second phase is a 10-minute tread, making sure that they're comfortable in the water and that they can in fact tread water and survive for 10 minutes. And then the third phase is the wet soak certification, where they enter the water, go underneath a submerged canopy, take a breath, and then exit the canopy successfully. For this operation, since we're the lead planners on it, all the Americans and the Italians are executing the same training, which is our training. The Italians have some minor differences, but generally their rules are the same. I would say the relationship between the Italians, certainly the Folgore, and all the Italian airborne units and the 173rd is excellent. Without them, this operation wouldn't happen, so it's a great partnership.
Don't ignore the subtext. It's on us to intervene in sexual assault. Because we can. Take the pledge at itsonus.org.
This is the story of a boy who didn't talk for a long time. The boy liked things to always be the same. Any changes would scare and upset him. The unknown was an unfriendly place. The boy was very sensitive to lights and sounds. So he built secret hiding places where they couldn't get in. The boy didn't like looking people in the eye. He wasn't trying to be mean, it just made him feel uncomfortable. Sometimes he would flap his arms again and again.
One day I found out I had something called autism. My family got me help. Slowly, I found my voice and learned all the ways I could live with it better.
Early intervention can make a lifetime of difference. Learn the signs at autismspeaks.org.
Treat people how you'd want them to treat your mother. I enjoy going out and meeting different people every day and different cultures.
Thank you for your service and commitment.
Thank you, sir. It's time to go on to the next venture.
He always called and checked on me and come up as often as he could to see me. And I miss that so much. I miss the telephone calls.
Parents aren't supposed to outlive their children, but that's exactly what happened to Melissa Corbin, whose 49-year-old son was shot to death a year ago last week.
He was going to come up that day and stay with me at the hospital. And it's not like Jeff not to do what he said he was going to do. In the afternoon, I started asking, well, where is Jeff? And that's when they told me that nobody had been able to get in touch with him. We were probably talking about that a couple hours before the detective come and told us that this tragic thing had happened.
Jeff Johnson was found dead on a path between Central Avenue and the neighborhood where he lived. So far, no arrests.
We know that Jeff arrived on Central Avenue about 2 in the morning. He was there milling about. We've got him on video surveillance, kind of walking around. And about 2:08 in the morning, we receive a shots fired call for service. Police respond and they don't locate anything suspicious. About 11 a.m. the next morning, neighbors who are walking through the footpath discover his body and call the police.
Detectives have followed leads in Jeff's case, but they need help from the public to move forward.
There's 3 things that we're really looking for. We want to identify and talk with the occupants of that SUV in the video that we released earlier in the investigation. We'd also like to talk with anyone who saw anyone suspicious or any suspicious vehicles in the area. And we also want to talk with anyone who may have had contact with Jeff, especially that night on Central Avenue.
That SUV that Detective Cole referred to is this one. Detectives located video of it leaving an apartment complex near a footpath right after the shots were fired.
We're looking to determine if they're suspects, if they were possible witnesses, if they saw something, so we just need to identify them and talk with them.
Cole says it's important that he speaks with anyone who saw Jeff that night. Anyone who may have witnessed anything suspicious on Central Avenue is asked to step up and come forward.
We're looking for any and all information. Sometimes people may not feel that they have the full picture. They may have a small piece and they're reluctant to come forward and think, oh, it doesn't matter. But that small piece may be a piece in a bigger puzzle, and we're looking to get any and all information we can about what Jeff was doing that night, if he had contact with anybody, anyone who may have saw anything in the area.
An arrest would mean a lot to this victim's family.
If there was somebody out there that knew some small piece of evidence or has heard somebody say something that they maybe could call in and tell, what they know, that would mean the world to me. Wouldn't bring my Jeff back, but it may save other people from getting killed because there's so much violence now in the world, and it just breaks my heart to think somebody else is going to be killed so unnecessarily. People just don't think that they have a life, that they have a mother, they have a father, they have a sister that loves them. We all miss him. Our family and his many friends here would love to see justice for Jeff, if that could be possible.
If you have any information on who may have been involved in the murder of Jeff Johnson, go ahead and call Crime Stoppers. You don't have to give your name. All information remains confidential, and you may even earn a cash reward of up to $5,000.
What is a drone? Well, the FAA calls it a UAS, which is an unmanned aircraft system. Pretty much what that is, it just means it's an unmanned aircraft that the person controlling the drone is actually on the ground instead of actually in the aircraft.
Anything that flies, you've got even little toys here that I've got down here, is considered a UAS.
If your drone is less than 0.55 pounds, you do not have to register it. You don't even have to have a pilot's permit to fly it. Anything between 0.55 and 55 pounds, you must register the drone through the FAA. You cannot fly the aircraft at night. It's only during the daylight. You cannot fly over people, and you cannot fly within 5 miles of an airport, and if you do, you must contact the airport.
I started this in December of 2014, and I was really looking for a volunteer opportunity outside of work. I ran across this program called Road to Recovery, which is under the American Cancer Association, and it is a transportation program for people with cancer. Okay, we are almost there. You develop a relationship with the people, and I have people that I fight over to try to pick them up. One in particular is Miss Annie. She was actually the first patient that I picked up, and so I was a little nervous, and she made me feel right at ease. She's kind of like your grandmother. She's a big sports fan.
Oh yes, NBA, you better believe it.
She knows more about basketball sometimes than I do.
When I found out I had cancer, she was one of the volunteers that came by to pick me up, to carry me to my chemo.
A lot of people, they don't have any other way to get to their appointments.
It has been meaning a lot. It's been a big blessing to me.
I love Miss Annie. A lot of people, of course, when they have things that are going wrong in their life, especially disease, sometimes they're down. She's never down. She motivates me to keep going and to always put a smile on my face and to try to do the best that I can do.
She's a lot of fun. I enjoy meeting with her.
The good part is she trusts my driving, and that's more than I can say for most people. I appreciate this, really more than sometimes what I do actually at work, because to me, this right here is where I'm really, really, truly giving back to the community.
Okay, thank you.
I will see you next time, okay? I think that we can all take a lesson from Miss Annie, because she deals with it in such a positive way, and she consistently reminds me that she is still blessed.
Several years ago, we recognized some issues at the transit center where we had a lot of kids hanging out. So I came together with several other agencies, and we started doing outreach. TEAM stands for Teen Engagement and Mentoring. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to help people live productive lives from an early age.
Myself and one of my partners was going out interacting with young teens, helping them get jobs and helping them get in school, stay in school, make the grades they need to be successful. We bring all the resources collectively with us. So if you need housing, if you need to continue school, your GED, if you need job assistance, we have different resources as well that can assist them to get a job.
My favorite part of being involved with the team is just being able to make an impact in the community, to come out and actually offer people help that they need, and then to see them thrive and succeed, it's really rewarding.
The primary mission is to make sure that people understand that they're not at this alone, and we all deserve a second chance.
I have such a passion to help out teens that have challenges in their life, to connect the gap between the community, the police department, all the different agencies, and to make it a better place, a safer place to live.
This celebration today is just part of our ongoing commitment to the youth in the community, and our way of just having the community come out and get to know who we are.
We have to plant these small seeds and start making people aware, and eventually it's going to grow.
We want our teens to go to college, and we want them to have jobs, and we want them to stay out of the streets. So if we can give them resources to keep them out of the streets and keep them on the right track and doing the right thing, then that's our goal.
We're still a community that cares and loves on one another. And I just love the fact that we are a team. If we all work together, we could really win at this thing.
Officer Lang and I came out to the school for a call for service, and we were speaking with one of the teachers in the classroom, and Officer Lang noticed that one of the basketballs was kind of not in the greatest shape. To me, it means letting everybody know that we just don't police the streets all the time, that we also come out and we're there to help the community and get them things that they need that they may not be able to get, and we have the resources to do so. It was joy to see that on their face, to know that they needed them and they wanted them.
Start tactical building searches, okay, once we get finished getting set up. But it's some things you need to know before you go into these scenarios. As you're turning past walls or anything, somebody asked me why I hold it like this, because that's how I'll hold it. I'll hold it close to my body.
The high school academy is basically high school students from all the surrounding area in Charlotte. They come to the police academy, we work with them, we do jail tours, we do tours of the stadium. We bring them to our police headquarters where they also do tours and learn the functions of dispatchers, and they get an idea of what police officers do, especially when they come to the police academy. They come and they do traffic stops, building searches, things like that.
Well, like while we were doing like the traffic stops and like the building searches, I never knew how much pressure they really go through with something so small that can turn it out to be something like so dangerous and big. So now I see sometimes why officers do the things they do, and I understand their point of view now. So that has been one of the biggest things that I've learned this week.
How you doing this afternoon?
Good, officer. What's the problem?
You're a suspicious vehicle and we can come check you out.
Something that I've learned that I did not know is that dispatchers and 911 is two totally, completely different things. And a dispatcher is someone who is for the police officers and to call backup or something, and 911 is for the general public.
High School Academy is something I would most definitely recommend. I would tell people to come to it a lot. We learn some defensive techniques, and it's pretty much, it's an overall fun thing to do, something to keep you occupied for a week of the summer. But I think if you come here, you will learn a lot.
This academy has really helped me realize what I want to be when I grow up. It has challenged me physically wise. I've been very tired and I never knew that it'd be so much work, but it's kind of inspired me to kind of put in more effort, and now I know that this is what I want for my future.
Go to the website, www.cmpd.org. All the information's on there, and if you have any questions, there are also phone numbers on there as well that you can call to make the right contacts with the people that you need to get the information that you need.
I've always enjoyed being a police officer. My job now currently is a lake enforcement officer. As you can see, I get to work out in wide open spaces here on Lake Norman and Mountain Island Lake. You're always outside, and that's what I love. We're out here 7 days a week. We want to make sure people are safe in their operation of their boats, make sure they have all the proper equipment on their boats, and whenever they are operating in a safe manner. If you feel like that you are reaching your limits as far as your capabilities, you need to slow down and be sure that you are operating your boat as safely as you know that you can. Now during the summertime as hit, we're averaging probably about 5 calls a week, anything from things being stolen off of people's boats, or we've had 3 people here in Mecklenburg County in the last 4 weeks to have died from drowning. They found themselves in the water and they haven't had a life jacket on. We don't want to see any more of that. If you're swimming off your boat or off your dock, please have a life jacket on. It doesn't matter what your age. It's no shame, or nobody's going to look down upon you for being safe and having a good time. Jet ski safety as opposed to boat safety. A jet ski, you have more maneuverability, but they are faster, and also they are harder to see. A lot of big boats, larger boats, cannot see you like they can see another boat, and you have to make sure that you are able to be visible to those bigger boats and larger boats so that you don't get yourself into a situation where you're not seen and possibly put yourself in danger. Basically, our job is to make sure that you have a safe time whenever you're on the lakes, either on a boat or a jet ski. We want people to have a good time, but we also want them to know that we are out here patrolling, and if we see something that is dangerous, we're going to stop you, and if it comes into having to issue a citation, that's what we're going to do. We're going to continue to do our job.
In our hospitality and tourism classes.
Anybody have any questions?
You have so much.
So we have had the High School Police Academy for multiple years, and that is career-based. For students that want a career in law enforcement, well, we wanted to go beyond that. We wanted to reach other kids that might be struggling, might be going down the wrong pathway, and we wanted to, give them life skills. That's very important for us, so they can be able to make positive choices in the community.
Don't be deceived, don't be derailed. Don't let the things that militate against you in life, which is drugs, alcohol, the whole gang violence, all that stuff that happens even when I was growing up, don't let that derail you and stop you from the path that God wants to put you on. Don't let that derail you at all. Yeah, your education is really important. It's a tool that you need to use, just like this REACH program.
Second, career skills. We wanted to give them something that they could walk away and that would assist them in a future career. And it doesn't have to be law enforcement, but whatever career choice that they wanted to make. And we wanted to give them resources. The biggest partner, I would say, is 2 Exalt Ministries. That's where the academy is housed out of. It's their outreach building. They have tons of activities there. It's taken the academy outside of regular traditional classroom environment. They have an indoor soccer field and a music studio. So it exposes the students to so much more at this facility than what we could at a police academy or another building. Another one of our partners is Goodwill.
So Goodwill, we're a career development organization, and we have our new Goodwill Opportunity Campus where we provide an array of services to help individuals that may have barriers to employment to achieve family-sustaining income and employment. I think the CLT program, our Career Leadership Academy for Youth, really supplements what the REACH program is doing. We provide young people with intensive and ongoing youth development services. Our program helps young people with the knowledge, the abilities and skills to be able to secure employment. We also see them to and through post-secondary opportunities, whether that's a certification, 2 or 4-year college. So we prepare our young people for success. Our vision is that we partner with them and engage them in career development services that will help mold, shape, and develop them for their future.
So it looks like we are reaching the youth. We are building a positive relationship with them, and they're liking these activities. So overall, it's been a great success, and I think this will just grow in the future years to come.
This is Seoul, South Korea, Las Vegas, London, Cologne, Germany. We've competed Australia, North America, Europe, Asia. We went from hotel banquet rooms, competing there, to now we're filling some of the largest arenas in the world. Our audience is really millennial. A lot of millennials are paying attention to esports. It's kind of their preferred sport. And Charlotte is one of the leading cities in millennial growth, so it completely made sense for us to be down here. We know that the fan presence here is actually very substantial. We're constantly getting social media engagement from local fans. If you look at our social media numbers, we're one of the most followed social media accounts here in the city of Charlotte, and I think that is a testament to what we can do for the city in terms of creating awareness for Charlotte around the world. It's a global sport. And a lot of times people locally, let's say here in Charlotte, aren't really exposed to what's happening in Poland or Russia or China or Korea. And very much in those countries, we have a massive presence. So you can't discount something as a sport if you only look through it from a local lens or a regional lens or a lens on this continent.
Collaborative. It's working together, teamwork, working for a common goal, working with others. My name is Officer Ryan Botzenmeyer, and I'm the Youth Program Coordinator. It takes a village to build a community, and so you have to work with everybody. Just the police department can't do it alone to solve the issues, and also the youth programs are very important. And to run youth programs, you have to look outside of the department. We contact a lot of different people and other agencies, and we couldn't do our job without them. That working together, the teamwork to bring everything together is very important for us in our positions. Being collaborative makes us a better department, a better agency, a better city.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
My name is Blake Barnes. I own the Common Market. We've been here since 2002. So we have coffee, deli, we actually have a bar, but we also do retail beer and wine and knick-knack toys. The thing that it did for me, it made me less of a pass-through and more of a destination. And it definitely made it more walkable. I think really played upon the neighborhood that was already going on. And it allowed, I think, other businesses, we have a diverse business culture over here too, to open up because you didn't have to rely on that parking lot. It was such good communication all the way through. It made it a lot less painful than we thought it was going to be. Really, really did. So hats off and impressed to them on that one.
Okay, very good. I actually live in this neighborhood, and it's given me a safe option to get from Villa Heights into Uptown. And so it also is a beautiful section, and it's going to be able to give people more options, and it's giving me more options to get to places I need to go. What I really love about the vision of the system is the fact that I've seen in other cities how trails like this can really energize and help the city with some of its transportation. There are people who would opt to walk to work or ride a bike over driving with the better, safer infrastructure. Having this infrastructure in place, having people be able to pass under Parkwood is key. And as I ride home from work, I've noticed more and more people utilizing this greenway.
Get caught buzzed driving, and you could do some hard time.
Craig, knock it off.
Sorry, Mom. It could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. And that could set you back a few years. Buzzed, busted, and broke. Because buzzed driving is drunk driving.
Don't let this metallic green beetle fool you. It's only about a ½ inch in size, but it's a real concern for some Charlotte homeowners.
This beetle, like I said, has had devastating effects where it's been introduced to. It's been found in North Carolina in 24 counties, 3 counties to the west of us, of Mecklenburg, and 1 county to the north of us in Mecklenburg County.
The emerald ash borer bores into ash trees and eats the tissue beneath the bark. Assistant City Arborist Lori Reed Dukes says it can kill the tree in just 2 to 5 years.
Very large limbs have the potential to start falling. So if it's in someone's backyard or near their house or located by the street, it's definitely a public safety issue.
A public safety issue that's difficult to see. Take, for example, this heavily infested sample.
You're seeing the galleries, so the tunnels that the grub makes underneath the bark of the tree.
But it's damage you can't see from just looking at it.
But what we'd see on the outside of the tree is the adult leaves through a D-shaped exit hole. Or sometimes if it's oriented, it might be U-shaped or N-shaped, but it's always flat on one side and rounded on the other.
So what can you do? There are chemicals that you can use to kill the insect. Homeowners can apply one to soil, while the other is injected directly into the bark, but that must be done by a professional.
So treatment is something that's going to have to occur every 1 to 2 years. It's not a one-time treatment that's going to protect the tree for the lifetime. So it is going to be an investment for someone to put in to keep that tree healthy.
Welcome everyone. June 19th meeting of the Charlotte City Council. Think about what day it was. June 19th. It's a zoning meeting this evening. And I am going to explain the procedures for a zoning meeting in just a minute, but first we're going to have introductions of those of us who are here at the dais. We've got a few folks out of town, so we're a smaller council than normal. Then we're going to have an invocation from Councilmember Iselt, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. So let's start our introductions with our clerk.
Stephanie Kelly, City Clerk.
Good evening, Dimple Ajmera, District 5.
Good evening, Al Austin, District 2.
Hello, Ed Driggs, District 7.
Patsy will be back in a minute.
Patsy Kinsey, District 1.
Patsy Kinsey.
Yeah. Claire Fallon at large.
Good evening, Julie Iselt at large.
Mayor Jennifer Roberts, welcome.
Good evening, I'm Vi Lyles, Mayor Pro Tem.
Greg Phipps, District 4.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Therese Hagler-Gray, Senior Assistant City Attorney.
Okay, very good. Now we'll have the invocation from Councilmember Iselt.
Thank you.
Ever faithful God, we are grateful that you assure us of your presence in the expression of kindness to others, in the sharing of what we have, in the outreach to those whose needs are greater than our own. We feel you moving among us. Challenge us to be witnesses for unity and workers towards understanding. As we do work towards a better society for us all, give us the courage and strength to be united in our pursuit of peace, justice, and true community. In the name of the Eternal Holy One, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So tonight for our zoning meeting, the zoning process begins with applications submitted to our planning staff for review. There'll be two types of cases on our agenda, decisions and hearings. Decisions are cases for which a public hearing was previously held, and there'll be no further public comment on those. For the hearings, anyone wishing to speak is asked to see our clerk before the start of the hearing, and the clerk will press the buzzer at the conclusion of the specified time limit for speakers. For the petitioner and those in favor, there are 3 minutes unless the petition is protested or their opponent signed up to speak, or if staff is in opposition. And the petitioner has 10 minutes, the opponent has 10 minutes, and the petitioner gets a 2-minute rebuttal. And staff will have a short presentation. The public hearing will be closed, and we'll move to the next public hearing. The petition also goes to our zoning committee of our planning commission for review and recommendation. I think we'll be okay at the length of the meeting this evening. We usually make a point to try to finish by 10 p.m. I think we'll be okay this evening. And I want to introduce our zoning committee, chaired by Tony Lathrop, and this is his last meeting as chair, last zoning committee meeting, because he is moving on. He's served his time, and we just want to give you a big thank you, Mr. Lathrop.
I did not expect that.
We know that it takes a lot of time, and there are a lot of petitions that you have to go through every week. So we just really appreciate your service.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much, members of the council. That was an unexpected and pleasant surprise, and I appreciate it. And it has been a true pleasure being here every month with you all. I'm just going to miss it terribly.
Al Austin said the same thing.
Yes, that's right.
You and me.
Can I still come to dinner sometime?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I have to say, I'm required to say, that I want to introduce my fellow committee members, starting down at the end, Nassif Majid, Nancy Wiggins, John Friday, Bolin McClung, Sam Spencer, and Cozy Watkins. And our zoning committee is going to meet Thursday, June 29th at 5:30 here at the Government Center. And normally that might occur a little bit later, but it's that day because of the July 4th holiday. So at that meeting, the zoning committee will meet to talk about and make recommendations on the petitions, the zoning petitions that have public hearings here tonight. The public is welcome to come to our zoning committee meeting on June 29th. But note that it's not a continuation of the public hearing that's being held here tonight. But before our meeting on June 29th, everyone is welcome to contact the zoning committee to provide input, if you would like, on these zoning petitions before we consider them on June 29th. And our contact information and the information on each of these petitions is on the city's website at charlotteplanning.org. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council.
Thank you, Mr. Lathrop. All right, we next move on to the rest of our agenda. The first item is an historic landmark. Item number 4, the Red Front Department Store. And we're having a public hearing on the question of adopting an ordinance for the property known as the Red Front Department Store as an historic landmark. And Stuart Gray is going to tell us a few things about this. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for having us here. The Red Front Department Store is located in the Belmont neighborhood. The Charlotte-Mecklenburg Historic Landmarks Commission has voted to recommend that the property be designated as a historic landmark. Built in 1902, the Red Front Department Store is the oldest store building in the neighborhood, and the neighborhood is a significant, in itself, is a significant, well-preserved early 20th century suburb of Charlotte. And Belmont is important because it helps to demonstrate the industrial growth of the city. The building, the Red Front Department Store, has retained a good degree of integrity and is the only surviving two-story pre-World War II commercial/retail building in Belmont. The store building is the neighborhood's most prominent early 20th century building of any type, aside from the nearby textile mills. That's a summary of the significance of the property, but I'd be glad to answer any specific questions you may have about the property or about the process.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. And I want to remind council that the designation as historic landmark is separate from the zoning for this property, which we will get to in a few minutes as part of our zoning meeting. But this is a separate designation, and we will be voting after this evening. We'll be voting next meeting on to actually designate it. Is that correct?
That's what I believe.
Okay. Are there any questions for Mr. Gray?
Yes, I got
Mr. Phipps, Councilman Phipps?
Since the closing, has there been any activity or purpose through which this building has been used?
Well, when we first became aware of the building, and this would have been 7 years ago, I think at most, it was a derelict building with a failing roof. Since that point, I know that it's been stabilized and repaired, and the interior is dry. And again, they did a good job in stabilizing it, but I'm not aware of any use. The last name that we have associated with the property was Walker's Store. So that might have been the last business there, but since we've been involved, it hasn't been in use.
Okay. Any other questions?
Move to close.
There's a motion to close the hearing. There were no speakers, correct, Madam Clerk? Okay. All right. There's a motion and a second to close the hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gray. We'll look forward to voting on that next time. Excuse me. Okay. Next, we are going to consider deferrals, and we have several items. I'm going to read through these items, and the deferrals are all for different dates, so bear with me. I'm going to mention every date. And there's also one we have to vote on a deferral and then a new decision date for it as well. So item number 5, petition 2017-053 by Hopper Communities, Inc. And that is Park Road and Reese Road. That'll be deferred for 1 month to July 17th. Item 6, 2016-131 is Halverson Development Corporation. located at Ridge and Prosperity Church Road. That request is to defer it until August 28th. Is that correct? And that's requested by the petitioner. Item 7 is 2016-139, Charter Properties, Inc., Browner Group Real Estate, LLC, on West Mallard Creek Church Road, and that request is to defer until July 17th, 2017. Then there's some hearings, so we're going to request deferral. Item 14, 2015-027, Charlotte Housing Authority on Cherry Street. That deferral is for 3 months to December 18th, 2017. Item 15, which is petition 2017-069, from Hayden Hall 2 LLC, Smithfield Church Road. This is a dual request, deferral to July 17th, 2017 for the hearing, and then the request is to have a decision on August 28th. And the last item, number 16, is petition 2017-074 by Fine Partners LLC. That's on Duncan Avenue. That request is to defer for 1 month to July 17th, 2017. So I need a motion to do all that.
Move approval of the request for deferrals. Second. Decisions.
Okay, so there was a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so all those will be deferred to those dates that we mentioned. Okay, so that means the first item to consider is item number 8, since 5, 6, and 7 were deferred. Folks from the audience, some of these that we just deferred have names you recognize. We deferred the Chick-fil-A and the Topgolf items, just for those folks to know. Item number 8 is petition 2017-042 by Rocky River Road Associates LLC, 77 acres on Interstate 485. And this is in, whose district is this in?
It isn't, it's ETJ. Southside.
Southside, okay. So, is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any, so formal. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right. Item number 9.
Mayor, you need to adopt the statement.
Oh, that's
of
right.
consistency.
Statement of consistency. I always forget on the first one. Is there a motion to approve the zoning committee's statement of consistency as the council's own?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. I always need a reminder on the first one. Okay, item 9 is petition 2017-044 by Jacobs Fork Properties, LLC, 3.3 acres on the east side of Craig Avenue along Lydia Ridge Lane, and this is Council District 5, Councilmember Rajmira.
Yes, this is a good enhancement, and the petitioner has committed to architectural standards in the notes and elevations that would not have been required if developed under the existing approved plan. So with that, move to approve.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Rajmira. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Next item, is there a motion to approve the zoning committee's statement of consistency as the council's own?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Item 10 is position 2017-048. Okay, this one was not. By Camp Green Properties, LLC, and this is 0.357 acres located at the northeast intersection of Belmont Avenue, east of Allen Street, Council District 1, Councilmember Kinsey, and this is the property we just talked about with the historic landmark, and I think Ms. Keplinger has an update for us.
Yes, ma'am. At this council's lunch meeting today, there was a question that arose about the types of uses specifically related to alcohol sales At the public hearing, the petitioner, we heard from the neighborhood and the community leaders that they did not want breweries. The petitioner did provide us with a letter that is from the Neighborhood Association and all of those that spoke at the public hearing that said that they are happy with the petition and support it as it is currently. And as it is currently, it does not allow breweries. It does allow eating, drinking, and entertainment establishments, type 1 and type 2. Type 2 does allow alcohol sales. There's also some provisions on the hours of operation that the petitioner has agreed to, and he's also agreed to even to further put a note on the site plan that alcohol sales will not be allowed without food sales also. So the neighborhood again said that they are happy with those changes and that they are supporting the petition. Zoning committee recommended approval and staff is recommending approval.
Okay, and were those changes made after the zoning committee? Do we have to vote on whether or not to send it back?
No, ma'am, those were made before, actually, I believe they were made before the zoning committee, so the zoning committee voted on those.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
yes,
as soon as we
Councilman.
finish, I have something to say, but go ahead.
I'm sorry?
As soon as we finish this, I have something to say. Let's go ahead with the petition. I'll stop right now.
Go ahead, Councilor Austin.
Gentleman up there with the sign that says "Save our slaves." I'm not quite sure if you know how offensive that might be to us down here who are African American. I get what you're trying to say, but you're the wrong person to have that sign up. Do you understand me? I have no idea. That petition has been deferred. That petition has been deferred, and the fact that you're sitting up there with a sign that says "Slave our slaves," I'm not quite sure. So that is the wrong message to be sending down here. I get what you're trying to do, and I understand you guys have opposition against Topgolf, but that is very offensive to me. That is very offensive to members of the African-American community down here. I'm not quite sure if the two brothers that are sitting beside you have indicated to you that might be offensive. Maybe they're missing that as well, but I'm quite offended.
Thank you, Councilor Austin.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to mention that item 7, which is petition 2016-139, has been deferred to July 17th, and that is the Topgolf Charter Properties petition. Just to reconfirm that for folks who are here for that item. Yes. So if it's deferred, that means there's no discussion of that item tonight, and there'll be no voting on that item tonight. So you will probably want to come back on July 17th, or you can talk to council members between now and then, or email them. But just to help reconfirm.
Yep.
And yeah, thank you, Councilor Austin.
Sure.
Okay.
Got quiet in here.
I know. I'm trying to figure out where it was. Councilor McKenzie.
I move approval of petition 2017-48 by Camp Green Properties.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? I think it was pretty clear about the petitioner's changes, and it's great to hear that the neighbors approve of that, and thank you for that update. Any other questions on this one? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Any opposed? Okay. Unanimous. All right, so the Camp Green Properties, and is there a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as the council's own?
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes as well. The next item is number 11, petition 2017-052 by Southminster. 27 acres on the east side of Park Road between Arbor Point Drive and Smithfield Church. Council District 6. Councilmember Smith is not here tonight. Anyone want to make a motion to pass this?
I move approval since I see one of my good friends up there from Southminster. Always good to see you guys.
Right.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And is there a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as the council's own?
Second.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, and that passes. Item 12, petition 2017-063 by Godspeed Motors. This is 3.4 acres on the north side of Vance Davis Drive, east of Twin Lakes Parkway. Council District 2, Councilmember Austin.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, the motion to approve and second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And is there a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as the council zone?
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, last decision, I think.
13.
Yep. Item 13, petition 2017-075 by Conformity Corporation, 4 acres on the east side of East Sugar Creek Road between Raleigh Street and Bearwood. Council District 1, Councilmember Kinsey.
Move approval. Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And is there a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as the council zone?
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right, those were all our decisions. And I gotta start. The next item is item number 17. Petition 2017-076 by Laurel Street Residential LLC. So now we're moving on to our hearings. This is 14 acres on the south side of West Tyvola Road. And Ms. Harmon will tell us a little more about this.
Thank you. Subject property is outlined in yellow. It is on West Tyvola across from the City Park development, which you can see here, some of the residential that has been built in that project. The request is to go from MUD optional, mixed use development optional, and R4, single family residential district, to urban residential conditional, and to allow up to 200 units, of which 80 would be age restricted. This is the existing zoning map, and you can see a portion of the property zoned MUD, the portion zoned single-family residential, and you can see City Park across the street, also zoned MUD. And then other facilities in the area, golf course, park land that is zoned single-family. The future land use by the Southwest District Plan calls for residential, office, and/or retail for the majority of the site, and then recognizes the open space and recreational uses in green on the remainder of the site. I'll go briefly through the details of the proposal, as I'm sure the petitioner's agent will go through more. Again, up to 200 units. They are showing, in this case, 4 buildings. They could build up to 7, so they could split some of those. Combination of 3- and 4-story buildings. No parking or maneuvering between these buildings and West Tyvola Road. A 30-foot setback along West Tyvola from the back of curb. And they do commit to a number of transportation improvements, including changes and improvements to Tyvola Road, dedication of right-of-way for future street extension, and a bus shelter. They also commit to a number of design standards relating to building materials, scale and massing of buildings, treatment of blank walls, and limitations on blank walls, and building and unit entrances. Staff is recommending approval of this petition upon the resolution of outstanding issues. The proposed land use is consistent for the majority of the site with the residential, office, and/or retail recommendations, and is also consistent with the Southwest District Plan recommendation for the area that is greenway and park and open space. As we looked at this, our basis for our recommendation is that this is a vacant parcel in an area with a mix of industrial, institutional, office, and residential, as well as undeveloped land. And the site also abuts the Renaissance Golf Course. We think that multifamily is consistent with the existing residential development at City Park across Tyvola, and that this will add more housing options to the area, especially for the employees in the Coliseum area, which is largely office and light industrial. We also think that multifamily and elderly housing on this site would complement the abutting county golf course and proposed greenway. So again, we are recommending approval, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon. Are there, okay, so we have only speakers signed up in support. Keith McVeigh, Andrew Miller, Lee Cochran, and Scott Kiger. Mr. McVeigh.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, no Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council, members of the Zoning Committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen, assisting Laurel Street Partners with the petition. As you mentioned, with me tonight is Lee Cochran with Laurel Street Partners. I want to thank Laura for their help with this petition. We will be working with the staff to resolve the remaining issues listed in the staff analysis. We're confident we can do that. Laurel Street, as many of you are familiar with, is a Charlotte-based firm specializing in high-quality residential communities for working families and seniors. The principals are Dion Nelson, who's the president and CEO, Lee Cochran, and Andy, who are part of the development team for the site. As Laura mentioned, site about 17 acres just on the, I'm going to say the west side of West Tyvola, across from City Park. Originally zoned as part of or in conjunction with City Park to be additional commercial development for out parcels, gas station, convenience stores, maybe some restaurants with drive-through windows. The proposed zoning is urban residential to allow up to 200 units, 80 of which would be age-restricted units. Here's our proposed plan, as Laura mentioned, and a little gap here. Buildings up on the street, parking behind. We are working with Greenway to provide this area for Greenway dedication. One access off Tyvola lines up with the main signalized access to City Park. We will be doing a pedestrian refuge island in Tyvola Road to allow the residents of the community to access the commercial uses that are part of City Park. And then future Greenway connections at the rear of the site. The site is aligned with City Council October 2016 community letter regarding affordable and workforce housing units. At a minimum of 120 of these units will be at 120% or less of AMI. That's part of the commitment of the plan and will be added to the plan as a commitment. Here's some representative examples of the architectural look for the site. The site will include specific designs and high quality materials. This is the non-age restricted buildings similar to that. The age restricted buildings would be similar to these. Some typical amenities that are part of the development of the site. And then just quickly overview of what we're doing. 17.5 acres, approximately 80 age-restricted units, and then 120 non-age restricted units. I know Lee wanted to say a few words.
I just wanted to thank both the City Council. We were back before you in February when you agreed to sell us this land and we put it under contract. I wanted to thank Tony and Angela, who are here from City Real Estate, and Pam from Neighborhood Housing and Neighborhood Services for the great cooperation we've had as we've kind of worked to develop this plan. I don't have a lot to add other than we love the mix of obviously retail that's going in at City Park right now, recreational uses, the VA being built just down the street, so employment opportunities. It's just a great mix, and what we would like to add is that affordable senior and mixed income workforce housing to that mix.
Thank you very much. That's the 3 minutes, and now I'll open up to any questions from council. Councilor Phipps.
Yeah, the 80 age-restricted units, will all of those be enclosed in this one building altogether?
Yes, sir. The age-restricted building is the one on the left-hand side of the site plan, if we could get it back up, but they would all be in the one unit. The age-restricted units and the non would share a common amenity. Would share the pool. The age-restricted building would also have some of its own amenities within the building, but that's the age-restricted building itself.
So there'll be more units in that building other than the 80 units, or that's exclusive 80 units?
Exclusive. Okay. Exclusive 80 units of age-restricted.
And you say that the amenities for that unit will be included in that building as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It will be.
I was confused because they had another amenity feature close to the standard units.
Well, this is the clubhouse pool area, and I believe the seniors will have access to that as well. But they also have their own amenities within their building, but they're sharing a pool as a common amenity between the two types of units.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir.
Okay. Any other questions? I have a question, I guess, more for staff, and we talked about this at the lunch meeting. Several of us noticed that the 74 projected students that would come from this development will increase capacity for Steel Creek Elementary from 141% to 149%, and from Olympic up to 165%. And this is just one development in those feeder areas for those schools, and what I'd like to have from Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools is any information they can provide for future scheduled construction or addition to existing schools that's going to help accommodate 3 more classrooms, really. As we continue to approve these kind of multifamily units and even townhomes and homes, we keep adding to our schools, and I think we should try to coordinate better with our school system to see how we align with schools that they have planned. I know there's a lot of uncertainty in whether the bonds will pass, what the project order will be, but there certainly is a schedule, even if it's an estimate, of when school replacements and overflow, et cetera, are supposed to be alleviated. And if we can get information on that, especially when it is as high as 165% of capacity, that seems to be pretty high. So if we can get whatever we can from them to kind of indicate how the relief for those schools is going to happen, even if it's 3 or 4 years from now, because the project clearly will take some time, I'd like to see that we're trying to coordinate.
We will work with the Board of Ed staff to see what kind of better information we can get on these cases.
That'd be great. Yeah, whatever we can get that will help us kind of put those pieces of the puzzle together. Certainly. That'd be super. Okay. Any further questions? Is there a motion to close?
Move to close.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay.
Okay. Item number 18 is petition 2017-068 by Hopedale Builders, Inc. 0.4 acres on the south side of Faison Avenue, and Ms. Harmon's going to tell us about this one as well.
Yes, this is 2 parcels on Faison Avenue between Brevard and North Davidson, and you can see them outlined in yellow. The request to go from single family to urban residential conditional to allow, as currently stated on the site plan, up to 12 single-family attached units. This is within about 1/3 of a mile of the 25th Street station on the Lynx Blue Line extension. It is down here off of the map, but it is in proximity to that station. You can see it's an interesting zoning pattern in this area. You have single-family zoning on most of this side of the block, as well as across the block. Directly across, though, from 2 of the parcels, you have, or one of the parcels, the kind of larger parcel, you have office and industrial, and then to the rear you have TOD zoning. So a mix of zoning districts in the area. And future land use, again, a mixture of uses. Majority of this area surrounding the parcels is for transit-oriented development. There is a recommendation for residential up to, I believe it was 6 units an acre, but then a note in the plan that under certain conditions, especially with design guidelines, that a higher density would be appropriate. This is the actual proposal for the case. Again, stated as 12 townhome units, though I think you might hear from the petitioner's agent that there are fewer units than that proposed out here, and are to be no more than 2 units per building. The units will face Faison. even though they're facing largely parking lot and an eating, drinking, entertainment establishment across the street. They are setting up for, if any of these were to redevelop in the future, buildings that will face phase-in. They specify building materials. They indicate there will be a 14-foot setback along phase-in, which is actually larger than many of the homes on that street, and also have some design characteristics with respect to raised grade of the buildings, if they're close to the street, usable porches and stoops. So staff is recommending approval of this petition. It is consistent with the Blue Line extension recommendation for residential use, but technically inconsistent with the density of up to 6 units per acre. The property is on a street that has a mixture of uses, single-family detached, duplex, commercial, and vacant land. We do think that the proposed duplex units will provide new housing on vacant lots to complement the existing duplex and detached single-family homes. And while the proposed density is greater than what was specified in the plan, again, the plan does state that a moderate density residential, and that's what we would consider this, could be supported if designed to be consistent with the community design section of the plan. And we believe that it has been, particularly by orienting buildings to the street, the treatment of parking, and providing porches and stoops similar to the surrounding single-family dwellings. So again, staff is recommending approval of this upon resolution of the outstanding issues.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Harmon. We have speakers signed up for and against. So first, we'll hear from the petitioner, Colin Brown. You have 10 minutes.
Mayor Roberts, council members, Colin Brown with K&L Gates on behalf of the petitioner, Hopedale Builders. Brett Taylor from Hopedale is with us tonight, along with Thomas from DRG, who's doing our site planning. Hopedale Builders are a local builder, mostly doing custom homes. This is one of Brett's ventures into the NODA neighborhood. And as Laura mentioned, she had a great aerial. I think it's better than the ones that I'm going to show you. What's interesting about Faison Street. So Faison Street, as Councilmember Kinsey tells me every time, is stay away from Brooks's Sandwich Shop. But on one side is Brooks's, and they have a surface parking lot. And on the other side of Faison Street is this row of lots. Historically, I think if you look back at it, most of them have been duplexes, triplexes. The lots that we're talking about today had existing duplexes on them at one time. Some may have been converted from duplexes to single families, but historically this has been these were not single family homes, they were duplexes, triplexes. So the question becomes, what happens with Faison Street in the future? This is one of those sites that looks ripe for redevelopment, for someone to come in and buy up the row and do a massive redevelopment. And I think Councilmember Kinsey has discouraged us from doing that in many cases where the existing neighborhood try to have some development that's more context sensitive. And so having a local custom home developer come in and look at these, Brett's been able to do that. So as Laura mentioned, we got 2 separate lots. This one right here is vacant. This currently has 2 homes on it, which were at one point duplexes. The plan, although the request says up to 12 units, it's funny, it was so shocking to me that Brett was only proposing a small number. I didn't quite understand it, so we asked for 12, but the maximum would be 6. The plan is currently showing 5 units. So you can see here on these 2 lots that are together, there would be 2 buildings, there would be a duplex on each lot. Right now, the lot that is standalone has just 1 unit on it. And so this is really not a density increase over what has been there before. We need the reason these lots are very tight. Faison Street has no improvements now. There's no sidewalk, no curb, no parking, everything's on the street. So we need some of the design flexibility from this district to allow us to dedicate a little bit more right-of-way. And then you'll see these units, which are pretty innovative, because Faison Street has got to expand, and then there's a creek back here. So there's very little area to use. So what has been designed is a very small footprint duplex. The footprint on these is about 450 square feet. There would be the site drops off as you go to the rear, so you would come in on a driveway, park in a garage behind the site, and then there would be 3 levels of living, but it's a very small footprint. one of the questions that the neighborhood had, I understand there's a speaker in opposition. I have not talked with her ahead of time. We had a lot of outreach with the community. We've been to the NODA Association 3 times now. I believe that we have their support. And one of the things that Laura mentioned was, well, how is this going to work in the context of the street? I think the neighborhood was happy that this was not going to be one massive redevelopment. So they understood that it would need to be pretty innovative. So what you see in this visual is the gray crosshatches are the existing structures. So on 2 of the lots, there are existing structures. Then, if you can see in this lighter color, it shows the footprint of the new buildings. And this shows a couple things. One, the relationship to the street. The existing homes are right on the back of the street. There's no parking, no sidewalk. So the new units within here, these would actually be a little bit further back from the street, as Laura mentioned. And then you also see that the footprints are smaller, especially this one. This is a single unit here. Its footprint's much smaller than the ones next to it. So I think the neighborhood appreciated the context sensitivity of it. The biggest conversation that we're having with the neighborhood now, and if they're watching, I want to be sure I mention it, is there's some frustration with the neighborhood about all new developments coming in and imposing a new streetscape, a 8-foot planting strip, an 8-foot sidewalk, which I always think the neighbors will like, but in this neighborhood, NODA thinks that we're really changing the bones of what was an older neighborhood. So we met with them as recently as last week, and we'd like to insert a note to give the flexibility if the city were to approve it. There could be a large back of curb sidewalk with the planting strip behind that to provide flexibility if the city approves it. That's something the neighborhood feels is important, not to add kind of this jagged tooth. And I do think they do not feel like the large 8-foot planting strip is reflective of their community. So we'd put in the option if the city would be okay with it, we'd do it that way. I think my client is willing to do either way. So that's our discussions with them. Like I said, I've not heard from the adjoining owner. Happy to respond as best I can. But as Laura mentioned, the vision going on, one of the things we've talked to the neighborhood about it is if this rezoning is approved and Brett develops these, this will ensure that Faison Street will not be a big hulking development on this side of the street. He set it up where there's a driveway coming in and it could link to adjoining parcels. So if the owners of these decided to develop in a similar manner, there may be the opportunity to connect driveways, so those are all shared and we don't have just driveway. That's the vision of it. Have spent a good amount of time with the neighborhood going over architectural designs and agreeing to those. That's all I have. We'll hear from other speakers and I'll address as I can.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brown. Signed up to speak against this petition is Shannon Herring. And you have 10 minutes.
So I'd like to start by saying that I'm here representing the majority of other homeowners on Faison Avenue in opposing this development proposal. There are 3 of us that own homes on the street that are against this proposal for the various reasons, the following reasons. One thing that didn't stand out in the previous presentation is the fact that these buildings are proposed to be 3-story structures. And the houses that are on Faison right now are very small, 1-level bungalows. And the building that is immediately adjacent to my house is planned to be erected 5 feet from the property line. My house is maybe 5 feet from the property line. They'd be very close together. My house is actually setting down from the street a few feet as well, so it would be, the comparison would be more like a 3.5-story structure right on top of it. There would be no privacy, it would block sunlight, it would hurt property values and make it difficult for me to sell my home in the future. And it would also, with these high-end buildings going in, large structures such as these seem that they would cost more and would be uneconomical for a developer to come in down the road to redevelop the whole street. And that is something that we as homeowners are open to, but that eliminates our options. It eliminates our ability to consider development opportunities. It eliminates our ability to sell our homes for a reasonable price. Real estate and notice should be going up, not down. And this would seriously affect our property values. We're concerned about the, I guess one thing that doesn't make sense to me is the fact that this is not a high-density proposal. If it's going to be one single unit next to my house, why is it not being proposed to be a single-family home for the same square footage? I'm not sure why that's not possible. Why does it have to be a 3-story structure? The structures, we've seen renderings of the structures. They're very unattractive. They don't fit with the character of NODA. This was expressed at the Neighborhood Association meeting. I was unable to attend that meeting, but I had a proxy there in my place, and he explained everything that happened. From what I understand, when the vote took place, people were very torn about it. One of the sentiments that was expressed was that anything is better than what's there now, because Hopedale Properties has had their buildings non-maintained and boarded up for a long time. It's been an eyesore. And surely there are other options than three-story buildings to replace those structures that could give the same level of density, the same level of character that NODA wants to see retained. Now, the streetscape itself is also another issue, not just the structures being unattractive, but it'll be a scattered streetscape. You'll have a little tiny house, a big three-story structure, little tiny house, two big story structures, another little tiny house. It doesn't make sense. It would look terrible from the streetscape. And again, hurting property values. I just ask that you please consider asking the builders to consider a different format for these buildings, something smaller, something lower, something more in character with the neighborhood, and something that won't be detrimental to the property values of the homeowners on Faison, because the majority of us do oppose this. We think surely there are other options. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herring. And Mr. Brown, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Again, I'm caught a little flat-footed. This is the first I've heard from anyone in opposition to the project. I think we've been pretty visible. I think the speaker mentioned a vote. It's my understanding that the Neighborhood and Business Association did vote to support the project. If I can have our slide back up, I would say, I would acknowledge what the speaker said, that if this is developed with these duplexes, I think it sets the tone for the street. I think it does prevent the opportunity for a much larger development in the future. Our understanding is that had been what a lot of folks in the neighborhood were interested in. I can see how the owners of these lots, and I believe these are owned by entities, they might like to see something more dense developed. But this is an opportunity to have duplexes. To talk about the scale of the development and to answer why this has been designed in this way, again, there's no streetscape, there are no parking for any of the homes on the street. In order to develop a new duplex, and this is the one besides the speaker's home, you can see this footprint compared to the footprint of her home. I think the footprint of her home is about is about 1,500 square feet. The footprint of the proposed structure, which is only one unit, which could be considered single family, is about 450. So the footprint is smaller. What's happening is it's going up in height. The reason is for the expansion of the Faison right-of-way, to add sidewalk, to add a driveway, to come around behind the site. So you've got to put those things somewhere. And when you do that, the footprint gets smaller. But these units would not dwarf. The entire heated square footage on this new unit adjacent to the speaker is about 1,785 square feet. The existing structure next door is about 1,344 square feet. So we're talking about 300 square feet bigger. It is taller for the reasons that I've mentioned to you. There's been some discussion about the architecture. This is a challenging site, and this is a way to bring to you guys what I feel like we talk about a lot, are units that are reasonably sized. Hopedale Builders intends to maintain.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Are there questions from council? Councilmember Eisel.
Mr. Brown, it sounds like the residents got to see images of what the units are going to look like. Oh, yeah, could you go back to that?
Sure.
There we go.
This is a, if you'd like me to talk through it, I can. This is a 2-unit structure.
Okay. They're different. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilor Phillips.
We don't have an elevation that would show this adjacent to an existing structure or nothing, do we?
We could do that. I'll tell you that the conversations that I've understand, I don't know what the speaker might say, but I feel like for these structures that are adjacent, the intention is that they would be redeveloped in the future. So I don't think it's a question of these being long-term structures. However, if someone liked that rendering, this is to show you the footprint and the setback. I'm sure we could render up an elevation if you'd like.
So we'd like to see that.
Yeah, I would like to see that. It is hard to have a look at it and to have house and then this very unusual structure next to houses and then this, it's kind of a hodgepodge. And then when you don't know what's going to be filled in between it on either side, I understand we can't dictate the form of the whole street or of the building itself, but it would help to have the complete picture.
Any other questions? Is there a motion to close the hearing?
Close.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Brown. Okay, item 19 is petition 2016-126 by Luxity LLC. Council District 2, Councilmember Austin, and Ms. Keplinger is going to tell us about this one.
Need the remote, excuse me. This property is located in the Uptown area and actually in 3rd Ward off of Margaret Brown Street. This is Margaret Brown. This is South Sycamore. This is the Irvin Creek Greenway. This is South Irwin Street. This is it's in the Uptown Center City Activity Center. You can again see the property. So the request is to go from UR1 Urban Residential to UR2 CD, Urban Residential Conditional. The petitioner is asking for 7 attached dwelling units at a density of 25.9 units per acre on a vacant lot. One thing I do want to mention in your agenda under the proposed request details, there is a typo and it says that the buildings are detached, and that's incorrect. They are attached. So looking at this, the Central District Plan from 1993 actually shows this property as being park in Greenway area. And you can see how this is shown here. But the prevailing plan for this area is the Charlotte Center City 2020 Vision Plan, which does encourage preservation of the neighborhood and enhances the center city neighborhoods. So the request is to allow the 7 units along Sycamore and Margaret Brown. There's an 8-foot planting strip with 6-foot sidewalks installed along both of the public streets. Garage access for the attached units from the internal private driveway off of Margaret Brown Street. Trash and recycling, which is something we talk about a lot on some of these smaller infill projects, will be handled by rollout containers. And the petitioner has included architectural treatments related to the building materials, the building entrances, the unit entrance locations, and a note that the planning department will review the building elevations prior to submitting for land development review. There is a sidewalk for easy access, which is located on this side of the units, between the units and the existing single-family home. Again, here's the drive entry, and there's Sycamore Street. These are the elevations along Margaret Brown and along South Sycamore. And this is the one that the single-family home would see right beside of it. So that's called the sidewalk elevation. So this petition, the property is located, as I said, in 3rd Ward. A lot of the properties that are along this street are single-family residential, but we do have some multifamily residential along Irwin, at the intersection of Irwin and Margaret Brown. On other nearby streets and on other streets nearby. The appropriate height and density, higher density residential for this location is appropriate because it's across from the Fraser Park and it's on a corner and it's located in an urban neighborhood with a range of housing types. It's designed to complement the single-family homes along Margaret Brown by having 14-foot setbacks, architectural details such as the porches and the other fenestration, and a 40-foot height, which is the base for the single-family residential homes. They're also providing the 8 and 6 sidewalk and planting strip, as I mentioned, along both streets. So from a staff perspective, this petition is consistent with the Charlotte Center City 2020 vision. While the plan does not make an actual land use recommendation for the site, it does encourage the preservation and the enhancement of Center City neighborhoods. Be happy to answer any questions.
Madam Mayor.
Okay. Yes, Councilmember Austin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. Tammy, what is the distance between the house and the trees that are going to line the petition?
I'm sorry, what is the difference between
the distance between the actual house that's next door to this particular project? Because I went out there and it just seems close. I'm just trying to get a better understanding. I know the petitioner now, wherever he's at,
That may be a question we need to defer to the petitioner, as I'm not sure that I can read that off of the site plan, Mr. Austin.
Okay, thank you. I'll wait. I got other questions.
Okay, well, we've got the petitioner can speak for 3 minutes. We've got Daniel Merlin, Samuel Walker, Zeb Moser, and Jason Jobber here. Welcome. And since there's only people signed up to speak in favor, you have 3 minutes. Welcome.
I know that's not it.
Not yet.
Trying to find the right one.
That's right.
Good? Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of the to UR2 CD in order to provide a smoother transition among the apartments to the homes on Margaret Brown Street. With the current zoning, they could build by right 2 duplexes on each site. So they could have 8 units total with the current zoning. What they're asking City Council to approve is 7 units total. The petitioners feel that this would provide a better flow throughout the site itself. It wouldn't be as disjointed with a number of different duplexes, and based on our meetings with the community, I believe they agree. We've met with community and planning staff a number of times to review the site and to make revisions. All units will have 2-car garages that face interior, nothing facing the street, and we've reoriented the end units on Margaret Brown so that they look like single-family houses from the street and will match the setback of the other homes there. We've also removed all balconies facing the neighbors to avoid noise or visual issues, and we've increased the buffer between the neighbor and this project. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Walker so he can talk about more design elements and the site itself.
Thank you. Councilman Austin, just for your reference, I believe there is about 6 to 8 feet from the adjacent single family to their property line, and then we have about 10 to 12 feet between our property line and our building. Which you can see, on this slide here, we provided an evergreen buffer so that there is some acoustic and visual privacy between the 2 parcels of land. We can get the exact distance on the single family, but I do not have that off the top of my head. Very briefly, as Danny touched on, really the big part of the design on this site is making sure that these units do appear as single family, not only on Margaret Brown, but also on Sycamore, which you can see here. So we've kind of broken them down. This elevation, again, is a little bit misleading because it shows everything in the same plane. But if you refer back to the site plan, we've got some backwards and forwards as it moves along South Sycamore.
That's your 3 minutes, but we may have more questions, so you can. Councilor Austin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to say to petitioners, you guys have come a long way with this, right?
Thank you very much.
Appreciate that. You know, I have been opposed to so much new multifamily in Third Ward, but as I began to work with you guys with your particular project, it does have a better feel. And I was happy to find that the organization to preserve Third Ward was supportive of it. So thank you for doing that. So you answered my question about the distance between the house and the, so what class trees are those, so that I'm understanding?
We're going to try an evergreen buffer so that it remains kind of visually separated throughout the year.
Okay, I don't know all my trees and plants, so is that like 50 feet, 60 feet? Or
Yeah, I probably wouldn't be any higher than maybe 20, 25 feet. And the goal of those is that they would kind of grow tall rather than grow out towards either the single family or the multifamily.
So that's going to align all down between the neighbor?
Yeah, kind of like a hedge almost.
Right. And so the response from the neighbor right to your right is positive?
Yes, very much so. We've actually worked with them to make sure that we don't have any kind of public space on their side, so we don't have any balconies overlooking their house. That was their one request.
So lastly, so 2-car garages on each one of these, what's the solution to guests, or what are they supposed to do?
Currently, right now, there is ample, well, there's on-street parking, excuse me, that's allowed. It is a busy area because of the location, because of the park. Guests, there will not be any parking spaces provided in the driveway, but guests would be expected to be able to park along South Sycamore and Margaret Brown.
And do I have a elevation vision? Is that what you gave me earlier? Do I have an understanding, the type of, what is the type of materials?
Yeah, the type of materials is trying to fit in seamlessly with Margaret Brown. So we've got a lot of Crossman bungalows. We've got a couple of mixed, multifamily buildings that we're going to make sure that we try and stay away from. Really, you can see the kind of design character of the single-family home here will be something that we look for similarities within our design. So it'll have horizontal siding, roof shingles, kind of a single-family residential look to it.
So I have a question for you. I'm sorry, Mayor, just a few more. What are we looking at in this? What is?
So we were just going to introduce Zeb and Jason there with Vista Homes. This is a collage of the types of projects that they've completed to date. They started with projects like a single-family home renovation and then an addition on top of that. They are now moving into new developments such as what we're talking about today, as well as these pictures. In fact, this middle right picture here is their most recent completed home, which is somewhat similar to the character that you might find.
But again, these are not this project.
These are not this project,
so
correct.
You're going to be giving us elevations more so that reflect that beyond what we have here.
Yes, we can do, yeah. And I understand perhaps if we need to add some color to these elevations, we can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Fallon?
Yeah, do you have any renderings of these?
We do not currently in the slide packet, but we can provide them.
Would you?
Yep, absolutely.
Any other questions? Okay.
So I wanted to ask, where are you from?
Originally from England.
Thank you. I thought we could distinguish a little bit of an accent.
Long time
Welcome
ago.
to Charlotte.
Thank you very much.
Move to close.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you very much. Gentlemen. Item 20 is petition 2017-039 by Beacon Partners, 3.5 acres on the northeast intersection of South Tryon Street. And this is Council District 3, Councilor Mayfield. He's not with us, but Ms. Keplinger is going to tell us about this one.
Yes, ma'am. This property is located on Winona, South Tryon, West Bland, and Winifred Street. You can see it outlined in the yellow. This is the Bland Street Station, the blue line track alignment, and there's the Carson Street Station, so you can see it's close proximity to two of our stations. The request is to go from I-2, general industrial, to TODMO, transit-oriented development mixed use with five-year vested rights. So the adopted future land use plan does call for transit-oriented mixed-use development for this site. So the proposal itself is for a multi-story building with commercial ground floor, residential uses and structured parking wrapped by the residential units. It has 16-foot setbacks and 8-foot sidewalks and trees and grates and on-street parking on the adjacent streets. There's a 7,000 square foot plaza area with pedestrian paths and entrances that open onto the plaza from the building. They provide different architectural treatments related to building materials, building massing, modulation. They have optional provisions to allow additional building height in excess of the TOD standard, which is 120 feet. They are asking to go to 170 feet. Staff feels like this is okay for this location due to its proximity from single-family residential in the nearby Wilmore neighborhood. There's actually a commercial area between this site and the Wilmore neighborhood that provides a little more protection for that neighborhood. In terms of the elevations, you can see this is the partial courtyard elevation, partial Bland Street, Winona elevation, and the South Tryon Street elevations. And these are some other renderings that the petitioner has shown to indicate what the building looks like. This petition is consistent with the South End Transit Station Area Plan recommendation for mixed-use transit supportive development with the greatest of intensity within a quarter mile of the Bland Street Transit Station, and staff is recommending approval.
Thank you, Ms. Keplinger. We have the petitioner signed up, Colin Brown. You have 3 minutes.
Mayor Roberts, council members, Colin Brown with K&L Gates on behalf of the petitioner. Joining me tonight, this has multiple components. The office component, Mike Harrell from Beacon Partners, and David Furman is working on the residential component. This is a significant development in South End. Pleased that we are not seeing opposition tonight. You're not hearing a lot of voices. A lot of that credit goes to the development team. We kicked off this project about a year ago with a community meeting. Credit to the guys at the Charlotte Agenda. If you want to get guys from South End together, have them write a story. They did a story just to say this is a blank slate. Some guys in that team drew up some concepts for what could be vision there, and that kind of gave us something to talk about at the meeting. From the meeting, we came up with a list of ideas from the community. They wanted something mixed use. They did not want just another big apartment development. Public space was important. The common market was going away, and there was a little bit of public space. They talked about the importance of that. To have residential uses along the minor streets, that the parking deck, there would have to be a large parking structure for an office building, would like that to be screened. If they had to go high, do something cool. But there was not a lot of pushback at height at that meeting. And so from that, kind of those being the focus points, the Beacon team working with Mr. Furman came away with this plan, and it is really oriented around a common public open space. Instead of one monolithic building, you've got kind of two wing buildings that front that. This is the parking structure, which is screened from the less intense street by a wrap of residential, which Mr. Furman is working on. Access points are off the minor streets. We've provided some conceptual elevations. As Tammy mentioned, we're requesting up to 170 feet of height. This which is about 10 stories. This rendering is only about 8. That may be the plan. Beacon wanted the ability, if they land just a wonderful tenant that would love to be here in South End, they wanted the ability to go up to 10 to achieve that. In order to go to that height, we've really done a lot with the architecture to make it not look like one giant imposing building. The wing building step back, really oriented around this center area here. That's to show you the focus on that open space public area, give you a couple ideas of those. This looks like you can see to the sky. You would actually, in this photo, you would see the parking structure would be there. So these are the renderings of the office component that Beacon is working on. Mr. Furman is still working on his concepts for the residential that will wrap the parking deck. I think that's covered it. Happy to answer any questions. If you have questions for the development team, happy to let them answer as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. Any questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem.
In our notes that we were provided under our transportation, there was a note about the setback. I'm not sure who to ask this, but has it been resolved for the left turn lane that's anticipated?
Yes, we believe that's, and CDOT will confirm on our revised plan, but CDOT would like to have room for a left turn lane going north. Did not ask us to build it, just ask us to confirm our building was far enough back. We're showing on-street parking in that area. What would happen is that on-street parking would go away, become a travel lane, and that would work. The building would not have to shift.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Phipps.
Is this all spec office, or have you all tried to get any pre-leasing done?
I think the Beacon team is working on that. I think they're pleased. To my understanding, there's not someone lined up to take this, but interest is good, and that's why we'd like the ability, if they get that right tenant, to go ahead and take it to 10 stories so we can get them in here and get some jobs right by the transit station.
Any other questions?
Move to close. Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Brown. Item 21 is petition 2017-058 by the Keith Corporation, 11 acres on the north side of West W.T. Harris Boulevard. Council District 2, Councilor Roston. And Ms. Harmon's going to tell us about this one.
Okay, this is the subject property outlined in yellow. It is on West W.T. Harris Road at Mallard Creek Road. The request to go from RE1, which is a research district, to RE3 optional, which is another research district of a bit greater intensity. And the request is for 150,000 square feet of non-residential uses. There is already a single 80,000 square foot office building on the site, so it would be adding uses to the site. The property is located in the University Research Park Mixed Use Activity Center per the Center's Quarters and Wedges Growth Framework. You can see it's fairly close to the edge of the center, so it's really not in the core, but it still is in the center. And the zoning for this property is RE1, as is much of the property on the same side of W.T. Harris Boulevard. There is some mud zoning, as you see here striped, as well as some office zoning. And then if you go across W.T. Harris, there's again some office, some business, and a lot of RE2 or another intensity of research. The adopted future land use per the University Research Park area plan is actually for office for this site. You can see it in purple, and that is for much of the development in the area surrounding the property. So with respect to the specific proposal, there's Area A, Area B, Area C, and then Area D, which is the existing building. Again, total would be allowed 150,000 square feet of non-residential uses. There could be one accessory drive-through window in Area C, and that could be provided as an accessory to a bank or a financial institution, a pharmacy, or an eating, drinking, entertainment establishment, subject to standards related to the location of the service lanes, not being in the area along the street, orientation of the drive-through, screening of the service lanes, and if it is an eating, drinking, entertainment drive-through, a restaurant drive-through, then it would have to be part of a multi-tenant building, and it could not be the major tenant of that. So really working to accommodate the accessory drive-through window, but not in such a way that it detracts from the concept for the area. The buildings on the site limited to 50 feet, and there are optional provisions related to the drive-through setbacks, planting strips, and sidewalks, some locations of parking and maneuvering, particularly in light of the fact that a portion of the building is already, or a portion of the site is already developed with a single building. And there are also transportation commitments related to street connections, sidewalks, planting strips, and a multi-use path along W.T. Harris. And finally, there are commitments to design standards related to blank walls, glass windows, pedestrian connectivity, architecture, and so on. This is a petition that staff is supporting. The office uses are consistent with the University Research Park Area Plan recommendation for office. However, the retail and eating, drinking, and entertainment that could potentially be on the site is inconsistent. So we looked at that pretty closely and determined that while those uses are technically inconsistent, we still think that the development meets the overall intent for the area by one, diversifying uses in the area. This will complement much of the office that is already out there, but provide some additional types of uses to supplement and complement that with the retail and eating, drinking, and entertainment that would provide additional goods and services to the employees, residents, and visitors of the area. So one, we think that's a benefit. Secondly, they're intensifying the site. If you look at the site, it's a single building kind of plopped in the middle, and we think that this is doing a good job of better utilizing the site, bringing buildings up along the street, and resulting in a better product and a better use of land. And finally, with many of our rezonings, most of our rezonings, they are installing new sidewalk, but they're also adding a multi-use path, which is part of a larger network, and they are adding streetscape, and all of that will make this a better pedestrian environment. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon. We have petitioner signed up to speak in favor: Bridget Grant, Andy Lawler, and Mansour Edlin. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Roberts, Mayor Pro Tem Lyles, members of council, and members of the zoning committee. My name is Bridget Grant. I'm with Moore & Van Allen, and we are assisting the Keith Corporation. I'm here tonight with Andy Lawler on the rezoning of the property at W.T. Harris and Medical Plaza Drive. As Laura mentioned, you can see on the site that it's a single office building, approximately 70,000 square feet on 11 acres. So it is a fairly underutilized site. I'm not going to try to repeat. Laura did an amazing job of describing the existing zoning conditions. We broke it into 4 development areas. Development Area A is a potential new commercial, office, or retail. Development Area B, there's an existing office building in Development Area D, but Development Area B also has a dental surgery center that's currently in permitting right now under the existing zoning. We're rezoning this because it does allow them the additional development opportunities for the 11-acre site. Smaller parcels aren't permitted in RE1 zoning designations, so we're looking at the RE3 zoning designation to allow that intensification that Laura mentioned. It does provide an extension of JNPs through the site to Mallard Creek Road, and the RE3 design standards, as well as the provisions of the conditional zoning, provide a higher level of design standards and a higher level of quality architecture for the site. Redevelopment of the site provides for pedestrian connections around the periphery of this site, and I'll show you a few photos to show you can see that people are, in fact, walking along W.T. Harris. And as Laura mentioned, we provide the potential mix of uses that supports the goal of the University Research Park. This next slide shows the breakdown of the development areas. Again, Development Area D has the existing 70,000 square foot office building on it, and Development Area B is in permitting right now for a proposed medical office use. So really the balance of the project would be impacted in Development Area C and Development Area A. Just to give you a little bit of an idea on the existing conditions and the proposed connections, this is the existing office building from W.T. Harris. You can see that there are footpaths going from the office building along W.T. Harris, where we'll be providing the multi-use path. We have some existing conditions on the site that we're trying to work around. It's an NC-DOT road, so there's controlled access, and there's a substantial existing detention basin that we're going to work around to provide that pedestrian connection. On Medical Plaza, we already have an established streetscape and street trees, so we are working with urban forestry and planning. One of the optional provisions is to provide a narrower planting strip and sidewalk than typical, and then to have the existing trees remain behind the sidewalk. This is the existing site plan again. I'm not going to repeat what Laura has already described. And then, as she mentioned, we do have the ability to have one drive-through use, but only if it is done as part of a multi-tenant building, and this is just a conceptual image that's not included in the rezoning.
That's your 3 minutes.
But it didn't have much more.
Thank you. And, I'll open up to council questions. Councilmember Fallon?
Yeah. Is this being built on spec?
The dental surgery center is already, like I said, in permitting, and so the other two options, they're developing the potential for future, and they don't have tenants in mind.
Because there is a development right across from it that's almost empty, that was medical offices and stuff, and totally empty, so I don't know why there's a need for this there.
Their current office building with 70,000 square feet is occupied and tenanted, and so they're building off of the dental surgery center as another tenanted building and trying to continue to build out the 11 acres with complementary uses.
Any other questions? Councilor Austin?
Thank you. I had an opportunity to come out to the site, and I do agree that we need to maximize its use a little bit. Go back to what you were talking about in terms of the uses with the drive-through and the coffee shop. Can you explain that a little bit more?
They have agreed to limit the only ability that they would have to provide a drive-through use on the site is if they did it as part of a multi-tenant building, where the drive-through use was the smaller portion, not to exceed 2,000 square feet of a multi-tenant building, and that the drive-through cannot be oriented to Medical Plaza Drive or to W.T. Harris, so it has to be internal to the site with all circulation internal to the site. No 360 drive-throughs around the building.
Okay, great. That's all I had.
Okay. Any other questions? Oh, Mayor Pro Tem?
I would like to ask the staff to help me. Mallard Creek is showing up often in a number of the petitions, and Bridget, this is not about the specific rezoning petition, but could we see see a drawing or some information about the number of cars, what time of travel is peak, and which of the rezoning petitions impact the number of cars around Mallard Creek? I feel like we're getting a number of them one at a time, and I'm not sure that I could understand the overall impact of it. So could we take a look at just that? I would also like if the staff has recommendations for improvements along Mallard Creek that might be even funded under our capital program, or should be recommended, or may be recommended for funding. I shouldn't say should be. May be recommended for funding for Mallard Creek and the area, so that when we start talking about flow of traffic, we are prepared to deal with that. Thank you.
Councilor Phipps?
Yeah, I want to get back to the conceptual drive-through, but I wanted to comment on Ms. Lyles' question. I think what's happened, there's a Mallard Creek and a Mallard Creek Church Road. Right. There are two different roads, but at some point they intersect.
Aren't they kind of in the...
It's not close.
Well, yeah. This comes right off.
There is an intersection.
Right, but it's kind of, I'm just, it does intersect. I just like to see us and see, it's all about moving vehicles and traffic, and particularly around times when employment is occurring, peak hour traffic. I mean, I wouldn't mind including, and just a check-in to see where we need to be, what we funded, and if there's things that we need to be talking about funding, so that we just continue to be prepared around it. So it's just information, not particularly about that.
No, that's a good point. I'm thinking another one we could use that for would be Park Road.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
I mean,
We've talked about that. with
there,
Park Road.
yeah.
We have.
That would be interesting to sort of align all the rezonings and changes along certain corridors. That would give us some sense of, you know, where we stand and where we might go and how congested it's going to get. There may be others too, but Councilmember Romero?
Yes. I didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry, you weren't done yet. Councilmember Phipps.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the drive-through. This drive-through here. Now, this is proposed. It already says it's not consistent. It's inconsistent right now with the plan, but this is going to be proposed for the site that the existing building, office building, is already on, right?
It's on the site, it's on the front corner in Development Area C.
Right, and that's where the medical office building is now, on that track, in that section?
Medical office is shown, or the existing building is shown in Development Area D, so it is in front of it, closest to the corner of W.T. Harris and Medical Plaza Drive.
Okay, yeah, my concern is, I was wondering how the traffic flow would be on this if you have patients or whatever going to the office building. How would the interior flow of this work in and out of the lot there off of Medical Plaza? It seems, you know.
So they actually have a substantial area between the existing building in Development Area D and what's proposed for Development Area C. So they have the ability to direct the traffic and keep it away from the parking area for Development Area D.
Okay, so where would they, so they would come in on Medical Plaza and what? They would somehow loop around through this parking lot, either to go out on Mallet Creek, or would they circle back and come out of Medical Plaza?
They would have to maintain working on that existing spine. And so coming off of Medical Plaza, as you described, the idea of the conceptual building is one of the potential buildings that could be developed on the site, and so they have not done a full site design for exactly how it would be how it would function. What they did was provide the design standards to say they would only circulate internal to the site and limit access to the drive-through that didn't orient toward W.T. Harris or Medical Plaza Drive.
Yeah, I have some reservations about a drive-through there, but that's something that I would hope that you would all look at as we move further with this particular petition.
Well, thank you.
Looking kind of similar to another project, right?
Councilmember Romero.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As we look at the traffic study for Mallard Creek and Mallard Creek Church, can we look at the research park, because that's where the traffic comes in and out to W.T. Harris and Mallard Creek Road? And what I'm concerned about, specifically this project, we are talking about drive-through here, and especially around between 5 to 6 p.m., there is bumper-to-bumper traffic there as people coming out of the Research Drive into W.T. Harris and Mallard Creek Road. So I would like to see that sort of traffic study as we approve new developments on that side.
We will work with CDOT to get some additional information.
Thank you. Especially around the rush hours, so in the morning from about 7 to 9, and in the evening from about 4 to 6.
Move to close.
Second. Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. Item number 22, petition 2017-061 by LVP Berry Hill LLC. This is outside city limits, 42 acres on Perimeter West Drive, south of Wilkinson Boulevard. And Ms. Keplinger is going to tell us about that. And we have 2 folks signed up in favor.
This property is located off of Wilkinson Boulevard on the south side of Wilkinson, just to the west of I-485. This property was actually rezoned in 2004 to allow office and industrial uses, and it's back in tonight for slight modifications to that rezoning. You can see from the site context that 2 buildings have been built on the subject property. When you look at the overall existing zoning map, you can see there is some industrial in this quadrant between Sam Wilson, 485 Wilkinson, and the rail line. The request is to take the property from I-1CD, which is light industrial conditional located in the lower Lake Wiley protected area, and just amend the site plan. It's a site plan amendment. In terms of the adopted future land use, it does recognize the rezoning from 2004 for office and warehouse uses. So the proposed request modifies the development standards that approved up to 42,000 square feet of office and industrial floor areas. It removes 2 conditions. One, that the warehouse distribution space shall be limited to no more than 340,000 square feet, and there was a development alternative 1, that was development alternative 1, and 260,000 square feet for development alternative 2. And then secondly, in the event that a call center was located on the site, the associated floor area would not be counted toward the warehouse or distribution space. So those 2 notes are being removed as a part of the site plan amendment. So originally there were 5 sites to the property. They are combining and now having 4 sites. So 1 and 4 have not yet been developed, 2 and 3 have. So the proposal reduces the number of sites. It identifies those 2 existing buildings and associated parking. And those 2 buildings together consist of about 367,000 square feet. And it identifies the building and parking envelopes for buildings 1 and building 4. The majority of this petition is consistent with the Dixie-Berry Hill Plan recommendation for office and warehouse uses. There's a small portion of the property that's located in the FEMA floodplain, which is recommended for park and open space. But in looking at this petition, staff has determined that it is appropriate for approval because the area is primarily developed for office and warehouse. The subject properties are already developed. It retains all of the use restrictions except for the 2 I mentioned that were approved in 2004. It specifically permits industrial and warehousing uses which are appropriate at this location, and the changes that they're proposing are only minor and will not have negative impacts on the adjacent properties. So staff is recommending approval upon the resolution of outstanding issues.
All right, thank you, Ms. Keplinger, and Mr. McVeigh is here to speak in favor.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council, members of the Zoning Committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen, assisting the petitioner LBP LLC with his zoning request. As Tammy mentioned, fairly simple site plan amendment. The main goal of the site plan amendment is to remove the cap on warehouse distribution space. As Tammy mentioned, 42 acres zoned I-1CD. There are 2 large buildings already built, and those are warehouse distribution space buildings as approved per 2004. This was the original plan. As Tammy mentioned, consolidating this smaller building will not be built. It'll be the two smaller buildings at the top of the site will be built. Originally 340,000 square feet of warehouse distribution. The idea originally was that these would be flex space buildings. There really isn't a definition of flex space in the zoning regulations. Tried to work with the zoning administrator to see what that meant. Not a real clear path to what that actually means. So it was easier just to go ahead and allow some of these new buildings to have warehouse distribution space and eliminate the cap that had previously been put on the petition. All other conditions, as Tammy has mentioned, are implemented except for the option alternative 2. Property has already been dedicated to Greenway for Paw Creek Greenway around the perimeter of the site. Just one thing I would point out, we have the existing square footage of the 2 buildings at 337 versus 362. We'll work with Tammy to get that straight. So a little bit less currently built than is listed in the staff analysis. The two buildings that remain, there's a little bit of expansion space here, but the two buildings that remain would probably be 50,000 square feet or so at most, maybe slightly smaller just due to where they are located and the amount of area left to be developed. Be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McVeigh. Council, any questions? Doesn't look like there are any questions.
Close.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you, Mr. McVeigh. Next, agenda item 23, petition 2017-066 by Craig Calcasola. And there's no one here to speak on this one. This is 0.3 acres on the north side, West Worthington Avenue. Ms. Keplinger.
Yes, ma'am. This property is on West Worthington on the north side, as the mayor just said, at Wickford Place. The site is located in an area that is currently zoned R43 MF CD. There's a lot of R3, R5, and R8 around it, and a little UR2. It is located in the Wilmore Historic District, and the request is to go to UR1 CD, Urban Residential Conditional District. Future land use map shows this as single-family residential. You can see again how the yellow represents other single-family in the area, and the UR, the urban residential, that is immediately to the west. So the proposed request is to allow 4 detached dwelling units with an overall density of 11.4 units per acre. There will be an 8-foot sidewalk and 6-foot planting strip along both of the streets. The minimum lot size for each of the 4 lots will be 4,000 square feet. There's a minimum setback of 21.5 feet measured from the back of curb. The maximum building height is 40 feet. The detached units will be rear loaded and accessed from an alley, which will be 10 feet wide. And the details of the proposed trees that will be saved on the site are also noted. And the site plan specifies the building materials. In terms of this petition, it is consistent with the Central District Plan recommendation for residential uses. The density increase over 4 units per acre is supported by the general development policies, and staff is recommending approval upon the resolution of the outstanding issues.
Thank you, Ms. Keplinger. Since the petitioner is not here to speak, are there any questions from council? Councilor McKenzie.
We've seen single-family lots being subdivided in other parts of the city, and we've had some problems with that. How can this be subdivided into 4 different lots? I mean, how is this different from some of the problems we've had in Freedom Park, Cotswold, when we were talking about the tree save that allowed the subdivision of those lots? What allows the subdivision of this lot?
I may need to get Ms. Harmon to come up and help address that, because she is more familiar with that broader issue dealing with subdivision. But I will say with a lot of these lots, they are not inconsistent in terms of the size with some of the other smaller lots in the area. The placement of these lots with the frontage along Wickford Place is consistent with the other pattern for residential along the side streets in the neighborhood. Laura, do you have anything you'd like to add?
The ordinance does, for different zoning districts, have different standards for lot sizes, widths, depths, and so forth. This obviously needs a rezoning in order to be able to subdivide to the sizes of lots that are being proposed. So frankly, it would be a rezoning that would accommodate this lot size. They could not get to this lot size under the current zoning.
Well, I understand that. That's pretty obvious. But I don't understand how they can divide this one lot into four. What's the frontage?
They would be able to do that.
50 foot, 60 feet, what?
We'll have to look specifically under the urban residential, but they would be able to do that because of the urban residential zoning. That's the difference between where they are now.
Okay, well, that I understand. I don't like it, but I understand it.
Any other questions? Councilor Phipps?
Yeah, they have a note under Charlotte Water. They said that the proposed rezoning is located in an area that Charlotte Water has determined to have limited sanitary sewer system capacity. So, does anyone know what the status of that is, or how's that going to be addressed?
That note was passed along to the petitioner, and the petitioner will address that when they go to get building permitting. That's something that they'll have to deal with at that time.
So the fact that they'll get building permitting, then that means that the petition would have been approved, and then they would have to try to, seems like it should be the other way around, that we should know what's going to happen before.
I know it does appear that way. However, some of the properties that go through rezoning actually don't ever end up in permitting. So it would be putting the cart a little bit before the horse to go through and get your permits for water and sewer before you did your rezoning.
Councilor Fallon?
Yeah, question. These are detached dwellings. How much space do you have in between them?
I don't know that I can read it off of the site plan.
Is it the 5 feet that usually?
10 feet between.
Because you have a line down the middle.
It's 10 feet between each building, 5 on each side of the property line.
5 on either side of the property line.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Move to close.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Opposed? Okay.
Do we even have?
We have just enough people to say it. Okay, item 24 is petition 2017-067 by the Committee to Restore and Preserve Third Ward, Inc. This is 0.17 acres on Margaret Brown Street, and it's Council District 2. That's where Austin, and 24, and there is one speaker signed up in support. Ms. Keplinger.
Yes, ma'am. If you don't know where Margaret Brown Street is after tonight with 2 rezonings on the street, you will definitely know. The other rezoning that we looked at was right across the street. This property is located in the middle of the block between Irwin and Sycamore Street. The request for this is, well, let's go over the land use. It is in the Uptown Center City Activity Center. The existing zoning is UR1, which is residential. The request is to go to MUD optional, mixed use development optional district. Again, it's on the south side of Margaret Brown. The adopted future land use also shows this property as it's in the Central City 2020 plan. It doesn't have a land use recommendation, but it does talk about the preservation of neighborhoods. So the request is to allow the existing residential structure, which is a little bit over 1,300 square feet, plus a 500 square foot addition to the rear to be used as a residence or as a neighborhood meeting space. So it maintains the existing structure on the site. It provides a 30-foot setback measured from the existing curb line. The building height is limited to 40 feet. The signage will not be allowed for the site. And there are a couple optionals that are also requested to allow the reuse of the building. One is to allow the existing 2-foot planing strip and 3-foot sidewalk to remain along the site's frontage, where we normally have an 8 and 6. And to allow relief from the 10-foot building separation required for the rear yard adjacent to the existing residential use. The proposed structure is actually 3 feet from the side and rear yard. So since it is existing, an optional request is needed. So in looking at this petition, again, this is a short street in the 3rd Ward that is primarily developed with single-family homes. There are some multifamily units, as we've talked about earlier. The uses that are proposed are compatible with the immediate area. It maintains the existing single-family structure and continues to contribute to the neighborhood's established character. The petition will provide a small gathering event space for the community, which may be converted back into a single-family residence again, if so desired. So again, the I'm not able to say that plan name, the Charlotte Center City 2020 Vision Plan encourages future development to preserve and enhance the neighborhood, so staff is recommending approval of this petition.
Thank you. And we have, speaking in favor, Chris Ogunrinde. You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, and City Zoning Committee members. My name is Chris Ogunrinde. I'm a resident of 3rd Ward and a board member of the Committee to Restore and Preserve 3rd Ward. The committee was formed by Bank of America as a nonprofit 501c4 organization to partner in the redevelopment of the community, which is 3rd Ward. We are currently under the able leadership of Ms. Gina Woolard, who sits behind me there, and a 5-member board of directors. And thanks to the partnership of Bank of America, we've been able to make this facility a gathering place for our community. We seek this petition to allow the accessory structure to be compliant. Your support for this petition will allow us to continue to serve our community with this wonderful example of craftsman-style architecture that sits in the heart of 3rd Ward. I'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Ogunrinde. Councilor Austin.
Yes, Mayor, members of council, just to bring some context to all of this building, again, has existed there. It's been a meeting place for not only community members, but also other nonprofit organizations at no charge. And this has been a wonderful collaboration for Bank of America, the Committee to Preserve 3rd Ward. There was some historical work that was done in the area to try to make sure we try to keep some integrity. I'm a resident in 3rd Ward as well. So we're trying to hold on to at least a few buildings that look like they used to. Yeah, that's so you understand.
I understand.
So that was all.
All right, thank you.
Sir.
Any other questions?
Move to close.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ogunrinde. Item 25 is petition 2017-055 by Duke Energy, 5 acres on the west side of Toddville Road and south side of Craig Street, Council District 3. And we do have one person signed up to speak in favor. Ms. Keplinger.
Yes, ma'am. This property is located off of Toddville Road at Craig Street. This is a Duke Energy facility most people may be familiar with. And this is a single-family neighborhood that is located immediately north of Craig Street. This property is located in the Mount Holly Road, Highway 16 Industrial Activity Center. Again, you can see it's shown there in the orange. In terms of the existing zoning, the property is zoned R3, single-family residential. The property for the Duke Energy facility is I2. Everything else around it is R3 or R4, and some R17 a little further away. So the request is to rezone from R3 to I2, and the property is in the Lower Lake Valley protected area. Getting ahead. Many years ago, when properties were rezoned, sometimes there was a strip of land that was residential that was left between industrial properties and single-family properties. And one of the ways that we can tell that this may be what happened in this case is because of the exact distance that this measures all the way across. I believe it's about 160 feet. So the request now is to rezone this to I2. Under the R3, it does serve as a spacing buffer for the single-family residential, but there are no landscaping or buffer plantings and tree requirements. So by rezoning it to I2, it allows for part of this property to be used for industrial purposes, and then it will establish a buffer along this perimeter adjacent to the single-family residential neighborhood, and that is a buffer. It's half of a Class A buffer, which is per the ordinance standard. So the property is located between the industrial zone land and the single-family residential. The existing R3 currently provides a transition, but by providing that extra buffer, it'll provide further protection for the neighborhood. The Northwest Plan actually recommends single-family residential at 4 dwelling units per acre. However, we think because of the fact that we will get a buffer along this property line that we currently do not have, that rezoning to industrial is appropriate. Staff is recommending approval.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Keplinger. And Mr. Jim Gamble is signed up in favor. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, members of the Zoning Committee. My name is Jim Gamble with Bowler, and we are representing our client, Duke Energy. Ms. Keplinger did a very nice job of representing our intent for this plan. I will add just a few things. It's the intent of our client just to more or less clean up the zoning. They've been on that property for well over 50 years and want to do some other things on that property as well. Tammy mentioned the buffer, and that is something we fully intend to do along that property with a 100-foot buffer or 75-foot buffer in some areas, perhaps with a berm or other screening. It's not the intent to do any heavy industrial uses on that property. Again, it's more just for training. Our intent is just for more training in that area, outside line training and so forth. I will add also that we've had some very positive meetings with Councilwoman Mayfield as well as the community just as recently as 2 weeks ago, and they see Duke Energy as a very good neighbor in that area. So we've got some very positive feedback from the neighbors with that. And I'll keep it brief. I'll just be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gamble. Any questions from council? Okay.
Second.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gamble. Item 26 is petition 2017-073 by the Gold District of Charlotte. This is 19 total acres and multiple parcels on the West John Belk Freeway places. And Ms. Harmon is going to tell us about this, and we have someone signed up to speak in favor of this one. Ms. Harmon.
Again, this is 19 total acres, 9 contiguous areas that include 1 or more parcels. The request is to add the TS, or Transit Supportive Overlay, to property zoned B2 Historic District, I1 Historic District, and I2. All of the property owners for the parcels included in the rezoning did sign the petition requesting to have the property rezoned. So this is not a third-party rezoning. All of those property owners were part of the petition. Again, you can see the zoning in the area. Much of it is industrial, particularly in this darker area. But as you get closer to the Bland Street Station, which is located on the blue line, you can see that you have more transit-oriented development zoning. You have 1 parcel already zoned with a TS overlay. And it's also worth noting that this property is located just out of the 277 freeway loop. And we even have some UMUD zoning on the other side of West Carson. So a little bit of information on what this will do. This will apply all of the standards of the Transit Supportive Overlay to these properties if this petition is approved. And so this overlay district allows most of the uses in the underlying districts, the existing districts on the ground, which will remain in place. So most of those uses are allowed. In addition, this allows residential use on the properties with underlying industrial zoning. Currently, for the property zoned industrial, you cannot do residential development per the zoning ordinance. So this will add that use to the list of uses available for these property owners if they are zoned industrial. The transit supportive overlay has development and design standards that replace those of the underlying district, so it makes adjustments. And then includes development standards for setbacks in yards, height, intensity, parking and loading and screening. And there are also urban design standards that address a number of things, including street walls, building entrances, parking structure, signs, streetscape. This is a district that was also updated about a year ago, kind of in anticipation of the petition you're seeing tonight, and with staff working closely with volunteers from the Gold District, as this area is called. Adopted future land use, most of the property being called for to be a type of transit-oriented development, so consistent with the TS zoning. A little bit of the property remaining industrial, but we believe that the TS overlay would create a form of development that would be more appropriate for those industrial properties. And so all of the properties in the petition, with the exception of one, are consistent with the South End Transit Station Area Plan recommendation for transit-supported development and the Central District Plan recommendation for industrial uses, respectively, for the areas that those cover. There is one property along Westwood Avenue at the edge of Wilmore that is inconsistent with the stationary plan recommendation for residential at up to 8 units per acre. However, that property is currently not being used for residential. It is being used in conjunction with an abutting business. So we do think that is appropriate to be included in this petition. Again, going over some of the things I went over before, this will add TS to the base zoning districts, will accommodate the continued existence and some expansion of the businesses located on the subject sites. So it does not negatively impact those existing businesses, and in fact, with TS, we built in some ability to expand those businesses even if they're non-conforming uses. In addition, if a property owner decides, they can reuse those existing structures, or they could take those structures down and redevelop them. So it gives the property owners a lot of options for what they can do with their sites. Again, the TS makes only minimal changes to the uses allowed, but really focuses on the form of development, where buildings are sited, where parking is sited, how buildings relate to the public street. We do believe that this TS will ensure future development that's designed to be more transit supportive by applying more pedestrian-oriented site design standards, and will allow the gradual transition of the area to an urban transit supportive district, which we think is appropriate in relationship to the proximity to 2 rapid transit stations and frankly to the uptown area. It's very close, just outside again of the 277 loop. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon. We have a petitioner signed up, Walter Fields. Speak in favor, then we'll open to questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of Council, Mayor Pro Tem, Zoning Committee, I'm Walter Fields. I am one of the members of the Gold District of Charlotte, which is a nonprofit corporation established some time back to focus on the real reason that Charlotte's even here. Gold was discovered in Charlotte. Mines were located all over the place, 3 of which were in the area that we've been dealing with. And I think over the course of the last couple of years, we've met with virtually everybody to talk about Gold District and what we're doing. Other members of the board are here. They will hoop and holler at the appropriate time as soon as I give them the high sign. We're pleased to be here tonight, and thanks to Laura and the staff. This is the implementation step for the text amendment that was done some months ago. That grew out of a couple of years' worth of work, a grassroots effort from the property owners and the people who own businesses in the Gold District to really create something special. We have a unique historical asset here. We understand that. We want to tell that story to the world. We have found out a lot of very interesting things as we work through various projects there. We have real estate folks on our board, we have architects on our board, we have historical folks on our board, and we really believe this is a unique opportunity in Charlotte. We also think that once this process finishes going through with you tonight and next month, that other people who are in the Gold District but just weren't quite sure about the TS district will see the benefits of that district, the work that we've done with the planning staff to make changes and improvements to that district, and we'll see more and more of these properties going to the TS district. I would encourage you to come down there if you haven't been recently. Councilmember Austin joined us for one of our neighborhood gatherings the other night. That stuff goes on all the time. Every time there's a new business or a new building offering or a new renovation, we try to invite the community in and have a big hoorah. It lets people display their businesses and their products and lets them connect with each other, all with the underlying premise that we're starting from a very unique place in the city of Charlotte. As time goes on, we have some very ambitious plans to raise the profile of that area, raise the community's understanding of how significant it is to the fact that Charlotte is here at all. I mean, it is Mint Street because that's where the Mint was. In closing, I again want to thank the staff for the work they've put in with us on this now for several years, and assure you that we will continue to work to build the Gold District and make it a truly unique place in the city of Charlotte. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fields. We're going to open to council questions, and Councilmember Isel.
Whoop, whoop now. Okay, thank you.
Oh, okay, yay, we see the T-shirt.
Yep. Which is, Liz, if you can stand up, that's one of my comments, that the problem I have with this is there aren't enough adult T-shirts of the Gold District, so I'd like to see some more.
Well, we'll take care of that.
Good. Let me know when they come in. I've tried to buy one. I would say this is one of the most exciting things we have going on in Charlotte. When I hear people talk about what's missing in development and what are people looking for, it's creating places, new places that are old, that have some historic context to Charlotte. And so I think this is a really exciting project. I take people down there all the time. They can't believe they're in Charlotte. It's a really cool area. I'm sorry I'm not on that party email list, so please put my name on there.
You can fix that too.
They'll be added.
So one question I have is that I know that the goal of this rezoning is well, what we'll accomplish is that it'll become more it'll have a transit supportive overlay. But could you just explain for me and also for the public how that ties into also maintaining the character of the area, which is really what's so important for this area to be successful?
I think what this really allows is a number of things, but one of them is easier reuse of the buildings. Currently, there are some uses in the current district that you might want in there and are allowed, but you can't park them, for example. Or you might not be able to expand the buildings because the buildings aren't set back for far enough. And so this provides you some flexibility in reusing those, and I think that'll really help to maintain the character.
So flexibility in using the existing structures, I think that's...
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kinsey.
Mr. Fields.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't mention that we discovered gold here in Charlotte before they did on the West Coast.
Oh, yes.
That's why I want to shovel.
And also, Charlotte was here before they discovered gold.
That's true, too.
Thank you. But I just want to make...
Historical accuracy.
I didn't do the whole 10-minute historical presentation. This was just off the top of the cuff, you know.
Don't say that that's what makes Charlotte... That's why Charlotte is here, because it's not true.
Started with the crossroads, but gold didn't hurt.
I'm just getting on you.
Gold didn't hurt.
And I have a quick question. In looking at the map, there they're just kind of scattered all over, the properties are. And I'm wondering if the gaps in between, are those owners also on board? And is there an attempt to get more folks to kind of have that flexibility as well?
We began this process a number of years ago with the hope that we could create an actual freestanding zoning district here. It would have been an overlay district, much as the way the TS district is, leaving the underlying zoning in place so folks could have choices. In the final analysis, what we were able to work out was amendments to the TS district, which took some of our ideas that we'd had in the Gold district and incorporated them. I think there was a little bit of disappointment on the part of some of the owners that we weren't able to achieve the special purpose district written just for this area. And so they've maybe been a little bit reluctant to jump on board, but they follow the process. There's a newsletter that goes out. We have periodic meetings. The board meets regularly, and we have community meetings several times a year. I think once folks see this starting to take place, people will understand there is an advantage even to go to the TS district that we did here, even if we weren't able to achieve the special district that we were hoping for. So this is all good news. I mean, the fact that these folks are on board, everybody else is on board, but they're just sort of waiting to see when it's right for them.
Okay, super. I appreciate that. No, I think it's great. Any other questions?
Move to close.
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Opposed? Thank you.
Gold.
Thank you. You can do another cheer if you want. Very good. We look forward to that happening. Okay. We're on item number 27. This is petition 2017-078 by Courtney Parker. And this is 0.19 acres at the northeast intersection of Overbrook Trail and Lakebrook Road. And it's outside of the city limits. And Ms. Keplinger is going to tell us about this.
This property or this area should look rather familiar because we had a rezoning not too long ago for this site where it was approved for recreational vehicle sales. So this is I-85, really close to the Catawba River, headed west. This is Sam Wilson Road, and this is our Lakebrook Road, and this is a very tiny piece of property. It's almost 2/10 of an acre. The request is to take this property from R3 to O1. It is located in the Lower Lake Wildlife Protected Area. It's currently zoned R3, as is the remaining property to the south. However, this is separated from that property by Lakebrook Road and is adjacent to the I-1CD that was recently approved for the vehicular storage for recreational vehicles. So the future land use does call for single-family residential for the site, and there is an existing single-family structure on the property. This is a conventional request to go to O1, so it'll be a conversion of the house to office. Although it is inconsistent with the Dixie Berry Hill Strategic Plan, which recommends single family, it's adjacent to the office industrial site that was recently approved. And we feel like that rezoning this will not be detrimental to the adjacent single-family residential. So staff is recommending approval, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you. And there's no one signed up to speak on this one. Any questions?
Move to close.
Second.
Excuse me, just.
If people who want to sign up to speak need to see our clerk, Ms. Kelly. So there's nobody who has signed up through Ms. Kelly for this number.
He can sign up.
Do you desire to speak, sir?
Do you want to sign up?
I was actually here as a representative to answer any questions. I don't really have a presentation, but I'll sign up if it helps me answer questions.
Well, I don't think we have any questions.
Wouldn't do that. Wouldn't do that.
I think you're in a good spot.
Council has no questions. Was there a motion to close?
Close.
Yeah. Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? See no questions. We're good.
We'll send you an email.
Okay. We have two more items, and there are speakers for each of those.
the one.
Number 28 is petition 2017-082 by Griff Brew Investments, LLC. And this is Council District 3, Councilmember Mayfield, and Ms. Keplinger is going to tell us about this.
Yes, ma'am. This is another conventional request for I-2 to TODM. The property is located off of Griffin Street along the Blue Line. The Newbern Transit Station is located right there. That's interesting. There's South Tryon Street right in the middle of our zoning district, but it is I-2 to TOTM. Future land use plan does show this property as for transit supportive uses, and staff is recommending approval.
Okay, and we have Jason Mathis signed up to speak for this. And you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I appreciate you hearing me tonight. I'm here with Griff Brew Investments. We're the petitioner, and I just wanted to give you a little bit of background about the project. We're currently under construction on the adjacent property at 2911 Griffith for use as a brewery and restaurant, and are looking to rezone this property as a sort of expansion of our campus. We are exploring a couple of alternative restaurant concepts, as well as a sort of neighborhood market. Where we could bring in local vendors and things like that to fill the space and sort of create a neighborhood environment. Beyond that, I think I'm happy to answer any questions. I will say we've spoken to most of the neighbors in the area, both adjacent and around us, and I think everyone is pretty well in support. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mathis.
Mayor?
Yes, Ms. Keplinger.
Just a reminder, it's a conventional request, so the council needs to consider all uses that are allowed in the TODM.
Okay, consider all uses, and we can't ask for things like drawings and all that.
Right, so anything that may have been stated about any specific use, just know that you need to consider all of them.
Okay. Any questions?
Move to close.
Second. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you very much.
You stayed here all that time for that.
Yeah, thank you for your persistence. All right, the last item on our agenda, 29, is petition 2017-084 by Cheer Athletics. And this is 5 acres, the north intersection of Vance Drive Road and Twin Lakes Parkway, Council District 2, and Ms. Keplinger is going to tell us about that.
So this is just south of Interstate 485, Old Statesville Road. And the property is located on Vance Davis Drive. And the request is to rezone the 5.14 acres to, from BP Business Park to I-2, which is light industrial. And it is a conventional request, so you have to consider all uses that are allowed in the industrial district. The North Lake Area Plan, which was adopted in 2008, covers this area, and it recommends office and warehousing uses for this site and the surrounding sites. Rezoning this will be compatible with that, so staff is recommending approval.
Thank you, Ms. Keplinger, and we have Matthew Jones signed up to speak in support. And you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, council members. My name is Juan Blue. Matt couldn't be here tonight. We're with Jones Civil Engineering, representing Cheer Athletics, who currently occupy the space and have received notification that they were not in compliance with the current zoning. So we are here assisting them with that. I do believe that there was also a citation for some renovation, and we aren't involved with that, but the client has obtained an attorney, or excuse me, an architect, and they are working to bring that in compliance as well. Other than that, if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. And since, before you leave, if you can sign up with our clerk, just so we have your name and contact information.
Okay, great.
Since you replaced somebody else.
Okay.
That'd be great. Councilor Austin?
Just a comment. I'm sure that your petitioner will be reaching out to the district representative to have a conversation about this particular zoning, right?
I will make sure that they do.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
That would be Councilor Austin, that would be you.
That's right.
Pretty much.
I think that message
Move the close. Yeah, move the close.
Second. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. That's the end of, thank you for coming down and make sure you give your name and contact information. That's all of our agenda this evening. Mayor and council topics, and we'll start with Councilman Rajmira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, the announcement for my town hall, it's going to be on Wednesday, May 28th, from 6:30 to 8 in Government Center CH14, and the theme will be Tackling Economic Mobility Together. And we are going to have City Manager Marcus Jones and County Manager Dina Diorio who will be there and they'll be talking about what we are doing and how we are collaborating to tackle economic mobility crisis that we face. And I hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Hey, Councilor Austin.
Mayor and members of council, I sit here very sad that this is my last zoning meeting.
Tony crying crocodile tears, right?
Sad, Al.
My goal and task now is to watch you guys on TV and send you emails.
You saw that, didn't you?
During the meeting.
During the meeting,
And during the meeting.
Oh, my God.
I'm good.
We're so glad you're going to do that. Councilor Driggs.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to remind everybody that on Thursday, June 22nd at 7 o'clock at South County Regional Library. 6 o'clock, and that highlights the fact Councilmember Claire Fallon will be hosting a town hall meeting, which I will co-host on the subjects of public safety and the budget. And we'll be talking specifically about District 7 issues. Captain Todd Lawrence from CMPD will be there. So I encourage everybody to attend at South County Regional Library, 6 o'clock on June 22nd. Thank you.
That's Thursday night.
Thursday night.
Okay. Councilor Kinsey.
I just want to thank staff. I think I've written some notes to all of those that helped with with my town hall last Thursday night. I really appreciate everybody who was there and everybody who worked long and hard to make it happen and make it successful. Thanks, staff.
Okay. Councilor Fallon.
It has been said. Thank you, Councilman Driggs.
Okay. Councilor Eiselt.
Nothing from me, but I would like to thank our residents who come and sit through all these zoning meetings. And you're not here for a particular petition, I don't think. Thank you.
Okay. Just a couple things from me. I want to thank all the employers who came out for the launch of the Mayor's Youth Employment Program on Friday at Spectrum Arena. We have, I think, almost 80 employers and over 440 young people who are going to be in summer jobs for 8 weeks. My office has a youth intern, and they started today. And it is a great way to keep our kids active in the summer and also give them opportunities for a career path. And so thanks for all the employers who are engaged with that, and for the city staff and all the folks, council members as well, who were very supportive. Also, I will be representing the city on Thursday at the National League of Cities Economic Mobility and Opportunity Task Force meeting. We want to make sure that we are sharing best practices on how we help spread opportunity to everyone, and there'll be other cities represented there, and I will represent Charlotte well. The last item that I was asked to mention is that tomorrow is the Dine Out for Kids 2017 day, June 20th. If you go to one of the participating restaurants, there will be money donated to our schools. And the restaurants are listed on the Communities in Schools website. And so it's an opportunity for you to go out and have dinner and also support our schools. That it's a great opportunity. You'll see a lot of folks out there who care about education. So that is it. Mayor Pro Tem.
If you just graduated from high school, or if you're attending Central Piedmont, or if you finished college this year and you are looking for a job, please come on Saturday, June 24th, to the Charlotte Fire Department Headquarters building. We will be doing a recruitment for firefighters and police officers. I especially want to make this point that if you are a person of color or a woman, please come out and learn how this can be an exciting and enriching career in public service. So it will be from 8 until 9:30 at the Fire Department headquarters, and it's just an opportunity to see what these jobs are like, and an opportunity for you to learn more about our city, and perhaps for us to learn a little bit about whether or not you'd be willing to come and work with us. Thank you.
Councilor Phipps.
Yes, this Thursday, my town hall meeting is finally coming here a few days away.
Which one?
June 22nd. It's June 22nd from 6:30 to 8 at Martin Luther King Middle School, from 6:30 to 8.
On Thursday.
Right, Thursday.
Digital
Digital inclusion.
Not illusion.
It's not an illusion. So you'll have an opportunity to come out to learn more about digital inclusion. We'll have our Charlotte Mecklenburg Digital Inclusion team out there. After a brief presentation, we'll have a resource fair and some interactive exhibits going on there so people can get connected and ask all kinds of good questions about connectivity, because we started the Google Fiber effort in District 4 up there in the Highland Creek area. Is moved now to Prosperity. Now it's in Hidden Valley, about to wrap up. So it's going to be some exciting things going on in some neighborhoods across Charlotte, and this is just to get them ready for what's to come and how they can take advantage of it. So remember, this Thursday, 6:30 to 8, Martin Luther King Middle, 500 Bill Mock Avenue. Digital inclusion.
It's not an illusion.
I thought it was just an illusion.
I took the jest out.
All right.
Move to adjourn.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Good meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Trips to Kids Charlotte also runs Charlotte Recyclery, which is a place where we sell bikes, process donated bikes, and refurbish them. But what we're really aiming to do is get bikes back on the street and in the hands of kids from neighborhoods that may not be able to afford bikes. So we have an Earn a Bike program. We have a ride program that's going on right now down in Colonel Beatty Park, and that's usually every Saturday from February through December until the weather turns. So the reason that this event and these wonderful volunteers have showed up today is that we have so many bikes coming in, and I don't want to discourage anybody from donating, but we have so many bikes coming in that we have opportunities for volunteers to come in and help us work through those bikes.
I met with Dick Winters from Trips for Kids a couple months ago to borrow some bikes for a project that we were doing, and I had no idea that they had so much bikes in inventory. And he said, but they just didn't have the capacity in terms of, volunteers to actually, go through that process. And I said, well, Hands-On Charlotte has a lot of volunteers. Why don't we go ahead and set up a time where we could come out here and do something that's volunteer-friendly? Maybe some of the volunteers learn a little bit about bikes and how to put them together, but more appropriately, how to take them apart. And that way, they can get the man-hours that they need to be able to make these bikes more useful for the Trips for Kids.
We haven't set up a regular schedule, but if we find that the demand is there and we keep getting bikes, we will reach out to the volunteer community to say, if you're interested in working on bikes and preparing them for uses, particularly for kids who might not have the advantage of buying a bike, come down and help us. Or contact Hands-On Charlotte, and they'll have a schedule of when we're having these events.
morning, everyone. I'm Dave Moorfield with the Public Affairs Office, and we've got something set up a little bit different today for you. Late last week, a lot of you came to myself and to Rob Tofano and asking just about with the increase of drug overdoses that we've had this year, really just kind of year to date. You were asking some questions on that, and really more specifically to how we've had to adjust our response to these type cases, these type scenes, and even more in the weeds to that is how it affects our crime scene folks, because they have to respond and process the scenes, package the drugs a lot of time, and whatever evidence may be there on scene. So particular to that, especially the packaging and dealing with this fentanyl that we've seen in a lot of these drugs, and unfortunately in a lot of these drug overdoses. So what we've done this morning is we've asked Sergeant Catherine Shamright to come in and just kind of speak to some of the process and procedures that the crime scene has and crime scene uses. She is over our crime scene unit, and so I've asked her to come in this morning and bring one of her techs in. There's nothing going on in the room right now, so you don't have to be alarmed with the mask and everything. But they're going to kind of just demonstrate on how they kind of have to suit up, if you will, with their personal protection equipment to process these scenes. Also got here Lieutenant Travis Pardue. He'll be here also he may chime in on some of the particulars to some of the overdoses that we've had, especially with the heroin. That seems to be what everybody's hearing about right now, but it is occurring with this fentanyl lace. It is occurring in other drugs as well. So without further ado, we'll go ahead and have Sergeant Shamright come up. She'll speak to you some of those processes, tell you about some of the things that she's doing, some of the training, and also afterwards we'll have a link to a couple of videos from some of the training that she conducted yesterday. We'll be able to send that out to you also. Catherine?
Good morning. How is everybody? You are the camera people. You don't talk as much. Okay. Do I need to spell my name?
Yes,
please.
it's
not common. Okay.
I saved that for her, by the way.
Yeah.
You'll understand.
Yeah. First name is Catherine, Katherine. Last name is Scheimreif, S as in Sam, Cheimrei, F as in Frank. Okay, so a couple things. I'm sure you all have seen really recently some exposure and overdoses that police officers around the country have gone through with fentanyl. And I'm sure you've understood and seen the volatility of that drug that's being mixed with other street drugs. So obviously when the officers encounter someone and then they unfortunately come in contact with this drug, it obviously affects them as well. Can cause lots of different, cause them to feel like they're going to pass out. It causes heart issues, respiratory issues, and eventually can cause death. So what we are doing in the process now with Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police is we are outfitting our officers with the proper gear that they need to wear, so when they come in contact with these different kinds of drugs, that they can obviously keep themselves safe, keep the public safe, and of course collect it in the proper manner. Now, if there's one thing I want you to really pay attention to that I say today, and it's this one thing, it's not just in heroin. Fentanyl is not just in heroin. It's in cocaine. It is in methamphetamine. So we have had it tested and we've found it in all of those drugs. There's also some reports across the country where there's marijuana that has fentanyl in it as well. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the overdoses and kind of the way that goes here in Charlotte. Whenever a person overdoses, obviously the police respond and crime scene responds as well, which is my unit. So let's talk some basic numbers. We have since the beginning of January, year to date, we've got 62 overdoses. Now, as evidence is collected on those scenes and as things are sent to the state medical examiner lab, let's just talk about the first 70 days of the year. The first 70 days of the year, 42% of those deaths were fentanyl related. Okay, let me break that down for you a little bit more if that helps. Those first few days, there were 28 overdoses, deaths, and 12 of those had fentanyl in the evidence that we collected. So you can see that we're pushing some pretty high numbers here. Now understand that toxicology is not back on all of those cases. There's some that are still pending. The molecular structure of this fentanyl can be quite complex because it's not made by pharmaceutical companies, it's made by street chemists. So that's what makes it difficult to kind of wrap your brain around it, if you will. So there are guidelines that the Drug Enforcement Administration has given us as to what's the proper gear to wear when you're dealing with this stuff and collecting these items, and of course certain types of packaging. I brought CSI Woodhouse with me here, Chris Woodhouse. You can see just basically she has protective gear on that's going to protect her clothing. You guys understand that fentanyl is absorbed through the skin as well as through mucous membranes, as well as inhaling. So this apron is going to protect her clothing, protect her skin. She has double gloves on in case there is a tear, in case there is an issue. The mask, of course, is going to protect her from inhaling the substance. And the eyewear, again, that has a seal around the glass that's going to protect her from getting into the mucous membranes of her eyes. So anytime any of these drugs are seen by police officers on a scene or taken out of a person's pocket, they're immediately being trained to put on this outfit, if you will, to protect themselves. So yesterday, I trained about 200 police officers on the street on what to wear, how to put the gear on, and of course the resident dangers that they could come in contact when they come in contact with these substances. So our goal ultimately is rather rapidly to get the rest of the police department trained as well. It's very important that we stay ahead of the 8 ball. We have not had any officers hurt, and we want to keep it that way. It's very important that we protect them. Any questions? Or LT? You have anything to add?
No, not at this point. I mean, I'm glad to help with questions.
Can you explain the significance? You said the first 70 days of the year, 42% of overdoses. Why the first 70 days specifically? Why?
Because the rest of the time period between the 70-day mark and now, the toxicology has not come back.
Okay, got it.
It takes some time. It takes some time. Again, the complexity, like I talked about, the molecular structure of fentanyl, it takes a little time to run it through the lab. It would be nice if we could just put it in a machine and it tell us, but it's not that simple.
Sarge, so for officers, how do you, I guess I'm trying to figure out, like, how do you know, you talked about cocaine, meth, that you can find fentanyl. Is it fentanyl? Fentanyl. Fentanyl. You can find it possibly everywhere. So when the officers respond, is it any scene with drugs?
Yes, correct. Correct. We're at the point now where we cannot take any chances. If an officer makes a traffic stop and somebody has crack cocaine in the car, for instance, we're training them to hold the scene until someone who is outfitted can get there and properly collect it.
What does that do to your unit?
For the past month and a half, my unit, because they're have had advanced training, they've been doing all the collection. And that's a lot, that's a volume. But we're at the point now, again, yesterday we trained 200 officers. Next week we'll train more, so we're already getting that wave, so it's going to give my unit quite a bit of relief.
Does this mean that drug investigations will take longer and taking the time to put on the outfits? Obviously a very important thing to do, but can you just talk about...
I don't feel like it'll take longer with anything. There's obviously a natural learning curve. But once they learn how to put the gear on, they have it right there in their car, put that on and collect that. It's really not going to take that much longer than before. It's just a matter of learning, having a sense of comfort, and moving with it.
This may be a question for Lieutenant Moorfield, but are there any plans to add more resources to your unit, given that you have to handle that as well as fatal crashes, homicides, and what have you?
Well, again, if we have the entire department trained, and that's our goal, then my unit will probably only be tapped into when there are overdoses, which is what we respond to anyway.
Okay, what I'd like to do now is have Lieutenant Pardue come up and just speak to a little bit, just kind of an update on where we're at with, with just some of these overdoses. Thank you, Coach.
Sure. Good job. Good morning, folks. Travis Pardue, Travis Pardue. I'm one of the lieutenants in the Special Investigations Bureau, which includes VICE and several other task force. Sergeant Scheimreif actually did a very good summary on the landscape of drug investigations in general and kind of how her unit plays into the investigative role. Obviously, with the lacing of these drugs, we're taking it very seriously from a VICE standpoint, pushing forward with, of course, our own precautions, and trying to get to the bottom of what the distribution networks are and things along those lines. So, with that said, are there any specific questions I can help you with?
Do you have any idea where it's coming from, specifically?
No, it would be such a broad stroke to try to actually tackle that question. Just a quick note, we've obviously jumped on the investigations from this past weekend. And as of right this moment, there are no known connections to the overdose cases from this weekend. Once you get down to the granular level of those individual cases, what might appear to be connected on the top doesn't necessarily appear to be connected on the bottom. So what we find in a lot of the overdose death cases is that there's often a mix of drugs involved. So it's not always easy to pinpoint the cause of death down to one thing. You also have to consider victim lifestyle and a variety of other factors.
How will the user know that he's gotten into the fentanyl?
You may not know. Until the drugs are actually tested, you may never know until it's a terrible outcome. That may be the actual answer to that question.
Was there any talk on the street? You're talking to arresting people, talking to users. Is there any buzz on the street that they're concerned about the fentanyl too? They've got to have their drugs, but they're concerned about the fentanyl.
Oh, yes. There's an obvious concern about that, but that culture is different, and the individual's choice to make those decisions is driven from a lot of factors. So to try to paint a broad stroke on that would also be very difficult.
Lieutenant, what does lacing drugs with fentanyl, do you know?
I'm sorry?
What is it? Is it
Well, very broadly.
Is it
Very broadly. If that's included in any street chemist's mix, it's very addictive, and there could be some inspiration, and it's hard to make this leap, but there could be some inspiration from the creator and the distributor to create a more highly addictive product.
Are the laws the same against fentanyl as they would be any other drug? Because it seems different than other drugs, whereas you can simply touch or inhale this and be seriously injured, whereas do you think, first of all, are the laws the same as dealing any other drug, and do you think they should be?
Well, there's a whole, in terms of punishment, there's a whole series of codes in terms of what level of felony there are. It's an opioid, so it falls generally in that category.
Do you think, since just coming in contact with it is almost like a weapon in itself, should there be higher penalties for a drug like this?
Well, that's a discussion that the criminal justice system is going to have to tackle if this trend continues. And personally, of course, that would seem to be the logical choice if there's higher risks involved, but we're just not there yet.
Why are we seeing this trend and such a spike in these fentanyl cases?
Well, it's not just a local issue. It's a nationwide issue at this point. And why we are actually seeing that, I couldn't speculate at this point. We could go back to some very basic inspiration to create a highly addictive product that people want to buy. That's probably part of it, but to jump any further past that, it would be difficult to say.
Let's try to take one or two more for Lieutenant Parker.
We had 2 overdoses over the weekend at a halfway house in East Charlotte. Obviously, the toxicology will take a while, but any updates in that case at this time, do you know?
Well, I don't want to talk about specific cases at this point. I do just want to generalize in saying that the vice detectives and the task force members have already jumped into the details of that, and we can't find any specific connection between any of those deaths this weekend.
Could it possibly be an economic issue where the distributors are stretching their other drugs, and if this is possibly easy to, well, relatively speaking, easy to manufacture at a lower cost, and then they have higher profit margins?
That's a good speculation. I mean, you know, the economics and the motivation and the whole culture, we could spend a couple hours talking about that in terms of, you know, what the motivation is and why they're trying to drive a potentially more deadly product. I'd say that's a pretty logical aspect of this, but you know, there's so many variables that come into play with this.
You have something, Colleen? Last one?
I just want to confirm, the sergeant said between January and now, 62 ODs, right? Is that OD deaths?
Well, what she was talking about primarily is overdose deaths, and we also have non-fatal overdose cases as well.
Right.
We investigate those as well.
But the 62 are deaths?
See, part of her explanation too was also that the toxicology reports have not come back on all of those. So it's likely that's the case, yes. But we're still pending some of the toxicology results for those.
I mean, just generally, are they deaths, I think, whether they're fentanyl or not?
Well, those are all death investigations.
Yes,
we'll see that. Right.
Yeah, their death investigations just got to wait till the toxicology comes back to know what actual.
I just want to make sure we're talking about deaths and then I didn't.
Right. It's hard to make a leap with that. It's probably a good speculation, but we're not ready to say that until the toxicology reports come back.
Thank you.
Was there anything in particular that spurred the training for the officers for this, just besides the nationwide trend, but was there a close call or anything like that?
No, not at the agency. We're trying to stay ahead of the curve on this. When there's a potential for our detectives and our officers and the citizens as well to be injured, then we're trying to take a cutting edge approach to how we get ahead of the curve so that those problems are avoided.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right, that should wrap it up unless anybody's got anything else. I don't think we didn't get any questions sent in yesterday for today's event, so kind of had specifically the talking about crime scene and everything set up. So that will be it. I appreciate everybody coming out. Thank you.
He always called and checked on me and come up as often as he could to see me. And I miss that so much. I miss the telephone calls.
Parents aren't supposed to outlive their children, but that's exactly what happened to Melissa Corbin, whose 49-year-old son was shot to death a year ago last week.
He was going to come up that day and stay with me at the hospital. And it's not like Jeff not to do what he said he was going to do. In the afternoon, I started asking, well, where is Jeff? And that's when they told me that nobody had been able to get in touch with him. We were probably talking about that a couple hours before the detective come and told us that this tragic thing had happened.
Jeff Johnson was found dead on a path between Central Avenue and the neighborhood where he lived. So far, no arrests.
We know that Jeff arrived on Central Avenue about 2 in the morning. He was there milling about. We've got him on video surveillance, kind of walking around. And about 2:08 in the morning, we receive a shots fired call for service. Police respond and they don't locate anything suspicious. About 11 a.m. the next morning, neighbors who are walking through the footpath discover his body and call the police.
Detectives have followed leads in Jeff's case, but they need help from the public to move forward.
There's three things that we're really looking for. We want to identify and talk with the occupants of that SUV in the video that we released earlier in the investigation. We'd also like to talk with anyone who saw anyone suspicious or any suspicious vehicles in the area. And we also want to talk with anyone who may have had contact with Jeff, especially that night on Central Avenue.
That SUV that Detective Cole referred to is this one. Detectives located video of it leaving an apartment complex near a footpath right after the shots were fired.
We're looking to determine if they're suspects, if they were possible witnesses, if they saw something, so we just need to identify them and talk with them.
Cole says it's important that he speaks with anyone who saw Jeff that night. Anyone who may have witnessed anything suspicious on Central Avenue is asked to step up and come forward.
We're looking for any and all information. Sometimes people may not feel that they have the full picture. They may have a small piece and they're reluctant to come forward and think, oh, it doesn't matter. But that small piece may be a piece in a bigger puzzle, and we're looking to get any and all information we can about what Jeff was doing that night, if he had contact with anybody, anyone who may have saw anything in the area.
An arrest would mean a lot to this victim's family.
If there was somebody out there that knew some small piece of evidence or has heard somebody say something that they maybe could call in and tell, you know, what they know, that would mean the world to me. Wouldn't bring my Jeff back, but it may save other people from getting killed, because there's so much violence now in the world, and it just breaks my heart to think somebody else is going to be killed so unnecessarily. People just don't think that they have a life, that they have a mother, they have a father, they have a sister that loves them. We all miss him. Our family and his many friends here would love to see justice for Jeff, if that could be possible.
If you have any information on who may have been involved in the murder of Jeff Johnson, go ahead and call Crime Stoppers. You don't have to give your name. All information remains confidential, and you may even earn a cash reward of up to $5,000.
What is a drone? Well, the FAA calls it a UAS, which is an unmanned aircraft system. Pretty much what that is, it just means it's an unmanned aircraft that the person controlling the drone is actually on the ground instead of actually in the aircraft.
Anything that flies, and you've got even little toys here that I've got down here, is considered a UAS.
If your drone is less than 0.55 pounds, you do not have to register it. You don't even have to have a pilot's permit to fly it. Anything between 0.55 and 55 pounds, you must register the drone through the FAA. You cannot fly the aircraft at night. It's only during the daylight. You cannot fly over people, and you cannot fly within 5 miles of an airport, and if you do, you must contact the airport.
I started this in December of 2014, and I was really looking for a volunteer opportunity outside of work. I ran across this program called Road to Recovery, which is under the American Cancer Association, and it is a transportation program for people with cancer. Okay, we are almost there. You develop a relationship with the people, and you know, I have people that I fight over to try to pick them up. One in particular is Miss Annie. She was actually the first patient that I picked up, and so I was a little nervous, and she made me feel right at ease. She's kind of like your grandmother. She's a big sports fan.
Oh yes, NBA, you better believe it.
She knows more about basketball sometimes than I do.
When I found out I had cancer, she was one of the volunteers that came by to pick me up, to carry me to my chemo.
A lot of people, they don't have any other way to get to their appointments.
It has been meaning a lot. It's been a big blessing to me.
I love Miss Annie. A lot of people, of course, you know, when they have things that are going wrong in their life, especially disease, you know, sometimes they're down. She's never down. She motivates me to keep going and to always put a smile on my face and to try to do the best that I can do.
She's a lot of fun. I enjoy being with her.
The good part is she trusts my driving, and that's more than I can say for most people. I appreciate this, you know, really more than sometimes what I do actually at work, because to me, this right here is where I'm really, really, truly giving back to the community.
Okay, thank you.
I will see you next time, okay? I think that we can all take a lesson from Miss Annie, because she deals with it in such a positive way, and she consistently reminds me that she is still blessed.
Several years ago, we recognized some issues at the transit center where we had a lot of kids hanging out. So I came together with several other agencies, and we started doing outreach. TEAM stands for Teen Engagement and Mentoring. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to help people live productive lives from an early age.
Myself and one of my partners was going out interacting with young teens, helping them get jobs and helping them get in school, stay in school, make the grades they need to be successful. We bring all the resources collectively with us. So if you need housing, if you need to continue school, your GED, if you need job assistance, we have different resources as well that can assist them to get a job.
My favorite part of being involved with the team is just being able to make an impact in the community, to come out and actually offer people help that they need, and then to see them thrive and succeed, it's really rewarding.
The primary mission is to make sure that people understand that they're not at this alone, and we all deserve a second chance.
I have such a passion to help out teens that have challenges in their life, to connect the gap between the community, the police department, all the different agencies, and to make it a better place, a safer place to live.
This celebration today is just part of our ongoing commitment to the youth in the community, and our way of just having the community come out and get to know who we are.
We have to plant these small seeds and start making people aware, and eventually it's going to grow.
You know, we want our teens to go to college, and we want them to have jobs, and we want them to stay out of the streets. So if we can give them resources to keep them out of the streets and keep them on the right track and doing the right thing, then that's our goal.
We're still a community that cares and loves on one another. And I just love the fact that we are a team. If we all work together, we could really win at this thing.
Patriotism. It inspires passionate debate. It's worn like a badge of honor with good reason, because it means love and devotion for one's country. But what really makes up this country of ours? It's the people. To love America is to love all Americans. This year, patriotism shouldn't just be about pride of country. It should be about love. Love beyond age, sexuality, disability, race, religion, and other labels. Because love has no labels.
I love this garden because of how it brings people together. The gardeners share recipes, share fruits and veggies. It's just a wonderful place to see, and just look at the flowers. Just sitting here looking at the beauty is in itself joyous. Winterfield decided to develop a community garden when the Park and Rec first approached us and wanted to know if we as a neighborhood wanted to do the garden. The Neighborhood and Business Division came back to us and asked us if we would write a grant. The original grant was a little over $8,000. So we got that money and we used volunteer work. Since then, the city now does not give us any money. We're self-sustaining. It brings together the community, the school, the students, different people from different neighborhoods. Since this is a community garden, it's open to anybody in Charlotte. This garden brings the community together because the gardeners come weekly and get to meet each other. It's just brought everybody together and just made it a much safer neighborhood. Oh man, does this smell good. Isn't that nice? Oh.
It's just a wonderful place to meet with other neighbors and to share ideas.
The students have their plots and there's no cost to them because it's associated with the school and used as a classroom. We have the other plots that the gardeners will pay for each plot, and it's renewable every year. The individual plots, the gardeners are responsible for their own garden, and they come, most of them come daily to water, to weed, to pick vegetables.
We have squash, tomatoes, cucumbers, and of course okra. I get 2.5 to 5 pounds per day, and I pick it every day. Last year, it was an exceptional year, and we picked 200 pounds of okra, 225 pounds of tomatoes, 200 pounds of cucumbers, and 228 pounds of squash. We had so much squash that we were donating it to Meals on Wheels because you can't eat that much squash.
Our future plans for this garden right now is we're writing a new grant to make it ADA accessible, to allow anyone who has disabilities to be able to come in the garden and to garden.
I've been with the city for 36 years and I've been in the cemeteries for over 30. And the big thing for me is just the variety that I deal with, the people I deal with. I like dealing with the citizens. I like going out and being in all the cemeteries. I don't have to sit behind the desk all the time, and that's a plus for me. And I just like being able to help people. Well, I oversee the operation of all 6 city cemeteries, which is, we have burials. We have about 450 burials a year. We also have to maintain the grounds, so we have 5 grounds maintenance contracts. We also deal with monument companies. We pour foundations for the upright monuments, and we also set markers and bases. We have our main office here at Evergreen Cemetery. We have Oaklawn Cemetery. We have Elmwood Cemetery, and we have 3 Pinewood Cemeteries, so we have 6 total. Altogether, there's probably a little over 200 acres in all the cemeteries combined. Well, the first city cemetery was old settlers back in the 1800s. And basically the city got in the cemetery business to provide a service for the citizens of Charlotte. And once they got into it, they found that a lot of people used our cemeteries, and the next cemetery that the city developed was Elmwood.
90 years later, Evergreen Cemetery on Central Avenue was founded in the 1940s, and in it you can see the variety that is Charlotte. It honors veterans, reflects the arts, and our ethnic diversity. It's the only city-owned cemetery with a columbarium for cremated remains, and it's flanked by a nature preserve. On the west side of town, West Pinewood and North Pinewood border neighborhoods and overlook I-77. And Oaklawn lives up to its name, with broad trees and a green expanse of rolling landscape.
Well, of course, Elmwood is the very historic cemetery. It has the elevated lots, the big mausoleums, individual mausoleums. It's just a very unique historic cemetery that you won't find anymore nowadays. And it is registered as a historic cemetery.
In the 1850s, railroads came to Charlotte about the same time that Elmwood Cemetery opened. Freight lines now run along two sides of Elmwood and Pinewood cemeteries. In 2000, neighbors in nearby Fourth Ward fought plans for a future commuter rail line that would have disturbed 600 graves.
We formed a committee to oppose that, and it took us a number of years, but the City Council finally was able to convince the powers that be to put the railroad tracks on the other side rather than on the cemetery side. This is essentially trade and tryon for the cemetery. Myers, Springs, Latta, all these folks in this area.
There's very unique markers and monuments and mausoleums over in Elmwood Cemetery. The biggest one that we get requested for is Randolph Scott, of course. And I remember when he was buried, Billy Graham did his service, and we were over there, of course, in the cemetery, and they all came in, and I got to actually see Billy Graham perform that service for Randolph Scott, which I thought was pretty neat at the time.
And once a year, and I don't know who does this, but once a year, someone leaves a small mini bottle of whiskey, a shot glass, and a bullet on his grave. The obelisks point towards the heaven and indicate that they're on their way to heaven. The shroud over the obelisk indicates that there is some difficulty involved in that, or there is sadness regarding that trip to heaven. Yes, the lamb indicating a child. There's a beautiful statue of a woman who passed away 1 year after her marriage, and there are 3 dates on the tombstone. One of those dates is the date of birth, and then the date of marriage, and then the date of death. Yes, Woodmen of the World, a fraternal organization begun in the 1800s, and it became an extremely popular organization in the South and in the Midwest. And if you bought a policy of life insurance, you got a substantial discount on a headstone, a Woodmen of the World headstone. There's a guy named Seaver, who was a sheriff in Gaston County, who is buried either in or under 15 tons of solid granite that had been carved into the shape of a log cabin. John King was an elephant trainer in a circus that came to Charlotte. And according to the newspaper articles that were written about it during that time, he was a drunken SOB. And when one of the elephants was being removed from its boxcar, it squished him up the side of the boxcar and killed him.
And for time immemorial, an elephant stands on King's grave.
W.W. Smith was an architect, an African-American architect, who designed the MIC building, the Mecklenburg Investment Company building at 3rd and Brevard. And what's really fascinating about that, if you look at the brickwork on the building at 3rd and Brevard, it's a yellow and red and brown brick. That's exactly the same kind of bricks that he used on his mausoleum that's in the 9th Street Pinewood Cemetery.
When Elmwood and Pinewood cemeteries were founded, times were different. Where trees now grow, there was once a color line. Elmwood was the white cemetery, and Pinewood was the one for blacks. In Pinewood, there are reminders of the Old South, and in Elmwood, Confederate soldiers are honored. Despite a shared tradition, it was originally impossible to cross from one to the other.
There used to be a fence that divided those 2 cemeteries. There was no gate, there was a fence. And that didn't change until 1969, when Councilman Fred Alexander was able to get a motion passed through the City Council to remove that fence.
Today, those looking for solace can walk the length and breadth of the cemeteries. From early in its long history, many Charlotteans flocked to Elmwood for its park-like atmosphere, and holiday parades were even held here. Now that it's autumn, the days are turning crisp, nights are longer, and the trees are changing. It's good to reflect on those who have gone before, those who have been a part of the history of Charlotte. and ponder the beauty and solitude that the city's cemeteries still offer today's citizens. And Mike Schroyer wants to ensure that, when there's a need, he and his staff are there to help.
People ask me all the time, how can you do this? Well, it's a job, and you're helping people. You're helping people get through, you know, a bad time in their life. So, you know, that means a lot to me.
The Quality of Life Explorer is a single source to pull about 80 different variables on any neighborhood or combination of neighborhoods in the city of Charlotte or Mecklenburg County.
Over on the left, I say within the areas that I've selected, 10% of the population is 65 plus. Compare that to county data, through the whole county of Mecklenburg, it's 9%. The Explorer helps us make better decisions because it's data-based, recent data regarding trends, characteristics, amenities, features within the area. I'm using for several different reasons. As part of a neighborhood association or the Monroe Road community, when we're applying for grants, one of the things we need to know is what's our median income. There's a certain level that you need to be at or below to apply for one of those grants. And within the Explorer, we can find that information. And it's easily accessible. The software program itself, the Explorer program, is easy to access. You just click on a little drop-down arrow and you can pull up all kinds of data.
Anybody can use the Explorer. Some examples include nonprofit agencies, so they decide where they want to apply their services, community organizations to see what things they want to work on in the coming years. There are businesses that see where they want to move their business to. There's also researchers who look at any range of topics. We don't define quality of life, you do. We developed the Explorer to help everyone look at information and define it however they please. To learn more and start exploring, go to mcmap.org/QOL. The Quality of Life Explorer is a partnership between the City of Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, and the Urban Institute at UNC Charlotte.
Be true to yourself. Decide who you are from the beginning and be true to that. Stay true to what you believe in, know your philosophy, and be transparent.
Some of the aha moments for me were going through business over the many years, and as I look back, the aha was you have to build relationships. Be great at what you do, follow through, and know your craft, know your business.
There's a lot of challenges from the beginning, being a startup, stemming from financial to exposure, marketing, to product development if you're going to be making your own products.
Ask for help. Even if you're doing it on your own, there are so many resources in this city.
Utilizing other professional mentors. We collaborate a lot with other local business owners, and they have really helped us to just, sharpen our game.
One of the things that impressed me the most about the folks at Charlotte Business Resources and the city is how much they actually get into the small business community and meet with owners and managers on their own turf to see how they can help them. Whether it's coming to networking events and talking about their services, or actually physically showing up in your building to see how they can help.
When it comes to building your revenue or getting contracts, I would say know your target market.
The resources that we've utilized probably the most, our social media has been huge for us. We started off by creating those handles from the beginning, and they have been extremely beneficial to getting our name out there and helping us connect with our community.
This is not a sprint. This is a journey. Enjoy your journey, learn from your mistakes, and keep growing.
My name is Donald Moore.
I am the zoning supervisor over permitting staff here at Suttle Avenue. It's a Mecklenburg County building for Land Use and Environmental Services Agency. We were formerly located at the Howell Marshall building at 700 North Tryon Street. We service a lot of walk-in customers here with permits, whether it be for signs, home-based businesses, zoning use permits for group homes, daycares. We also service a lot of residential permits when people are either building new houses or building additions onto existing homes, or something as simple as building a storage shed. We are in charge of servicing those. We also handle zoning verification letters when people are doing a closing on a property and they need something saying, hey, what's my property zoned, and are there any existing violations on the property? The biggest thing for a lot of citizens now is actually coming in to get the permit before you do any work. That way you save yourself having to either take something down or tear something down and start over again.
Don't let this metallic green beetle fool you. It's only about a ½ inch in size, but it's a real concern for some Charlotte homeowners.
This beetle, like I said, has had devastating effects where it's been introduced to. It's been found in North Carolina in 24 counties, 3 counties to the west of us, of Mecklenburg, and 1 county to the north of us in Mecklenburg County.
The emerald ash borer bores into ash trees and eats the tissue beneath the bark. Assistant City Arborist Lori Reed Dukes says it can kill the tree in just 2 to 5 years.
Very large limbs have the potential to start falling. So if it's in someone's backyard or near their house or located by the street, it's definitely a public safety issue.
A public safety issue that's difficult to see. Take, for example, this heavily infested sample.
You're seeing the galleries, so the tunnels that the grub makes underneath the bark of the tree.
But it's damage you can't see from just looking at it.
But what we'd see on the outside of the tree is the adult leaves through a D-shaped exit hole. Or sometimes if it's oriented, it might be U-shaped or N-shaped, but it's always flat on one side and rounded on the other.
So what can you do? There are chemicals that you can use to kill the insect. Homeowners can apply one to soil, while the other is injected directly into the bark, but that must be done by a professional.
So treatment is something that's going to have to occur every 1 to 2 years. It's not a one-time treatment that's going to protect the tree for the lifetime. So it is going to be an investment for someone to put in to keep that tree healthy.
I actually live in this neighborhood, and it's given me a safe option to get from Villa Heights into Uptown. And so it also is a beautiful section, and it's going to be able to give people more options, and it's giving me more options to get to places I need to go.
I've lived here for 3 years in Villa Heights, and I've seen the trail make a lot of improvements in the neighborhood. Also, we have safer ways to connect the neighborhoods like Villa Heights, Optimus Park, and Belmont, now that we can go under the bridge rather than cross that dangerous intersection at North Davidson and Parkwood Road. So I've seen a lot of improvements.
What I really love about the vision of the system is the fact that I've seen in other cities how trails like this can really energize and help the city with some of its transportation. There are people who would opt to walk to work or ride a bike over driving with the better, safer infrastructure. Having this infrastructure in place, having people be able to pass under Parkwood is key. And as I ride home from work, I've noticed more and more people utilizing this greenway.
Several years ago, we recognized some issues at the transit center where we had a lot of kids hanging out. So I came together with several other agencies and we started doing outreach. TEAM stands for Teen Engagement and Mentoring. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to help people live productive lives from an early age.
Myself and one of my partners was going out interacting with young teens, helping them get jobs and helping them get in school, stay in school, make the grades they need to be successful. We bring all the resources collectively with us. So if you need housing, if you need to continue school, your GED, if you need job assistance, we have different resources as well that can assist them to get a job.
My favorite part of being involved with the team is just being able to make an impact in the community, to come out and actually offer people help that they need, and then to see them thrive and succeed, it's really rewarding.
The primary mission is to make sure that people understand that they're not at this alone, and we all deserve a second chance.
I have such a passion to help out teens that have challenges in their life, to connect the gap between the community, the police department, all the different agencies, and to make it a better place, a safer place to live.
This celebration today is just part of our ongoing commitment to the youth in the community and our way of just having the community come out and get to know who we are.
We have to plant these small seeds and start making people aware, and eventually it's going to grow.
You know, we want our teens to go to college, and we want them to have jobs, and we want them to stay out of the streets. So if we can give them resources to keep them out of the streets and keep them on the right track and doing the right thing, then that's our goal.
We're still a community that cares and loves on one another. And I just love the fact that we are a team. If we all work together, we could really win at this thing.
My name is Blake Barnes. I own the Common Market. We've been here since 2002. So we have coffee, deli, we actually have a bar, but we also do retail beer and wine and knick-knack toys. The thing that it did for me, it made me less of a pass-through and more of a destination. And it definitely made it more walkable. You know, I think really played upon the neighborhood that was already going on. And it allowed, I think, other businesses, we have a diverse business culture over here too, to open up because you didn't have to rely on that parking lot. It was such good communication all the way through. It made it a lot less painful than we thought it was going to be. Really, really did. So hats off and impressed to them on that one. Give it a shake. So this is where it gets interesting. Kind of looks like a bank tube, right? Sir, don't put any change in there, please, sir. Comes back with a lollipop in it, and you're like, yay! I describe Charlotte to be a very southern hospitality city. We have amazing restaurants and public transportation that's great. It's very clean. People talk about how clean Charlotte is all the time, and I think that's one of the great things. But we're also not too big. We've got tomatoes over there. There's actually kiwis. Those are 2 beehives, so you can sort of see them coming in and out of the hive. Depending on who you talk to, the bees pollinate in between a 2 to 3 mile radius of their hive. So that means that our bees touch all of downtown. This is nasturtium. Nasturtium is really, they have these beautiful edible blossoms. And again, everything is organic. You know, we're trying to do it on an extremely high level, and as opposed to just pouring drinks, kind of provide an experience for our guests. I love it here. I love Charlotte. When people see from out of town, visitors see the fact that we're putting in a lot of hard work into our food and our cocktail programs, that they think that Charlotte is a fun place to go because we care, about what we're doing. And of course, Southern hospitality is always up there with the best thing in the entire world. People always talk about how nice folks are around Charlotte, and I think it's all of our jobs to make sure that that is the impression that our guests get all the time.
Accountable. We own our work through timeliness, initiative, fairness, and excellence. I'm Melissa Dodd, and I'm a public information specialist with Stormwater Services. As an individual employee, I think about accountability as showing up every day and doing your best, contributing, and making sure your ideas are heard while you're also listening to colleagues. As a department, our accountability is back to larger projects where I play a role in, so making sure that I'm a good team player and I'm not holding up those projects or those teams when colleagues are counting on me. And ultimately, as a city, we're accountable for listening to those who want to share their ideas for making our city better for everyone. And that's what Take 10 CLT was all about, having quick conversations and letting the resident drive that conversation to share their ideas about how to make our city better.
Okay, here we go. So I actually live in this neighborhood, and it's given me a safe option to get from Villa Heights into Uptown. And so it also is a beautiful section, and it's going to be able to give people more options, and it's giving me more options to get to places I need to go. What I really love about the vision of the system is the fact that I've seen in other cities how trails like this can really energize and help the city with some of its transportation. There are people who would opt to walk to work or ride a bike over driving with the better, safer infrastructure. Having this infrastructure in place, having people be able to pass under Parkwood is key. And as I ride home from work, I've noticed more and more people utilizing this greenway.
We had our annual Doing Business with CLT. It's an annual event that they put together for the business community. We invite the business community to come and meet with CLT officials, CLT staff, and share with them information how to do business with us, how our procurement process is, what upcoming projects we have and will have in the next 12 to 24 months, and answer questions that the business community might have. We also want to have feedback from them and see what can we do as a city department to encourage the participation of small, minority-owned, and women-owned businesses.
We're a small, growing firm, and we want to explore other opportunities. We work in a lot of private sectors, industrial, retail, and other commercial sectors, and we really want to get into more public work. And saw the opportunity through an email and thought it would be a great idea for Scope to come out here today and introduce ourselves and see how we can get in on some of the opportunities here at the airport.
Because we have a wide variety of projects today, we focus on construction, architectural, and engineering contracts, and some IT contracts too, because many of the construction have an IT component.
It seemed like there are many opportunities. It gave me a guideline of how to check into the system and start getting notifications of opportunities that come up. I thought it was a great intro to that for both architects, as I am, and contractors.
CLTairport.com. Doing business with CLT, there is that page where we post all our advertisements for formal contracts. There is a button there that's called the Notify Me button. Then you register your email address, and then you'll get an email alert every time we advertise a contract. That's the best way to get real-time information of when we have an advertisement out.
Charlotte is helping to lead the way, not only through our work and our support for Envision Charlotte, but really looking as an organization to practice what we preach.
Envision Charlotte is a nonprofit that was started in 2010 by Charlotte Center City Partners and Duke Energy as a sustainability initiative for our uptown area.
So Envision Charlotte has 4 pillars that we focus on: energy, air, water, and waste, and we have goals set in each of those pillars.
Well, the first program that we launched was around the energy pillar.
When you're reducing the amount of energy a building is using or water it's using, not only are you lowering its environmental impact, but you're also impacting the bottom line of those businesses.
And we actually had 61 buildings of the 64 largest downtown commercial buildings sign an energy pledge to reduce their energy use by 20%, put shadow meters in the basement of those buildings, and then we tracked our progress over the last few years.
When you're looking at the generation that's moving to Charlotte, they want cities that are practicing what they're preaching and are leading by example, and I think Envision Charlotte really helps us to do that.
And we have seen a 16% decrease in energy use, which is unprecedented.
So for energy, waste, and water, we want to reduce the usage, at least for energy and water, by 20%. We want to decrease the amount of waste we're sending to landfills by 20%. And on the air side, we're looking for projects that are going to help us improve the air quality in Charlotte.
So Envision in America is basically taking Envision Charlotte and replicating it in 10 cities across the country.
So we'll have the opportunity, with the White House's support, to not only tell people about the model we're using and how it's successful, but to work with 10 other cities across the country and major corporations that are involved in the smart city space.
So we're one of the top initiatives that they're going to be highlighting, which is very exciting.
There's a lot going on. People are trying to figure it out, and Envision America is going to provide a great framework to bring those different voices and those great ideas together for a common goal.
In a city that's constantly moving and evolving, change is inevitable, and you can watch it happen at the corner of Stonewall and South Tryon Streets, where the old Charlotte Observer building is coming down piece by piece after 45 years. So the question now is, what can we expect to see here next to Bank of America Stadium? I spoke to residents who have plenty of ideas. What do you think Uptown Charlotte needs?
Maybe some kind of attraction or something. Some kind of a mini attraction. I mean, you have Carowinds, but something, I don't know, something.
Some more retail stores like food stores, clothes stores.
Retail. You know, more like clothes for just all the family, the whole family.
I think an environment for children, somewhere where they feel comfortable, where they can come and spend time and meet new people.
And while this building comes down, plenty of others are going up. Right now in Uptown Charlotte, there are 2,238 apartments under construction, along with 1,406 hotel rooms. That's according to Charlotte Center City Partners. Also under construction, more than 1 million square feet of office space and 62,200 square feet of retail. As for this space, Charlotte-based real estate company Lincoln Harris won't say, only that the heart of Uptown can expect a mixed-use development.
I'm Randy Knight, Human Resource Director for the Northern Division of Belk Department Stores. I'd like to spend a few minutes discussing how you, a young professional, should prepare for and conduct yourself in an interview. An interview may be your only opportunity to meet with a prospective employer and will greatly influence whether or not you are selected for the position. Preparing for an interview. Learn about the company. Research the company's history and mission statements and review their websites. Don't forget to look at the company's social media pages. Review your resume. Make sure it highlights your experience and education and is up to date and free of grammatical errors. Always bring multiple copies of your resume to the interview. Look professional. Make sure your clothes are clean, pressed, and appropriate for the position you are interviewing for. Don't wear anything that is too tight, revealing, or too short. During the interview, arrive about 10 to 15 minutes early. When meeting the interviewer, smile, firmly shake their hand, make eye contact, and greet them. Make sure to speak clearly and confidently and maintain good posture throughout the interview. Silence your phone. Turn it off, or better yet, leave it in your car. A ringing cell phone is disruptive, and answering text messages gives the impression that the job is not your top priority. Don't ramble. Keep your answers concise and to the point. Explain what you will do to contribute to the company's success. Don't speak badly about former employers. You don't want the potential employer to think you'd speak badly about them if you left in less than pleasant terms. When leaving, offer a firm handshake and thank the interviewer for their time. Consider sending a handwritten thank you note to the interviewer. If you do not have their full name and mailing address, ask for a business card as you exit. Keep in mind that employers use interviews to determine if you will contribute to the company's success and are a team player who will get along with others. Follow these guidelines and you'll be one step closer to a job offer. I'm Randy Knight, Human Resources Director for the Northern Division of Belk Department Stores. I'd like to spend a few minutes discussing how you, a young professional, should conduct yourself at work. Keep a positive attitude. While a negative attitude impacts your ability to keep your job, a positive attitude may help advance your career. Be on time. Arriving late to work or for meetings gives the impression that you are unreliable and don't care about your job or other people's time. Watch what you say. Cursing, telling inappropriate jokes, and making harassing or sexual comments are inappropriate and offensive. Don't engage in gossip and treat others the way you want to be treated. Maintain control of your emotions. When addressing differences with a coworker, maintain a professional and respectful tone of voice and explain your opinions. Take ownership of your mistakes and learn from them. How to advance your career? Offer to help. Share your knowledge and offer to help your coworkers, especially if they are feeling overwhelmed. Stay positive. Make suggestions, ask questions, and offer your opinion and ideas. Complete your task in a timely manner and above the required standards. Seize opportunities to learn and grow your skills. Offer your assistance with projects. Ask for shadowing, mentoring opportunities. Be aware of current company-related statistics and ask questions. Follow these tips and you will be on your way to building a reputation that will set you up for success and growth.
My name is Blake Barnes. I own the Common Market. We've been here since 2002. So we have coffee, deli, we actually have a bar, but we also do retail beer and wine and knick-knack toys. The thing that it did for me, it made me less of a pass-through and more of a destination. And it definitely made it more walkable. You know, I think really played upon the neighborhood that was already going on. And it allowed, I think, other businesses, we have a diverse business culture over here too, to open up because you didn't have to rely on that parking lot. It was such good communication all the way through. It made it a lot less painful than we thought it was going to be. Really, really did. So hats off and impressed to them on that one.
I'm Randy Knight, Human Resources Director for the Northern Division of Belk Department Stores. I'd like to spend a few minutes discussing how you, a young professional, can best handle conflict in the workplace. What causes conflict in the workplace? Conflict is normal and a natural part of any workplace. It can be the result of a lack of communication, too few resources, personality clashes, or poor performance. But how you respond to conflict determines if you will be a successful employee. How to address conflict. Address issues face-to-face and clearly articulate the cause of the conflict. Do not communicate through email or text. It is important to see the other party's physical response to the discussion. Try to find ways to resolve the conflict by asking, "How do you think I can help the situation?" or "How do you think we can work together to resolve the issue?" Do not assign blame or say you when you're making a point. Address only the situation at hand and resist the temptation to bring up past conflicts. When necessary, take a time out. Emotions may interfere with arriving at a productive resolution. Always remember that a sincere apology is powerful. If you're not comfortable addressing the other party involved in the conflict, discuss your concerns with your manager or human resources staff member. Following these tips will give you the confidence to professionally address conflicts in the workplace and help you build relationships with those around you. By actively resolving conflict when it occurs, you can create a more positive work environment for everyone.
This is Seoul, South Korea, Las Vegas, London, Cologne, Germany. We've competed Australia, North America, Europe, Asia. We went from hotel banquet rooms, you know, competing there, to now we're filling some of the largest arenas in the world. Our audience is really millennial. A lot of millennials are paying attention to esports. It's kind of their preferred sport. And Charlotte is one of the leading cities in millennial growth, so it completely made sense for us to be down here. We know that the fan presence here is actually very substantial. We're constantly getting social media engagement from local fans. If you look at our social media numbers, we're one of the most followed social media accounts here in the city of Charlotte, and I think that is a testament to what we can do for the city in terms of creating awareness for Charlotte around the world. it's a global sport. And you know, a lot of times people locally, let's say here in Charlotte, aren't really exposed to what's happening in Poland or Russia or China or Korea. And very much in those countries, we have a massive presence. So you can't discount something as a sport if you only look through it from a local lens or a regional lens or a lens on this continent.
Trustworthy. We tell the truth, behave ethically, and work openly with each other and the community. I'm Matthew Alsip. I'm a senior customer service representative for Charmac 311. One of the things we do on a day-to-day basis is we listen to feedback from our citizens, and we take that feedback and we route it through the proper channels and give them the information and the resources they need to make sure that their needs are being addressed. We want citizens to know that they can trust us and rely on us to give them the information and the resources they need to help make their community a better place to live.
Había un niño que era muy sensible a luces y sonidos. Construía escondites donde no podían entrar. No le gustaba mirar a la gente a los ojos, lo hacía sentir incómodo. Un día se descubrió que tenía autismo. Con ayuda poco a poco aprendió a vivir mejor con ello.
Mientras más pronto se diagnostique, mejor. Conoce las señales en autismspeaks.org.
Give it a shake. So this is where it gets interesting. Kind of looks like a bank tube, right? Sir, don't put any change in there, please, sir. Comes back with a lollipop in it, and you're like, yay! I describe Charlotte to be a very southern hospitality city. We have amazing restaurants and public transportation that's great. It's very clean. People talk about how clean Charlotte is all the time, and I think that's one of the great things. But we're also not too big. We've got tomatoes over there. There's actually kiwis. Those are 2 beehives, so you can sort of see them coming in and out of the hive. Depending on who you talk to, the bees pollinate in between a 2 to 3 mile radius of their hive. So that means that our bees touch all of downtown. This is nasturtium. Nasturtium is really, they have these beautiful edible blossoms. And again, everything is organic. You know, we're trying to do it on an extremely high level, and as opposed to just pouring drinks, kind of provide an experience for our guests. I love it here. I love Charlotte. When people see from out of town, visitors see the fact that we're putting in a lot of hard work into our food and our cocktail programs, that they think that Charlotte is a fun place to go because we care, you know, about what we're doing. And of course, Southern hospitality is always up there with the best thing in the entire world, you know. People always talk about how nice folks are around Charlotte, and I think it's all of our jobs to make sure that that is the impression that our guests get all the time.
What's this? Another ticket? Why do I keep getting these?
Hey man, take time, read the sign. It's easy to get penalized if you don't know the regulations. If you don't want to pay the fine, remember, always read the sign.
Oh, I'm so glad this day is over. You know,
I'm exhausted.
What is this?
Oh my goodness.
What is this? A ticket? What did I get a ticket for?
I don't know.
Take time. Read the sign. It's easy to get penalized if you don't know the regulations. If you don't want to pay the fine, remember, always read the sign.
Oh man, we're gonna win today. Can I even park here?
Hey man, take the time, read the sign.
Hey man, you got your stadium pass?
I do.
Cool. Enjoy the game.
Thank you.
It's easy to get penalized if you don't know the regulations. If you don't want to pay the fine, remember, always read the sign.
Don't wait. Communicate. Make your emergency plan today.
All right. You get your usual kind of beer cans and juice bottles, but every now and then you find a wallet. Yeah, I don't know. You get all kinds of stuff. Here's what looks like an old jacket. Well, we make it kind of a social outing. It's not so much a chore to come out and pick up litter, but we're getting together afterwards to watch the NFL draft, and sometimes we'll go to a Live After 5 or get a drink at Connolly's. So it becomes more of almost like a team building or social effort.
The easy part really was on us. They wanted to do the hard part. They wanted to pick up trash. They wanted to tell their friends about it. So hopefully in the near future, we would open that opportunity to other groups. We have been receiving calls from other groups that are interested in adopting rail trail areas and groups that are actually already doing the work. We just need to formalize it.
Good find. So to hear that it's kind of growing, or other groups are kind of seeing the pilot program and wanting to adopt other stretches of the rail trail is awesome.
Inclusive. We value all people, respect their ideas, backgrounds, and experiences. I am Alexis Gordon. I'm the International Relations Manager and Chief of Protocol for the City of Charlotte. One of the things that our office does is we help welcome the world in Charlotte, and we really help make sure that we are including all different people as we work together to be a global city. So to me, being inclusive means that we listen. We don't just hear what other people are saying. We actually listen to what they value, what their needs are, and we include that in what we're doing every day, so that when we're building new programs or we're giving our services to the people that live here, all of our residents, that we serve them equally and that we really value who they are and what they need from us as a city.
Don't let this metallic green beetle fool you. It's only about a ½ inch in size, but it's a real concern for some Charlotte homeowners.
This beetle, like I said, has had devastating effects where it's been introduced to. It's been found in North Carolina in 24 counties, 3 counties to the west of us, of Mecklenburg, and 1 county to the north of us in Mecklenburg County.
The emerald ash borer bores into ash trees and eats the tissue beneath the bark. Assistant City Arborist Lori Reed Dukes says it can kill the tree in just 2 to 5 years.
Very large limbs have the potential to start falling. So if it's in someone's backyard or near their house or located by the street, it's definitely a public safety issue.
A public safety issue that's difficult to see. Take, for example, this heavily infested sample.
You're seeing the galleries, so the tunnels that the grub makes underneath the bark of the tree.
But it's damage you can't see from just looking at it.
But what we'd see on the outside of the tree is the adult leaves through a D-shaped exit hole. Or sometimes if it's oriented, it might be U-shaped or N-shaped, but it's always flat on one side and rounded on the other.
So what can you do? There are chemicals that you can use to kill the insect. Homeowners can apply one to soil, while the other is injected directly into the bark, but that must be done by a professional.
So treatment is something that's going to have to occur every 1 to 2 years. It's not a one-time treatment that's going to protect the tree for the lifetime. So it is going to be an investment for someone to put in to keep that tree healthy.
Accountable. We own our work through timeliness, initiative, fairness, and excellence. I'm Melissa Dodd, and I'm a public information specialist with Stormwater Services. As an individual employee, I think about accountability as showing up every day and doing your best, contributing, and making sure your ideas are heard while you're also listening to colleagues. As a department, our accountability is back to larger projects where I play a role in. So making sure that I'm a good team player and I'm not holding up those projects or those teams when colleagues are counting on me. And ultimately, as a city, we're accountable for listening to those who want to share their ideas for making our city better for everyone. And that's what Take 10 CLT was all about, having quick conversations and letting the resident drive that conversation to share their ideas about how to make our city better.
We had to move the venue for good reason. As you can see, we've got a pretty good crowd here this morning for good reason. Important stuff that we want to discuss, that Chief Putney wants to discuss this morning when it comes to violent crime. I don't think it's any big secret that that's been a challenge for the organization, for the community this year. In just a couple of moments, Chief Putney is going to come to the lectern, talk about our 46 homicides, give you some perspective, give you some context, give you some layers when it comes to those 46 homicides, really drill deep down and talk about some common thread that we're seeing here with a number of these incidents our folks are seeing out on the street. What we're doing as an organization moving forward this summer when it comes to violent crime. He's also going to reference a report from back in 2005 from a task force that Mr. Ratchford, sitting down here in front of me, Willie Ratchford, and to his left, Diane English, played a big part of in that task force, and some of the recommendations that came out of that homicide task force from back in 2005, and where we stand now as a result of those recommendations, what we've done organizationally as a department. When Chief Putney's through, we have Lieutenant LeBron Evans. He's with Community Outreach for the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department. He's going to talk this morning about the Envision Academy and how we're trying to change lives through some tremendous partners that we have in the community. In fact, a number of you are aware that this program just started yesterday over at police headquarters. 30 some odd young people who are involved in this program, and it's just a tremendous program that we really want to illustrate. When LeBron is through, I've got some housekeeping matters I want to discuss, some exciting news that we have concerning some human stories that we're telling here from our organization that we hope will filter out into the community. So without further delay, I'd like to introduce Chief Putney.
Good morning. We have a lot of information for you today. And of course, it's quite timely, given the night we had last night. But I do want to talk about context. It's just as important that we allay some unreasonable fear as it is that we educate people and inform people so that we can ensure safety. I want to start with the historical context. Like much of the country, we saw significant reductions in violent crime in particular, and our homicides in the early 2000s. In fact, our numbers had dropped and remained consistently pretty low, relatively low for quite a while. But recently we've seen an increase. Our community's on edge and we're concerned as well. We want to add some context because we want to make sure people understand fully what's going on, because I'll refer to this later when I talk about the Homicide Task Force report. We've been here before. To get a historical perspective, I've given you, you have a handout. I won't make much reference to that, but to say, back in 2014, we saw an historic low in our homicide rates. It harkened all the way back to 1972 when we only had 42 homicides. So since then, as you know, we've had an escalation in violence, and we've seen a lot of young people resorting to violence, grabbing handguns to resolve minor disputes. Let's jump into the numbers a bit. Right now, the positive is we're trending in the right direction as we continue to fight violent crime. We started off early in the year with an increase of about 21%. Right now, we're up right around 4% as of last week. Now, these are preliminary numbers, but that's where we stand. We track our numbers day to day and definitely by week to week. We have a lot of work to do in that area, but I can tell you, a lot of work's being done. A lot of work is being done. Of the 46 so far, 34, about three-quarters of the homicide knew their killer. The victims knew their assailants. These are not random acts. These are volatile outbursts where people grab guns and settle minor disputes. You're simply a lot less likely to be a victim of a homicide by a stranger. Those stranger cases really get us on edge, and what we're seeing is they are rarer, much more rare than the normal homicides that we see, because, as I said before, as of 24 hours ago, it was closer to 80% of them were by known offenders. Last night it dropped a bit to about three-quarters, about 75%. Some of the circumstances contributing. 11 so far have been domestic related. 8 we know of to be robbery related. 7 resulting from arguments. About 7 also were drug related. About half of them, though, here's what's quite troubling. About half of the homicides we've seen so far this year, the people, the victims, the lives taken away, were between the ages of 18 and 34. 37 of our victims were black. 34 of the suspects listed in the homicide cases were black. The majority, the vast majority, of these cases involved handguns, 34 of them. 17 suspects that have been arrested for homicide had previous charges already. They were not new to the criminal enterprise. 2 of them had previously been arrested for homicide. As I said before, we've been here before. Back in 2005, we saw a spike in our homicides, and we had 85 people murdered here in Charlotte, Mecklenburg. And that was the largest number we'd seen in a decade, since the mid-1990s. Task Force had a few charges, one of which was looking at underlying causes. What is the root cause that's contributing to these homicides? They wanted to study best practices back in 2005. And then they wanted to make recommendations to the city about how we might mitigate the violence that we were seeing. In August of 2016, the task force came back with 13 recommendations, many of which impacted CMPD, our organization. There were things that we needed to do and to do better. There are other things that the community, other agencies, nonprofits needed to step up and assist with. You'll see the link to that report in particular, but I can tell you every one of those recommendations that had something that CMPD could do, we did. And we continue to do today, even better than we did back in 2005. I do want to give you a few examples though. One of the recommendations was around increasing community awareness. Here I stand today, making sure you understand what we're dealing with, giving you context. We continue to do that at our community safety forums, community corners, and monthly meetings all across the jurisdiction. We want to make sure people are informed as to what's going on and how we can make our jurisdiction safer. Violent offenders, repeat offenders in particular, were a concern. We have a POST team, a priority offender strategy team, that focuses on the most prolific repeat offenders in our jurisdiction. That's been work that's been going on since 2008. It continues today. Another piece of that was connecting with probation and parole. Probation is actually a part of that team. they're part of that post team. Intervening early and in schools. We've been across all schools, high schools, and CMS. And we're about to make our next rotation coming down this fall. We have the ASAP, which is a public safety curriculum that's in the schools. We're trying to connect with kids, young people, as early as we can and be consistent in that content. Also, we have outstanding work being done by our school resource officers. We are also working with community, our community services is going to tell you about some work they're doing in the Envision Academy. We also know that lack of opportunity and economic upward mobility is a problem, and we're going to contribute to that as well. We're going to contribute to some work to mitigate that, I should say. We have 27 people who just started our first Envision Academy, and Lieutenant Evans will tell you more about that. It's a paid internship because we want to employ kids. We want to give them the opportunity to build life and job skills at a young age so they'll be employable when they graduate high school and if they decide to go on to college. Another area was resources. As you know, for the last 2 years I've been asking for additional officers and support staff. Council has been willing to do so. 125 sworn allocations and a number of civilian allocations. Our issue is prosecuting the repeat offenders. District Attorney's Office hasn't increased in decades, and that's a problem for us. Also, in the area of homicide support to victims, homicide victim support, we've actually expanded that. We've been doing that for a while, but now we call it victim services because we know they're victims of other crimes that need support as well, especially in the area of sexual assault. Lastly, it's some outreach we're doing with Community Relations Committee to teach skills around conflict resolution and mediation. We're launching that this summer, next month as a matter of fact, through our community safety forums. We want to give people the opportunity to understand what it takes to de-escalate situations so that they don't escalate into violence, which is what we've been seeing over the first half of this year. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the work. There's been a great deal of work done by our officers, fantastic work. So far they've seized over 1,000 guns from people carrying weapons illegally in our community. That's up by 25% versus the same time period last year. About 250 of those guns were stolen from lawful gun owners. So I continue to stress the need for responsible gun ownership. Officers and detectives have made over 9,000 arrests so far this year. Over 1,200 of them on violent offenders. So they're doing the work. We continue to work on the most violent gang members in our community as well. You saw the work we did with our FBI partners and federal partners to take off 83 offenders. 25 of those are right here in this region. So that work continues as well. The officers have so far conducted over 4,700 field interviews, 13,000 zone checks, checking out with suspicious people in suspicious areas, conducted over 47,000 traffic stops, and almost 150 search warrants have been executed. So the work, the issue we're dealing with is not because of lack of effort. The work's being done. And especially when you put it in the context of last year, we had over 612,000 contacts with the public. Our officers are doing good work. For the most part, they're doing fantastic work. Less than 200 allegations of misconduct were investigated through internal affairs. 3/4 of them were because of officers policing themselves. What you may not know is, back in May, we recognized 15 officers for saving lives. Performing CPR, crawling under live power lines, pulling people off ledges, and out of burning vehicles. Officers are doing fantastic work every day to fight and prevent crime. But what we're trying to do this summer is double down on that work. We have Justice Assistant Grant money, federal funded money, that we're going to put to extend the workday of our officers. So they'll have some overtime opportunities to fight crime and engage with our community. Several components, walking beats. It's no secret that I'm a big proponent of walking beats. 2 years ago, I think fall of 2017, we started that initiative in the Metro Division along the Beatties Ford corridor. Recently, we've We've implemented that in Plaza Midwood as well as in NoDa. We want to be in the high traffic, high pedestrian traffic areas so that we can be visible and help people feel safer. Another area, bike patrol. You see some of our bike guys here today, and our motorsports. There's an officer here too I really pray you'll talk to, who's going to be helping us from that aspect on a motorbike. The purpose of that is to ensure safety along the greenways. I keep talking about a transportation division, and this is our first step. We're going to start piloting this work so that we can better ensure safety along our greenways. In short, this organization is committed to fighting crime and preventing crime and doing the work necessary from our perspective to make that happen. We need the community to step up and assist us. We connect in a lot of areas. You all know that. Cops and clergy, cops and kids, and everything else that we do. But some of the other recommendations where we fall short as a city is having agencies work together. Instead of being competitors in the nonprofit arena, we need to be collaborators. Last thing I'll say is there is a guide forward. The 13 recommendations from that task force are just as relevant in 2017 as they were in 2005. Let's follow through.
Appreciate you, Chief. And just in the interest of keeping the train rolling, this morning we're going to depart from our traditional Q&A. Right now, what we'll do is we'll bring Lieutenant Evans up to talk. He's from Community Services, to talk about that Envision Academy. And when he's through, we'll go ahead and open it up to questions for the Chief or the Lieutenant. Without further delay, Lieutenant Evans.
Good morning. One of the many programs that the Community Services Bureau is involved in basically works around building relationships with officers and teams. So on yesterday, we started the Envision Academy with 30 high school students that were recommended by school resource officers. Some of them are part of our diversion program or some of our other youth programs. But we wanted to build a relationship with employers, with officers, with community partners, so that the kids could kind of see what Charlotte is about, where we came from, how we became a banking industry town. We actually received money from Hugh McCall and from Bank of America. They're our biggest sponsors. So we're actually paying the kids about $1,500 for an 8-week internship program. And the weeks are actually themed around things that we want them to envision. So this week we started out with orientation. So that's getting them acclimated to the police department, learning about all the things that we do, all the opportunities that we have in the department. Next week we're going to move on to government, politics, and justice. So we're going to expose them to the government center, all of our government agencies, let them see how council runs, how mayor and city council, how they work, what they do. The third week we're going to envision the city. So we're going to go out and take a look at some of those cultural entities, Harvey B. Gantt Center, Green Spawn Center for Peace and Social Justice, Levine Museum of the New South. Week 4, envision the environment. We're going to visit the International House and talk to some actual people that are coming from, I can't remember the country in Europe, but they're going to meet with some folks that are coming over as part of an immersion program. Sustain Charlotte, the McGuire nuclear plant. We're actually going to get on bicycles and ride and actually view the city. Week 5, envision the economy. Since Bank of America is our biggest sponsor, we're going to work with Bank of America to talk about financial responsibility, opening an account, saving the money that we're going to pay you, possibly towards a college education. We're going to visit the Charlotte Chamber of Commerce. We're going to look at the sports entities here in Charlotte to not just look at the athlete, but all of the jobs and things that it takes to run a sports agency. Hendrick Motorsports, the Panthers, and we're also going to visit the Hornets. Week 6, envision health and human services. We're going to go actually into the Cancer Institute and talk to some patients, talk to some doctors, see what kind of care this city is providing. We're going to visit the Trauma Center. And Dr. Jacobs has put together a very robust day for us, including getting the youth certified to use a tourniquet, just to show that trauma starts with bystanders, not just in the trauma center. On week 7, we're going to envision education. We're going to visit UNCC, Central Piedmont, and Queens College, Johnson C. Smith, to show the kids what college life is about. We're going to let them talk to some students, talk to some professors, eat in the actual dining halls. We want them to see what the college experience is about and hopefully save that money towards it. And week 8, envision the future. What is your future? What did you learn? They're going to have to do a presentation to us about what they learned, you know, what they're going to do with their money, how they see their future based on what they learned in the 8 weeks with us. So, like I said, 30 kids paid about $1,500 for 8 weeks this summer.
Appreciate you, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
And we're going to make the Lieutenant and the Chief available in just a couple of moments. I started this endeavor off this morning talking about some housekeeping that we also wanted to discuss. Some important stuff, though, really important stuff. To my right, up here on the screen, you'll see all of our social media platforms, our handles, our presence when it comes to Twitter, when it comes to Facebook, when it comes to YouTube. A number of you had attended a press briefing, I want to say 3 or 4 weeks ago, where we referenced our new blog, our Beyond the Badge blog. I really, really encourage you guys to not only follow it, but push this to the community, because it's more than relevant. This is really, really meaningful stuff that should have a great impact on community members, and we're hoping that it really gets some steam, some traction behind it. For those of you who do go to Beyond the Badge today, if you're a subscriber, you probably know this because at just about 10:30 this morning, this story hit. It's a story that we understand will probably get a lot of buzz in the community, definitely water cooler kind of material that we're talking concerning this story. There is an officer standing in that doorway over there, leaning on that little partition. His name is Yancey Contreras. He's a Metro Division officer, works really hard, one of our wonderful officers, and we've got plenty. He's no exception. But Yancey has an incredibly unique story, I'd argue, about his love of this country and the lengths he went through to get into this country. Yancey, I don't want to outrun my coverage. I encourage you to go and follow and take a look at this story. I'm sure it's something you'll find relevant, you'll find timely, and something that will probably spur some pretty robust debate. So, Yancey, if you just put your hand up there for a second, let everybody know who you are. That's Yancey Contreras, and you'll be reading a little bit about him, and we've also got a video to accompany that article that Melissa Treadaway with the Public Affairs Office had written. So, without further delay, I suspect a number of you have a multitude of questions, and we'll do our best to get those questions answered.
Can't have many questions. We're comprehensive. Can't beat the subject. Yes, sir.
Chief Putney, just wondering if you could elaborate on your crime-fighting strategy for the summer. You mentioned overtime. Can you just talk about the specifics of that and how it compares to previous years?
Yes, we've done some of this work before. We're just doing it on a grander scale this year. We have allocated overtime. We look at our specific hotspots. We allow our officers to sign up for that overtime and work specifically in those areas to drive down crime, to proactively engage with community members so that we can drive those crime numbers down even further.
Is this the first time you've done something like
No, sir. No, sir. It's consistent, but this is going to be on the larger scale this year. We're going to allocate a lot more money towards it from the funding that we received so that we can try to have a larger impact. Yes?
Can you talk a little bit about the program that was at the apartment complex where 2 people were murdered? It was working, right, for a while because crime was down in that area until last night?
Yes, I talked to the sergeant this morning. What day is it? Wednesday. Yeah, it all runs together when you're running around doing that kind of stuff. But that was a very engaged management group. And here's the thing, I'll tell you, one takeaway from today. A safe community is an engaged community. They were very engaged. They were connected to their community coordinators in that division. There was a lot of conversation. They have not had a lot of issues at all in that complex. So this is a wake-up call. Unfortunately, I can't get into the specifics, but I would submit to you this was not a random act either. There's some indications there that lead us to believe otherwise. But again, an engaged community is a safer community, and they were one of our engaged apartment complexes. Yes?
How many of the homicides have been cleared?
29. Yes. 29. Actually, he's supposed to be up here with us too. Yes, what else?
Chief, can you talk
Yes,
a little bit more about the majority of these homicide victims who knew the killers? I mean,
Yes.
this year it seems like we're talking a lot more about arguments escalating,
Yes.
a lot of people who know each other killing each other.
Minor differences, which is why we're collaborating with Mr. Willie Ratchford in Community Relations to do this conflict resolution. Here's our issue. We still struggle to connect with the people who need those skills the most, but it's not for lack of effort. We're going to continue to do that work. But as I said before last night, it was almost 80% of our homicides were between acquaintances. You knew your killer. Now it's about 74%, so still about 3/4.
You mentioned
Hi, sir. Good to see you again.
You mentioned the rate back in 2005 when things kind of spiked and kind of set off alarm bells in the community. But those of us who've kind of been around the block for a little bit longer than that remember the early 90s and how we had year after year of spiking rates. So I guess my question is, and I think a lot of people out in the community are concerned, are we drifting in that direction? How concerned are you about that?
Okay. Always concerned. But do I think we're drifting back to the early 90s? That's when a lot of us in this room came on? No. What we have the benefit is a couple of decades from now, you can figure out some of the underlying themes. But what we knew back then was crack. Crack epidemic hit us hard. It hit us all over the country, and we paid a price. And the murder rate, as you know, exceeded the 120s that year because that was a lot of violence. So do I think we're on that track now? No. But do I think we're higher than I'd like to see us? Absolutely. But some of the underlying causes, when you read the Homicide Task Force report, those are as real today as ever. You know, economic opportunities, but also what we're seeing this time is a younger group that's much more prone to grab a gun to settle a minor dispute. That is something that kind of surprises us.
Are there any kind of...
I'm sorry, I didn't know you were getting two questions. Go ahead, sir. Yes, sir.
Are there any parallels given the heroin issues that you guys have been seeing with fentanyl and that sort of thing?
We have, every year, we have 10 to 15% that are connected to drugs. We're not seeing that as much in our homicides as we are in our overdoses. And I'm going to tell you, that's a concern for us significantly here in Charlotte as well. It's sweeping the country too. Ohio's really taking a beating, but that is something that's quite scary because fentanyl can impact us when we go out to pick up the evidence and all that. So we're working through contamination protocols and everything else to protect our people. That is a big issue for us. It's not as connected to the homicide stuff. Yes, sir.
Hey, Chief, you've talked before about how increasingly police officers almost have to fill, in addition to their police work, almost have to fill nowadays a sort of social services role. And I'm wondering if, as far as an operational philosophy, if these initiatives that the lieutenant and you were talking about represent a kind of acknowledgement of this fact and kind of maybe, in your mind, a broadening of the definition of what police work is?
The truth of it is, the short answer is yes. The truth of it is, we have always been more than law enforcement. The policing profession always has been. And even when we try to resist and say we're going to crack down on crime and really do crime fighting, you can't separate. You still have to engage with the public. You still have to make meaningful relationships. And the deeper the better, which is why I'm so impressed with the work they're doing. The other thing you have to do is people have to see you differently. And the police fill the gap that other agencies don't. I talked about funding issues. If you talk about mental health, we could talk for days. And all those calls come to 911 first. When things are chaotic, we have to try to come in and patch them up and make the referral, but the issue is funding. A lot of other agencies are struggling too, and we're exceeding the capacity, but we're always at the tip of the spear. So what we're trying to do is be more educated and informed, try to break the cycle as it relates to criminal activity, giving young people an opportunity, but our struggle is still, we're a profession that's having to fill a lot of voids, and then we're being crucified on the back end if a mistake is made. We're having to sometimes act outside of our expertise, but we have to do what we have to do to try to make our community safe. Yes, sir.
Chief, you talked a little bit about the age of a number of the victims.
18 to 34, yes, sir.
Yeah, so it seems like a lot of these cases are maybe situations where 20 years ago, 18-year-olds get in a beef and they throw punches. Now
Yes.
they're reaching for guns. What is it?
You're trying to get me in trouble. I know where you're going. Go ahead.
What has changed in the last couple of decades that where people may have just thrown a punch before, now they're reaching for a handgun?
One of the significant things I can say that's safe is that lack of life skills and the emphasis on teaching respect, giving respect to get it, and the value of your life. Those things. The other thing that I'm going to get in trouble with is we have to have parents who are going to be parents and not friends. You can't be friends to your kid. You have to establish that respect, because if they don't respect you as a parent, we don't stand a chance. Those are the things that I see that are changing. Ultimately, none of this is beyond things that we can overcome, but it's pretty daunting. Yes, ma'am.
Chief, how many homicides involved stolen guns? Do you track that data?
Yes. Well, actually, no. We know that, and I gave you that number before. 250 of them are being stolen. Can we track those directly? That is work that will take us a while. We don't have that figure for you now, but we have to, again, as I said before, some of this takes us a while to really work through the details in the investigation.
So are stolen guns or access to guns a problem in Charlotte?
Stolen guns are a problem. I say responsible gun ownership is the key, but 250 guns have been stolen. So people aren't being as responsible with their weapons as they should be. We got legislation that I think is going to be problematic that might exacerbate that too. So yes, guns are a problem, but I tell you, the fix is responsible gun ownership. You got to be able to secure your weapon so other people can't have access, because the people who want access to your weapon to steal it aren't going to use it for legal means. Yes, sir.
You did a great job with statistics. It was 80%, now it's 74%, known to each other. But at what point do the numbers getting to 46 start to panic the community where they don't hear they're known to each other, oh my God, we're a violent city?
I know. That's why we're talking today. Truly. Got to put it into context. I don't want you to say we're okay, because we're not. We should have learned in 2005 from what we saw in 95, but here we are again. But I will say, most likely, if it's homicide, if you're going to lose your life at the hands of somebody else, most likely you're going to know them. So you got to break those problematic relationships. If you know somebody who has a quick temper and escalates and threatens violence, you need to get us involved to break that cycle. You need to get out of those kinds of relationships. I want to talk to the 74 to 80% as well as the 20 to 25%. I mean, the 20 to 25% need to know you're not that much at risk for homicide. But the 75 to 80% need to know you got to get out of those troubled relationships. It could save your life.
Take one or two more.
I'm sorry, that was 8 people at once. Yes, ma'am. And then, Glenn, you might get your third question after this. Yes, ma'am.
Is there anyone here who can talk a little bit about the Eastwick Place homicide and a possible motive? I know the one on Kilo, we said it could possibly be a drug-related situation. Same thing, Eastwick?
No, we don't have that level of detail on that one yet.
Can you also tell us perhaps, I'm sorry.
Just get up and go over here.
I think we're going to have to stand to ask questions or he's going to dominate. Yes, sir.
The double homicide, does it appear like the victims were fleeing from something, or were they ambushed? Did you give us any kind of details?
Glenn, you know we have to be very careful, but as soon as we can, we're going to release more. We've already said what we think the circumstances were around the drug angle, but just we're going to have to actually be patient as we dig into it. We don't want to jeopardize that investigation.
Colleen.
Yes. Thank you, Rob. Can I take you back to talking about the summer initiative? And
yes.
You started to touch on it in terms of bike patrols and the walking beats and how much of a proponent you are of that. But can you go into a little bit more detail for me in terms of what is it you see that brings to the table?
Absolutely. That brings, thank you for that question. You got one question, it was great. Some people had 5.
I'm so glad he's here today.
So am I. So I need a punching bag. The importance of that is twofold, one of which is high visibility, It's being able to truly know your community and those who are in it, so you know who those that stand out. And the other big thing is people feel safer and more comfortable when they can approach you and have that conversation. It's about it's a humanistic element to it too. But the preventive, the high visibility is really what we're after, but also they're quite mobile and they can quickly move in a pedestrian-friendly area where a vehicle won't be. And those are the elements that we're really trying to emphasize across the jurisdiction. You got to follow up. Yes,
I do. And you actually started to answer it. Will this continue to be in certain areas, or will you do this citywide?
The goal is citywide. The goal is citywide.
For the summer only, or?
Right now, we're moving for the summer, but the goal is always citywide. There are lots of areas that are conducive to that type of foot patrol, and we're going to implement them as we bring on more and more resources.
So just to clarify, for the summer, citywide, we'll have...
For the summer, there are areas all over the city. All over the city, yes. Okay. But our goal is to be able to do that on a full-time basis, and staffing-wise, we're not quite close to doing that. Yes, sir.
Chief, can you talk about the issue of repeat offenders that you brought up?
Yes.
And just your feelings on it, the frustration, and what can be done about it?
I'm not a poker player. Yeah, I'm highly frustrated. I mean, when you've been here a few decades, you see the wave. You see us get ahead of it. I didn't think we would ever get over the level of violence we were seeing in the 90s. And we knew going after the connection to drugs then would help us, and it paid dividends. And then here we are again. What we see is they get out. Some of those people get out and they don't change their behavior, so they're right back at it. They even get smarter, so they get other people to do it for them. But ultimately, if you're not going to fund the DA's office so that we can actually prosecute and get some of those people out of play, they get right back out and continue that behavior and prey on our most vulnerable. So yeah, it's very frustrating. Now you have a follow-up. See, we've started a trend. Yes, sir.
Is that an issue for the state legislature? That,
it's state funded. Yes, sir. It's state funded.
And do you have any numbers by
We're
chance?
Underfunded.
Okay. Do you have any numbers by chance?
I don't, but the district attorney does, has volumes of numbers on that can give you more context.
Okay.
All right?
All right, guys, let's start winding it down. One or two more. Glenn, are you kidding?
Yes. This could have been a one-on-one, Glenn, but go ahead, sir.
It's not like you guys have been sitting on your hands. I mean, you have been doing a number of different things, for years, basically. And to have this kind of a situation crop up again, I guess my question is, how frustrating is it to you as an officer and to the officers out there? You've been fighting this battle, and here we are back again.
Yeah, but Glenn, when you've been here a while, you also get to reap some of the rewards of that. Right now, we're planting seeds again. The work we're doing to break the cycle of being good, the fantastic work in the Envision Academy, we're going to save lives doing that kind of work. We're going to empower people who didn't feel they could be empowered and didn't have hope and economic opportunity prior to that experience. Those people are a lot less likely to be involved in any criminal activity. So I think the work is going to pay dividends. I may not be here to see it, and that's okay. I'm not moving anywhere. But I think the opportunity is to do what we should have done in 2005 right now and do it better. Stop competing for nonprofit dollars and collaborate. I'm tired, I'm going to be honest with you, you want to talk about frustration, I'm tired of somebody coming to me for money as if I can fund all nonprofits. That's not my business. But I do want, just like with this case in Envision, we have the private sector who's stepping up. We didn't put a penny of our city money towards this opportunity to give 30 kids an internship for the summer. So the opportunities exist, we've got to take advantage of them. And those recommendations are touched on in the report. Great job, and I hope you would talk to Willie and Diane about that report. They have firsthand knowledge.
Ben.
I think maybe a follow-up to her question, but you guys, I think Project Avalanche, right, was focusing on the North Tri-Island Division and where these homicides happen overnight.
Yes.
You said there was progress there, obviously.
Oh, absolutely.
Will that continue? I mean,
we're going to do it, but we got to expand it. Our issue is, here's the difference. Here's the difficulty. I can specifically focus on 85 in Sugar Creek. The homicides didn't happen there. So there is displacement. So we got to be able to be mobile and go where the crime spikes happen. In that particular case, there was no additional crime that would be on our radar anyway. It was a great relationship and continues to be a good relationship with the apartment complex. This is two people who had guns and had a tragic conclusion to whatever that dispute was.
All right, guys and gals.
One more, because, yeah, please. Yes, ma'am. Last
Chief,
one.
can you talk a little bit about, when you see an increase in crime, how much of that is related to who is in and out of prison and what's happening in the community? And the follow-up to that is the reality that how much policing can you do with those factors, or is it not a correlation?
Fantastic question. There is a correlation, I think, is weaker than we might give it credit. But what we do see is those repeat offenders who never go out of the community to get incarcerated in the first place. Those who are actively committing violent crimes, those who are here right now, who we focus on, we get cases on, they try to get prosecuted, and they get right back out. Those are the ones that are most frustrating. The reentry, we have some good work in reentry that partners are doing here locally, but ultimately our frustration is those that we have right now actively committing crime who see no consequence. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And just to close a couple of loops, the Chief had referenced some numbers in a handout. Just grab that on the way out. Melissa Treadaway to my right and your left over that table over there in the floral shirt. We'll be more than happy to go ahead and distribute those. He also mentioned take advantage of these one-on-ones. I mean, Willie Ratchford, Diane English, they just have a tremendous amount of insight, some historical information that's very relevant to what's going on today as well. I really encourage you to lean on Willie and Diane and get them to weigh in on what their observations were when they were part of the task force, and more importantly, where we are today. Also, be remiss, the fella here, good-looking guy with the baseball cap on, Greg Jackson. He's with Heal Charlotte. A lot of you may remember him from the demonstrations back in the fall. He's available to talk about the partnerships and coming together and to outreach and Summer of Opportunities program. A lot of you are familiar with. Greg would be more than happy to go ahead and discuss that at length. That's not a passion of his, community engagement. That's, I can honestly say, is an obsession of his. So it's something you guys may definitely want to go ahead and ask Greg about. Appreciate you.
Wastewater treatment plants are not magic. They have a basic core function, which is to take the solids and liquids, separate them, and treat them separately. The solids eventually go to be land applied as fertilizer, or they go to a landfill. The liquids, we go through several treatment processes to filter out anything that's in the waste, use simple cell organisms like amoebas to eat at the waste, and then when we've cleaned it up enough, we zap it with UV rays and put it in the creek, cleaner than the creek is.
I am one of 4 inspectors that service all food service establishments within Mecklenburg County that have a grease trap. Grease traps come in 2 forms, either the inside type, commonly called a trap, or the outside type, commonly called a grease interceptor. The larger outside type, they come in different sizes.
In the case of illegal dumping, that can certainly mess up the wastewater treatment process and the plant, costing millions of dollars. In case of illegal dumping, you're putting chemicals or something that was not designed for a wastewater plant to handle, and basically we will put that into the solids, and you then have contaminated solids that you have to deal with. The environmental impact is that if you have it go through a wastewater plant, you're adding that chemical into the creeks and into the streams. Fortunately, we have a lot of water quality testing in the creeks and at the wastewater plant throughout the process to make sure that we're looking for what we should and trying to capture it. That does mean that when we find something, it would be likely contained on the site, which means a much more expensive process of containing the illegal dumping and taking it to be properly disposed of than if it was properly disposed of to begin with. The person may use a grease trap or even a manhole in the system to dump illegal materials, chemicals. That doesn't just affect that immediate area, it affects the sewer pipe that goes from that location to our wastewater plant, which could be several miles away. It can affect the wastewater plant, which isn't designed to handle all those types of chemicals. And it can affect the people in the community, people that are near those manholes, people that are at the wastewater plants treating the wastewater. If you see something that looks suspicious, certainly take down any information you can, identity of the person, of the company, what they were doing. If it's an active situation where you feel like it is an illegal dumping, by all means call 911. If you think it's just suspicious and needs to be looked at, then you can call 311 and they can look into it, get it to the right people. For someone that is illegally dumping, they could face fines, they could face jail time. It's certainly something that may be an act of what they see as convenience, but because of the financial impact to our customers, the property damage to the store, and the environmental health issue, that it is a major crime that we are trying to find the right people. And we depend on everybody's eyes to let us know when they see something suspicious.
Did you know an ingredient in this drink is being used to clean up wastewater? It's happening right here at McDowell Creek Wastewater Treatment Plant. Believe it or not, sugar is replacing other chemicals that are more expensive in the treatment process. Soft drink manufacturers need to dispose of unusable or expired products. They've arranged to give it to the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Utility Department for free. The Utility Department pays $200 per load to transport this sugar water to the plant, usually about 2.5 million gallons of sugar water every year. It substitutes acetic acid, an ingredient that microorganisms or amoebas eat. This is part of the water filtration process. And using sugar water saves an estimated $85,000 each year. That's a sweet idea to save you money.
It's the dawn of the smart cities movement in the United States and around the world, and that conversation begins here in Charlotte, North Carolina.
What's great about this conference, Envision America started as Envision Charlotte, that people are here from literally all over the world.
We have put together a program that partners 10 cities from across the United States who applied to participate in the program with corporations who are working on smart city solutions. And the goal is for each of these cities to work with a few of the corporations to address a smart city issue in their specific city, and then to have that solution replicated across the country and the globe. We just had a wonderful panel that featured utility executives from across the country, both water executives and energy executives, talking to us about what they're doing in the smart city realm, what are cutting edge technologies, what are some challenges that they're facing, and how do they really start serving their customers better.
One of the things I'm most excited about, but also probably the most nervous, is we are taking a huge risk. I mean, Charlotte is sticking its neck out, being innovative and being a leader by hosting this first of its kind conference.
Working together with the public sector, the private sector, academic sector, and the utilities is really what has made Envision Charlotte successful.
UNC Charlotte as an educational entity acts as a good, trusted third-party source that we've been able to act really as, in some sense, we like to think of ourselves as the data geeks that are willing to look at the data and are eager to try to find trends, interesting things happening.
Today was a really exciting day. It's really the heart and the meat of what we're doing here. It was an opportunity for the different cities that are in attendance to give their pitches on the projects that they want to work on. They pitched them to the larger audience, and then they had an opportunity to go into breakout groups where they sat down with the different corporate sponsors and their team members and really started fleshing out what are the obstacles, what are the opportunities, how are these projects going to get done.
Our project that we are pitching today is around intelligent streetlights, blueprint, and roadmap that we think could be scalable for cities throughout the entire nation.
Well, I attended the microgrid and energy and microgrid session with the City of Milwaukee. They're coming up with a concept of how to use microgrids to attract local businesses. And it's a really exciting session because you have all the different players banding together to collectively address issues that I think would be not only relevant to the City of Milwaukee, but to other cities, such as the City of Chula Vista.
Most people love trees. A lot of people, they're in the way. And so we have to figure out how to bridge that gap. I'm really excited to be working with you all and with Los Angeles. I love this project.
We launched the Smart City Challenge to encourage these cities to develop unique visions, to demonstrate what is possible by integrating forward-looking transportation networks together.
Envision America is important as we roll out what we've learned, the lessons learned, what's not worked so well here in Charlotte. How do you carry that out to other cities in order to carry the spirit of Envision Charlotte to other cities trying to make the world a better place?
We just finished up our wonderful 3-day boot camp for Envision America, and it was a wonderful success. It far exceeded our expectations and the expectations of the cities and the companies that participated with us. The tagline for Envision America is igniting a smart city revolution, and I believe we truly ignited a revolution that's going to continue for the next several years.
Hey, what are you doing there?
Hugging a tree.
Why are you hugging that tree?
Because my mom and dad say we should love and take care of our trees.
That makes sense.
I like the shape of the leaves and the color when they turn in fall.
You know, if you add up all the trees all over Charlotte, they make up the tree canopy. It's so great that our tree canopy is known as one of the nation's best, and our trees are a major part of Charlotte's distinctive look. Now, that tree you were hugging is what we call a street tree. It's in the city's right-of-way, which means that the City of Charlotte's responsible for maintaining it. But trees on private property are the responsibility of the property owners. And there are things you can do to keep your trees hardy and healthy.
How do I know if something's wrong with the tree?
Well, a tree has plenty of ways of telling you it's not doing so well. Start looking at it from the ground up. See this other street tree? You see the hole in it? We'll be cutting it down soon because that hole means there's a hollow cavity in the base of the tree and it's not structurally safe.
Whoa!
Look around where the roots are. See any mushrooms? That could mean the tree has root rot. Now scan up the tree trunk. I don't see any here, but notice if there are any wounds and if they're bleeding.
Ew.
And then there are insects that can defoliate or injure a tree, like cankerworm.
What kind of worms?
The tiny green fall cankerworm has made Charlotte its home for more than 20 years. After mating in December, the females crawl up Charlotte's trees and lay their eggs on small branches. In the spring, the eggs hatch and small green caterpillars feed on the leaves. They don't kill the tree, but repeated defoliation weakens the trees. You can help by banding the trees in your yard. It's best to do this after most of the leaves have fallen. Step 1. Install a strip of cotton around the tree about 3 feet from the ground. Step 2. Staple a band of roofing felt over the cotton strip. Step 3. Use disposable gloves and a putty knife to put a film of tanglefoot glue on the band. If you see a street tree in the right-of-way that looks like it could use some help, give us a call at 311. And if it's a tree in your own yard that's got an issue, call in the pros. A certified arborist can evaluate the tree and determine what the tree needs, from treatment to removal. And if you lose a tree, think about planting a new one nearby.
Then I can teach my little brother how to hug trees, right?
Of course.
That is the end.
You might not consider UNC Charlotte a research institution, but just like many other schools of its kind across the country, it's definitely headed that way. The Energy Production and Infrastructure Center is one result of partnering with outside companies and agencies to give students real-world experiences that sometimes lead to innovative technologies and even the creation of new businesses. The CMUD UNC Charlotte collaboration started in 2005, and it created a technology nicknamed Sound to the Ground. So, now, a science refresher course. You know water flows, and it flows through pipes. Well, grab a wrapping paper tube and talk into it.
Hello, hello, hello.
And you prove that sound also travels that way.
Now, taking that concept and now actually using technology to actually exploit that concept was what we did.
So this is the sending unit for the SLRAT. Basically, this unit will send sound through the pipe, through the sewer pipe. And it'll be received by the receiving unit on the other end. At that point, the receiving unit will calculate how bad the line is and give it a rating or a score.
We're good to go.
Well, it's great because we don't actually have to put anything down in the pipe, so we don't have to worry about cameras breaking down, we don't have to worry about hoses getting stuck, running out of water, anything like that. I mean, as long as we have battery, we can run all day long.
Its official name may be SLRAT, but it's what CMUD employees have nicknamed Sound to the Ground.
When we first started, we were just popping the manhole and looking in and IDing it. And if we saw any trouble, we would notify them about the issues that we see with our eyes. With Sound to the Ground, it goes beyond that. It goes into the main, and it identifies the problem. Then we would mark it, and then we identify it, and then send a TV crew, and then have it fixed. So to me, that's sight beyond sight. When the doctor tells you, say, that doesn't mean that he can see everything that's going on in your body. Well, Sound to the Ground takes you inside the line. It goes beyond what we could see with the natural eye and target the area and let us know what we need to do to correct it. So that limits our SSO problem, which it has done.
Sound to the Ground has inspected more than 1 million feet of pipe. That's enough to reach almost all the way to Wilmington. And the gear was put to the test in preparation for the Democratic National Convention. With an event that big, no one wanted a sewer overflow to interrupt it or to try to make repairs under all the security that was in place. So in the weeks before the convention, all sewer lines uptown were scanned for problems, and then those problem areas were cleaned. It's estimated that using the new technology instead of old methods saved CMUD more than $100,000. That's one example of the success Sound to Ground is having in saving money and reducing sanitary sewer overflows, and it's even contributing to our local economy with a new business, InfoSense.
So the idea now is we have a technology which has been proven, and we want to now start establishing the market. So taking a device which has been shown to give great contributions to utilities and actually now start doing the marketing process and actually the sales process. I never really pictured myself getting into the sanitary sewer industry, never, and I really never expected myself to become an entrepreneur, but it also had a social benefit that it's really kind of unique to actually have that capability to have that social benefit.
Heading down to the right. We're the first one goes in. And hopefully, when we go in, we give them the right information so that therefore they can clean it and keep it safe or keep the community safe. So the benefit, give it 100. It's a plus for the whole system of Mecklenburg County.
Don't let this metallic green beetle fool you. It's only about a ½ inch in size, but it's a real concern for some Charlotte homeowners. This beetle, like I said, has had devastating effects where it's been introduced to. It's been found in North Carolina in 24 counties, 3 counties to the west of us, of Mecklenburg, and 1 county to the north of us in Mecklenburg County. The emerald ash borer bores into ash trees and eats the tissue beneath the bark. Assistant City Arborist Lori Reed Dukes says it can kill the tree in just 2 to 5 years. Very large limbs have the potential to start falling. So if it's in someone's backyard or near their house or located by the street, it's definitely a public safety issue. A public safety issue that's difficult to see. Take, for example, this heavily infested sample. You're seeing the galleries, so the tunnels that the grub makes underneath the bark of the tree. But it's damage you can't see from just looking at it. But what we'd see on the outside of the tree is the adult leaves through a D-shaped exit hole. Or sometimes if it's oriented, it might be U-shaped or N-shaped, but it's always flat on one side and rounded on the other. So what can you do? There are chemicals that you can use to kill the insect. Homeowners can apply one to soil, while the other is injected directly into the bark, but that must be done by a professional. So treatment is something that's going to have to occur every 1 to 2 years. It's not a one-time treatment that's going to protect the tree for the lifetime. So it is going to be an investment for someone to put in to keep that tree healthy.
Accountable. We own our work through timeliness, initiative, fairness, and excellence. I'm Alyssa Dodd, and I'm a Public Information Specialist with Stormwater Services. As an individual employee, I think about accountability as showing up every day and doing your best, contributing, and making sure your ideas are heard while you're also listening to colleagues. As a department, our accountability is back to larger projects where I play a role in, so making sure that I'm a good team player and I'm not holding up those projects or those teams when colleagues are counting on me. And ultimately, as a city, we're accountable for listening to those who want to share their ideas for making our city better for everyone. And that's what Take 10 CLT was all about, having quick conversations and letting the resident drive that conversation to share their ideas about how to make our city better.
We had to move the venue for good reason. As you can see, we've got a pretty good crowd here this morning for good reason. Important stuff that we want to discuss, that Chief Putney wants to discuss this morning when it comes to violent crime. I don't think it's any big secret that that's been a challenge for the organization, for the community this year. In just a couple of moments, Chief Putney is going to come to the lectern, talk about our 46 homicides, give you some perspective, give you some context, give you some layers when it comes to those 46 homicides. Really drill deep down and talk about some common thread that we're seeing here with a number of these incidents our folks are seeing out on the street. What we're doing as an organization moving forward this summer when it comes to violent crime. He's also going to reference a report from back in 2005 from a task force that Mr. Ratchford, sitting down here in front of me, Willie Ratchford, and to his left, Diane English, played a big part of in that task force, and some of the recommendations that came out of that homicide task force from back in 2005, and where we stand now as a result of those recommendations, what we've done organizationally as a department. When Chief Putney's through, we have Lieutenant LeBron Evans. He's with Community Outreach for the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department. He's going to talk this morning about the Envision Academy and how we're trying to change lives through some tremendous partners that we have in the community. In fact, a number of you are aware that this program just started yesterday over at police headquarters. 30 some odd young people who are involved in this program, and it's just a tremendous program that we really want to illustrate. When LeBron is through, I've got some housekeeping matters I want to discuss, some exciting news that we have concerning some human stories that we're telling here from our organization that we hope will filter out into the community. So without further delay, I'd like to introduce Chief Putney.
Good morning. We have a lot of information for you today. And of course, it's quite timely, given the night we had last night. But I do want to talk about context. It's just as important that we allay some unreasonable fear as it is that we educate people and inform people so that we can ensure safety. I want to start with the historical context. Like much of the country, we saw significant reductions in violent crime in particular, and our homicides in the early 2000s. In fact, our numbers had dropped and remained consistently pretty low, relatively low for quite a while. But recently we've seen an increase. Communities on edge and we're concerned as well. We want to add some context because we want to make sure people understand fully what's going on. because I'll refer to this later when I talk about the Homicide Task Force report. We've been here before. To get a historical perspective, I've given you, you have a handout. I won't make much reference to that, but to say, back in 2014, we saw an historic low in our homicide rates. It harkened all the way back to 1972 when we only had 42 homicides. So since then, as you know, we've had an escalation in violence, and we've seen a lot of young people resorting to violence, grabbing handguns to resolve minor disputes. Just let's jump into the numbers of that. Right now, the positive is we're trending in the right direction as we continue to fight violent crime. We started off early in the year with an increase of about 21%. Right now, we're up right around 4% as of last week. Now, these are preliminary numbers, but that's where we stand. We track our numbers day to day and definitely by week to week. We have a lot of work to do in that area, but I can tell you, a lot of work's being done. A lot of work's being done. Of the 46 so far, 34, about three-quarters of the homicide knew their killer. The victims knew their assailants. These are not random acts. These are volatile outbursts where people grab guns and settle minor disputes. You're simply a lot less likely to be a victim of a homicide by a stranger. Those stranger cases really get us on edge, and what we're seeing is they are rarer, much more rare than the normal homicides that we see because, as I said before, as of 24 hours ago, it was closer to 80% of them were by known offenders. Last night it dropped a bit to about three-quarters, about 75%. Some of the circumstances contributing. 11 so far have been domestic related. 8 we know of to be robbery related. 7 resulting from arguments. About 7 also were drug related. About half of them though, here's what's quite troubling. About half of the homicides we've seen so far this year, the people, the victims, the lives taken away were between the ages of 18 and 34. 37 of our victims were black. 34 of the suspects listed in the homicide cases were black. The majority, the vast majority of these cases involved handguns, 34 of them. 17 suspects that have been arrested for homicide had previous charges already. They were not new to the criminal enterprise. 2 of them had previously been arrested for homicide. As I said before, we've been here before. Back in 2005, we saw a spike in our homicides, and we had 85 people murdered here in Charlotte-Mecklenburg. And that was the largest number we'd seen in a decade, since the mid-1990s. Task Force had a few charges, one of which was looking at underlying causes. What is the root cause that's contributing to these homicides? They wanted to study best practices back in 2005. And then they wanted to make recommendations to the city about how we might mitigate the violence that we were seeing. In August of 2016, the task force came back with 13 recommendations, many of which impacted CMPD, our organization. There were things that we needed to do and to do better. There were other things that the community, other agencies, nonprofits needed to step up and assist with. You'll see the link to that report in particular, but I can tell you every one of those recommendations that had something that CMPD could do, we did. And we continue to do today, even better than we did back in 2005. I do want to give you a few examples though. One of the recommendations was around increasing community awareness. Here I stand today, making sure you understand what we're dealing with, giving you context. We continue to do that at our community safety forums, community corners, and monthly meetings all across the jurisdiction. We want to make sure people are informed as to what's going on and how we can make our jurisdiction safer. Violent offenders, repeat offenders in particular, were a concern. We have a POST team, a Priority Offender Strategy team, that focuses on the most prolific repeat offenders in our jurisdiction. That's been work that's been going on since 2008. It continues today. Another piece of that was connecting with probation and parole. Probation is actually a part of that team. They're part of that POST team. Intervening early and in schools. We've been across all schools, high schools, and CMS. And we're about to make our next rotation coming down this fall. We have the ASAP, which is a public safety curriculum that's in the schools. We're trying to connect with kids, young people, as early as we can and be consistent in that contact. Also, we have outstanding work being done by our school resource officers. We are also working with community, our community services is going to tell you about some work they're doing in the Envision Academy. We also know that lack of opportunity and economic upward mobility is a problem, and we're going to contribute to that as well. We're going to contribute to some work to mitigate that, I should say. We have 27 people who just started our first Envision Academy, and Lieutenant Evans will tell you more about that. It's a paid internship because we want to employ kids. We want to give them the opportunity to build life and job skills at a young age so they'll be employable when they graduate high school and if they decide to go on to college. Another area was resources. As you know, for the last 2 years I've been asking for additional officers and support staff. Council has been willing to do so. 125 sworn allocations and a number of civilian allocations. Our issue is prosecuting the repeat offenders. District Attorney's Office hasn't increased in decades, and that's a problem for us. Also, in the area of homicide support to victims, homicide victim support, we've actually expanded that. We've been doing that for a while, but now we call it victim services because we know there are victims of other crimes that need support as well, especially in the area of sexual assault. Lastly, it's some outreach we're doing with Community Relations Committee to teach skills around conflict resolution and mediation. We're launching that this summer, next month as a matter of fact, through our community safety forums. We want to give people the opportunity to understand what it takes to de-escalate situations so that they don't escalate into violence, which is what we've been seeing over the first half of this year. I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the work. There's been a great deal of work done by our officers, fantastic work. So far they've seized over 1,000 guns from people carrying weapons illegally in our community. That's up by 25% versus the same time period last year. About 250 of those guns were stolen from lawful gun owners. So I continue to stress the need for responsible gun ownership. Officers and detectives have made over 9,000 arrests so far this year. Over 1,200 of them on violent offenders. So they're doing the work. We continue to work on the most violent gang members in our community as well. You saw the work we did with our FBI partners and federal partners to take off 83 offenders. 25 of those are right here in this region. So that work continues as well. The officers have so far conducted over 4,700 field interviews, 13,000 zone checks, checking out with suspicious people in suspicious areas, conducted over 47,000 traffic stops, and almost 150 search warrants have been executed. So the work, the issue we're dealing with is not because of lack of effort. The work's being done. And especially when you put it in the context of last year, we had over 612,000 contacts with the public. Our officers are doing good work. For the most part, they're doing fantastic work. Less than 200 allegations of misconduct were investigated through internal affairs. 3/4 of them were because of officers policing themselves. What you may not know is, back in May, we recognized 15 officers for saving lives. Performing CPR, crawling under live power lines, pulling people off ledges, and out of burning vehicles. Officers are doing fantastic work every day to fight and prevent crime. But what we're trying to do this summer is double down on that work. We have Justice Assistant Grant money, federal funded money, that we're going to put to extend the workday of our officers. So they'll have some overtime opportunities to fight crime and engage with our community. Several components. Walking beats. It's no secret that I'm a big proponent of walking beats. 2 years ago, I think fall of 2017, we started that initiative in the Metro Division along the Beatties Ford corridor. Recently, we've implemented that in Plaza Midwood, as well as in NODA. We want to be in the high pedestrian traffic areas so that we can be visible and help people feel safer. Another area, bike patrol. You see some of our bike guys here today, and our motorsports. There's an officer here too I really pray you'll talk to, who's going to be helping us from that aspect on a motorbike. The purpose of that is to ensure safety along the greenways. I keep talking about a transportation division, and this is our first step. We're going to start piloting this work so that we can better ensure safety along our greenways. In short, this organization is committed to fighting crime and preventing crime and doing the work necessary from our perspective to make that happen. We need the community to step up and assist us. We connect in a lot of areas. You all know that. Cops and clergy, cops and kids, and everything else that we do. But some of the other recommendations where we fall short as a city is having agencies work together. Instead of being competitors in the nonprofit arena, we need to be collaborators. Last thing I'll say is there is a guide forward. The 13 recommendations from that task force are just as relevant in 2017 as they were in 2005. Let's follow through.
Appreciate you, Chief. And just in the interest of keeping the train rolling this morning, we're going to depart from our traditional Q&A. Right now, what we'll do is we'll bring Lieutenant Evans up to talk. He's from Community Services, to talk about that Envision Academy. And when he's through, we'll go ahead and open it up to questions for the Chief or the Lieutenant. Without further delay, Lieutenant Evans.
Good morning. One of the many programs that the Community Services Bureau is involved in basically works around building relationships with officers and teams. So on yesterday, we started the Envision Academy with 30 high school students that were recommended by school resource officers. Some of them are part of our diversion program or some of our other youth programs. But we wanted to build a relationship with employers, with officers, with community partners, so that the kids could kind of see what Charlotte is about, where we came from, how we became a banking industry town. We actually received money from Hugh McCall and from Bank of America. They're our biggest sponsors. So we're actually paying the kids about $1,500 for an 8-week internship program. And the weeks are actually themed around things that we want them to envision. So this week we started out with orientation. So that's getting them acclimated to the police department, learning about all the things that we do, all the opportunities that we have in the department. Next week we're going to move on to government, politics, and justice. So we're going to expose them to the government center, all of our government agencies, let them see how council runs, how mayor and city council, how they work, what they do. The third week we're going to envision the city. So we're going to go out and take a look at some of those cultural entities, Harvey B. Gantt Center, Green Spawn Center for Peace and Social Justice, Levine Museum of the New South. Week 4, envision the environment. We're going to visit the International House and talk to some actual people that are coming from, I can't remember the country in Europe, but they're going to meet with some folks that are coming over as part of an immersion program. Sustain Charlotte, the McGuire nuclear plant. We're actually going to get on bicycles and ride and actually view the city. Week 5, envision the economy. Since Bank of America is our biggest sponsor, we're going to work with Bank of America to talk about financial responsibility, opening an account, saving the money that we're going to pay you, possibly towards a college education. We're going to visit the Charlotte Chamber of Commerce. We're going to look at the sports entities here in Charlotte to not just look at the athlete, but all of the jobs and things that it takes to run a sports agency. Hendrick Motorsports, the Panthers, and we're also going to visit the Hornets. Week 6, envision health and human services. We're going to go actually into the Cancer Institute and talk to some patients, talk to some doctors, see what kind of care this city is providing. We're going to visit the Trauma Center. And Dr. Jacobs has put together a very robust day for us, including getting the youth certified to use a tourniquet, just to show that trauma starts with bystanders, not just in the trauma center. On week 7, we're going to envision education. We're going to visit UNCC, Central Piedmont, and Queens College, Johnson C. Smith, to show the kids what college life is about. We're going to let them talk to some students, talk to some professors, eat in the actual dining halls. We want them to see what the college experience is about and hopefully save that money towards it. And week 8, envision the future. What is your future? What did you learn? They're going to have to do a presentation to us about what they learned, you know, what they're going to do with their money, how they see their future based on what they learned in the 8 weeks with us. So, like I said, 30 kids paid about $1,500 for 8 weeks this summer.
Appreciate you, Lieutenant. And we're going to make the Lieutenant and Chief available in just a couple of moments. I started this endeavor off this morning talking about some housekeeping that we also wanted to discuss. Some important stuff, though, really important stuff. To my right, up here on the screen, you'll see all of our social media platforms, our handles, our presence when it comes to Twitter, when it comes to Facebook, when it comes to YouTube. A number of you had attended a press briefing, I want to say 3 or 4 weeks ago, where we referenced our new blog, our Beyond the Badge blog. I really, really encourage you guys to not only follow it, but push this to the community, because it's more than relevant. This is really, really meaningful stuff that should have a great impact on community members, and we're hoping that it really gets some steam, some traction behind it. For those of you who do go to Beyond the Badge today, if you're a subscriber, you probably know this because at just about 10:30 this morning, this story hit. It's a story that we understand will probably get a lot of buzz in the community, definitely water cooler kind of material that we're talking concerning this story. There is an officer standing in that doorway over there, leaning on that little partition. His name is Yancy Contreras. He's a Metro Division officer, works really hard, one of our wonderful officers, and we've got plenty. He's no exception. But Yancy has an incredibly unique story, I'd argue, about his love of this country and the lengths he went through to get into this country. Yancy, I don't want to outrun my coverage. I encourage you to go and follow and take a look at this story. I'm sure it's something you'll find relevant, you'll find timely, and something that will probably spur some pretty robust debate. So, Yancy, if you just put your hand up there for a second, let everybody know who you are. That's Yancy Contreras, and you'll be reading a little bit about him, and we've also got a video to accompany that article that Melissa Treadaway with the Public Affairs Office had written. So, without further delay, I suspect a number of you have a multitude of questions, and we'll do our best to get those questions answered.
Can't have many questions. We're comprehensive. Can't beat the subject. Yes, sir.
Chief Putney, just wondering if you could elaborate on your crime-fighting strategy for the summer. You mentioned overtime. Can you just talk about the specifics of that and how it compares to previous years?
Yes, we've done some of this work before. We're just doing it on a grander scale this year. We have allocated overtime. We look at our specific hotspots. We allow our officers to sign up for that overtime and work specifically in those areas to drive down crime, to proactively engage with community members so that we can drive those crime numbers down even further.
Is this the first time you've done something like
No, sir. No, sir. It's consistent, but this is going to be on a larger scale this year. We're going to allocate a lot more money towards it from the funding that we received so that we can try to have a larger impact. Yes?
Can you talk a little bit about the program that was at the apartment complex where 2 people were murdered? It was working, right, for a while because crime was down in that area until last night?
Yes. I talked to the sergeant this morning. What day is it? Wednesday. Yeah. It all runs together when you're running around doing that kind of stuff. But that was a very engaged management group. And here's the thing, I'll tell you, one takeaway from today. A safe community is an engaged community. They were very engaged. They were connected to their community coordinators in that division. There was a lot of conversation. They have not had a lot of issues at all in that complex. So this is a wake-up call. Unfortunately, I can't get into the specifics, but I would submit to you this was not a random act either. There's some indications there that lead us to believe otherwise. But again, an engaged community is a safer community, and they were one of our engaged apartment complexes. Yes?
How many of the homicides have been cleared?
29. Yes, 29. Actually, he's supposed to be up here on this too. Yes, what else?
Chief, can you talk
Yes,
a little bit more about the majority of these homicide victims who knew the killers? I mean,
Yes.
this year it seems like we're talking a lot more about arguments escalating,
Yes.
a lot of people who know each other killing each other.
Minor differences, which is why we're collaborating with Mr. Willie Ratchford and Community Relations to do this conflict resolution. Here's our issue. We still struggle to connect with the people who need those skills the most, but it's not for lack of effort. We're going to continue to do that work. But as I said before last night, it was almost 80% of our homicides were between acquaintances. You knew your killer. Now it's about 74%, so still about 3/4.
You mentioned
Hi, sir. Good to see you again.
You mentioned the rate back in 2005 when things kind of spiked and kind of set off alarm bells in the community. But those of us who've kind of been around the block for a little bit longer than that remember the early 90s and how we had year after year of spiking rates. So I guess my question is, and I think a lot of people out in the community are concerned, are we drifting in that direction? How concerned are you about that?
Okay. Always concerned. But do I think we're drifting back to the early 90s? That's when a lot of us in this room came on? No. What we have the benefit is a couple of decades from now, you can figure out some of the underlying themes. But what we knew back then was crack. Crack epidemic hit us hard. It hit us all over the country, and we paid a price. And the murder rate, as you know, exceeded the 120s that year because that was a lot of the violence. So do I think we're on that track now? No. But do I think we're higher than I'd like to see us? Absolutely. But some of the underlying causes, when you read the Homicide Task Force report, those are as real today as ever. You know, economic opportunities, but also what we're seeing this time is a younger group that's much more prone to grab a gun to settle a minor dispute. That is something that kind of surprises us.
Are there any kind of...
I'm sorry, I didn't know you were getting two questions. Go ahead, sir. Yes, sir.
Are there any parallels given the heroin issues that you guys have been seeing with fentanyl and that sort of thing?
We have, every year, we have 10 to 15% that are connected to drugs. We're not seeing that as much in our homicides as we are in our overdoses. And I'm going to tell you, that's a concern for us significantly here in Charlotte as well. It's sweeping the country too. Ohio's really taking a beating, but that is something that's quite scary because fentanyl can impact us when we go out to pick up the evidence and all that. So we're working through contamination protocols and everything else to protect our people. That is a big issue for us. It's not as connected to the homicide stuff. Yes, sir.
Hey, Chief, you've talked before about how increasingly police officers almost have to fill, in addition to their police work, almost have to fill nowadays a sort of social services role. And I'm wondering if, as far as an operational philosophy, if these initiatives that the lieutenant and you were talking about represent a kind of acknowledgement of this fact and kind of maybe, in your mind, a broadening of the definition of what police work is?
The truth of it is, the short answer is yes. The truth of it is, we have always been more than law enforcement. The policing profession always has been. And even when we try to resist and say we're going to crack down on crime and really do crime fighting, you can't separate. You still have to engage with the public. You still have to make meaningful relationships. And the deeper the better, which is why I'm so impressed with the work they're doing. The other thing you have to do is people have to see you differently. And the police fill the gap that other agencies don't. I talked about funding issues. If you talk about mental health, we could talk for days. And all those calls come to 911 first. When things are chaotic, we have to try to come in and patch them up and make the referral, but the issue is funding. A lot of other agencies are struggling too, and we're exceeding the capacity, but we're always at the tip of the spear. So what we're trying to do is be more educated and informed, try to break the cycle as it relates to criminal activity, giving young people an opportunity, but our struggle is still, we're a profession that's having to fill a lot of voids, and then we're being crucified on the back end if a mistake is made. We're having to sometimes act outside of our expertise, but we have to do what we have to do to try to make our community safe. Yes, sir.
Chief, you talked a little bit about the age of a number of the victims.
18 to 34, yes, sir.
Yeah, so it seems like a lot of these cases are maybe situations where 20 years ago, 18-year-olds get in a beef and they throw punches. Now
Yes.
they're reaching for guns. What is it?
You're trying to get me in trouble. I know where you're going. Go ahead.
What has changed in the last couple of decades where people may have just thrown a punch before, now they're reaching for a handgun?
One of the significant things I can say that's safe is that lack of life skills and the emphasis on teaching respect, giving respect to get it, and the value of your life. Those things. The other thing that I'm going to get in trouble with is we have to have parents who are going to be parents and not friends. You can't be friends to your kid. You have to establish that respect, because if they don't respect you as a parent, we don't stand a chance. Those are the things that I see that are changing. Ultimately, none of this is beyond things that we can overcome, but it's pretty daunting. Yes, ma'am.
Chief, how many homicides involved stolen guns? Do you track that data?
Yes. Well, actually, no. We know that, and I gave you that number before. 250 of them are being stolen. Can we track those directly? That is work that will take us a while. We don't have that figure for you now, but we have to, again, as I said before, some of this takes us a while to really work through the details in the investigation.
So are stolen guns or access to guns a problem in Charlotte?
Stolen guns are a problem. I say responsible gun ownership is the key, but 250 guns have been stolen. So people aren't being as responsible with their weapons as they should be. We got legislation that I think is going to be problematic that might exacerbate that too. So yes, guns are a problem, but I tell you, the fix is responsible gun ownership. You got to be able to secure your weapon so other people can't have access, because the people who want access to your weapon to steal it aren't going to use it for legal means. Yes, sir.
You did a great job with statistics. It was 80%, now it's 74, known to each other. But at what point do the numbers getting to 46 start to panic the community where they don't hear they're known to each other, oh my God, we're a violent city?
I know. That's why we're talking today. Truly. Got to put it into context. I don't want you to say we're okay, because we're not. We should have learned in 2005 from what we saw in 95, but here we are again. But I will say, most likely, if it's homicide, if you're going to lose your life at the hands of somebody else, most likely you're going to know them. So you got to break those problematic relationships. If you know somebody who has a quick temper and escalates and threatens violence, you need to get us involved to break that cycle. You need to get out of those kinds of relationships. I want to talk to the 74 to 80% as well as the 20 to 25%. I mean, the 20 to 25% need to know you're not that much at risk for homicide. But the 75 to 80% need to know you got to get out of those troubled relationships. It could save your life.
Take one or two more.
I'm sorry, that was 8 people at once. Yes, ma'am. And then, Glenn, you might get your third question after this. Yes, ma'am.
Is there anyone here who can talk a little bit about the Eastwick Place homicide and a possible motive? I know the one on Kilo, we said it could possibly be a drug-related situation. Same thing, Eastwick?
No, we don't have that level of detail on that one yet.
Can you also tell us perhaps, I'm sorry.
Just get up and go over here.
I think we're going to have to stand to ask questions or he's going to dominate. Yes, sir.
The double homicide, does it appear like the victims were fleeing from something, or were they ambushed? Did you give us any kind of details?
Glenn, you know we have to be very careful, but as soon as we can, we're going to release more. We've already said what we think the circumstances were around the drug angle, but just we're going to have to actually be patient as we dig into it. We don't want to jeopardize that investigation.
Colleen.
Yes. Thank you, Rob. Can I take you back to talking about the summer initiative? And
yes.
You started to touch on it in terms of bike patrols and the walking beats and how much of a proponent you are of that. But can you go into a little bit more detail for me in terms of what is it you see that brings to the table?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. You got one question, it was great. Some people had 5.
I'm so glad he's here today.
So am I. So I need a punching bag. The importance of that is twofold. One of which is high visibility It's being able to truly know your community and those who are in it, so you know who those that stand out. And the other big thing is people feel safer and more comfortable when they can approach you and have that conversation. It's about it's a humanistic element to it too. But the preventive, the high visibility is really what we're after, but also they're quite mobile and they can quickly move in a pedestrian-friendly area where a vehicle won't be. And those are the elements that we're really trying to emphasize across the jurisdiction. You got to follow up. Yes,
I do. And you actually started to answer it. Will this continue to be in certain areas, or will you do this citywide?
The goal is citywide. The goal is citywide.
For the summer only, or?
Right now, we're moving for the summer, but the goal is always citywide. There are lots of areas that are conducive to that type of foot patrol, and we're going to implement them as we bring on more and more resources.
So just to clarify, for the summer, citywide, we'll have...
For the summer, there are areas all over the city.
Summertime.
All over the city, yes.
Okay.
But our goal is to be able to do that on a full-time basis, and staffing-wise, we're not quite close to doing that. Yes, sir.
Chief, can you talk about the issue of repeat offenders that you brought up?
Yes.
And just your feelings on it, if your frustration, and what can be done
I'm
about
not
it?
a poker player. Yeah, I'm highly frustrated. I mean, when you've been here a few decades, you see the wave. You see us get ahead of it. I didn't think we would ever get over the level of violence we were seeing in the 90s. And we knew going after the connection to drugs then would help us, and it paid dividends. And then here we are again. What we see is they get out. Some of those people get out and they don't change their behavior, so they're right back at it. They even get smarter, so they get other people to do it for them. But ultimately, if you're not going to fund the DA's office so that we can actually prosecute and get some of those people out of play, they get right back out and continue that behavior and prey on our most vulnerable. So yeah, it's very frustrating.
Is that
now you have a follow-up. See, we've started a trend. Yes, sir.
Is that an issue for the state legislature? That, or?
It's state funded. Yes, sir. State funded.
And do you have any numbers by
Or
chance?
underfunded.
Okay. Do you have any numbers by chance?
I don't, but the district attorney does, has volumes of numbers on that can give you more context.
Okay.
All right?
All right, guys, let's start winding it down. One or two more. Glenn, are you kidding?
Yes. This could have been a one-on-one, Glenn, but go ahead, sir.
It's not like you guys have been sitting on your hands. I mean, you have been doing a number of different things, for years, basically. And to have this kind of a situation crop up again, I guess my question is, how frustrating is it to you as an officer and to the officers out there? You've been fighting this battle, and here we are back again.
Yeah, but Glenn, when you've been here a while, you also get to reap some of the rewards of that. Right now, we're planting seeds again. The work we're doing to break the cycle of being good, the fantastic work in the Envision Academy, we're going to save lives doing that kind of work. We're going to empower people who didn't feel they could be empowered and didn't have hope and economic opportunity prior to that experience. Those people are a lot less likely to be involved in any criminal activity. So I think the work is going to pay dividends. I may not be here to see it, and that's okay. I'm not moving anywhere. But I think the opportunity is to do what we should have done in 2005 right now and do it better. Stop competing for nonprofit dollars and collaborate. I'm tired, I'm going to be honest with you, want to talk about frustration, I'm tired of somebody coming to me for money as if I can fund all nonprofits. That's not my business. But I do want, just like with this case in Envision, we have the private sector who's stepping up. We didn't put a penny of our city money towards this opportunity to give 30 kids an internship for the summer. So the opportunities exist. We've got to take advantage of them. And those recommendations are touched on in the report. Great job, and I hope you would talk to Willie and Diane about that report. They have firsthand knowledge.
Ben.
I think maybe a follow-up to her question, but you guys, I think Project Avalanche, right, was focusing on the North Tri-Island Division and where these homicides happen overnight.
Yes.
You said there was progress there, obviously.
Oh, absolutely.
Will that continue? I mean,
we're going to do it, but we got to expand it. Our issue is, here's the difference. Here's the difficulty. I can specifically focus on 85 in Sugar Creek. The homicides didn't happen there. So there is displacement. So we got to be able to be mobile and go where the crime spikes happen. In that particular case, there was no additional crime that would be on our radar anyway. It was a great relationship and continues to be a good relationship with the apartment complex. This is two people who had guns and had a tragic conclusion to whatever that dispute was.
All right, guys and gals.
One more, because, yeah, please. Yes, ma'am. Last
Chief,
one.
can you talk a little bit about when you see an increase in crime, how much of that is related to who is in and out of prison and what's happening in the community? And the follow-up to that is the reality that how much policing can you do with those factors, or is it not a correlation?
Fantastic question. There is a correlation. I think is weaker than we might give it credit. But what we do see is those repeat offenders who never go out of the community to get incarcerated in the first place. Those who are actively committing violent crimes, those who are here right now, who we focus on, we get cases on, they try to get prosecuted and they get right back out. Those are the ones that are most frustrating. The reentry, we have some good work in reentry that partners are doing here locally, but ultimately our frustration is those that we have right now actively committing crime who see no consequence. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And just to close a couple of loops, the Chief had referenced some numbers in a handout. Just grab that on the way out. Melissa Treadaway to my right and your left over that table over there in the floral shirt. We'll be more than happy to go ahead and distribute those. He also mentioned take advantage of these one-on-ones. I mean, Willie Ratchford, Diane English, they just have a tremendous amount of insight, some historical information that's very relevant to what's going on today as well. I really encourage you to lean on Willie and Diane and get them to weigh in on what their observations were when they were part of the task force, and more importantly, where we are today. Also, be remiss, the fella here, good-looking guy with the baseball cap on, Greg Jackson. He's with Heal Charlotte. A lot of you may remember him from the demonstrations back in the fall. He's available to talk about the partnerships and coming together and outreach and Summer of Opportunities program. A lot of you are familiar with. Greg would be more than happy to go ahead and discuss that at length. That's not a passion of his, community engagement. That's, I can honestly say, is an obsession of his. So it's something you guys may definitely want to go ahead and ask Greg about. Appreciate you. Officer Yancey Contreras works second shift and has been a Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officer since 2014. But his life's path has had more twists and turns than most.
Dreams. You know, I had a dream that I wanted to change my life.
Well, a big part of that dream involved coming to America years ago. You see, he grew up dirt poor in Honduras and made the trek to the U.S. illegally at 17 years old. Despite the danger, he hopped on a roof of a freight train and prayed he'd make it to the States alive.
I had friends that I went to school with. They lost their legs coming to United States. They got on top of a train and they just went home now with no legs.
Once he made it to America, it seemed as if his dream would be short-lived after he was captured in Texas.
I was detained for 4 months, 14 days. So at that point, I guess my dreams I thought this is over, I'm going back.
Until an American couple sponsored him, took him home, and ultimately helped him become a U.S. citizen in 2011. He says that family changed his life. Now, Contreras has a family of his own and still has to pinch himself to make sure he's not dreaming.
It's a lot better here. My life has changed completely.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
These days, he's looking to help change the lives of others by serving something bigger than himself.
I want to create a better environment for people, poor people that don't have much. So I decided to be a police officer.
Contreras says he follows the immigration issue pretty closely and can more than identify with those looking to realize their dreams.
I would risk everything just to have an opportunity. And that's what I did. And I'm sure a lot of people like myself did the same thing. They came here because they wanted an opportunity.
treat people how you'd want them to treat your mother. I enjoy going out and meeting different people every day and different cultures.
Thank you for your service and commitment.
Thank you, sir.
It's time to go on to the next venture.
He always called and checked on me and come up as often as he could to see me. And I miss that so much. I miss the telephone calls.
Parents aren't supposed to outlive their children, but that's exactly what happened to Melissa Corbin, whose 49-year-old son was shot to death a year ago last week.
He was going to come up that day and stay with me at the hospital. And it's not like Jeff not to do what he said he was going to do. In the afternoon, I started asking, well, where is Jeff? And that's when they told me that nobody had been able to get in touch with him. We were probably talking about that a couple hours before the detective come and told us that this tragic thing had happened.
Jeff Johnson was found dead on a path between Central Avenue and the neighborhood where he lived. So far, no arrests.
We know that Jeff arrived on Central Avenue about 2 in the morning. He was there milling about. We've got him on video surveillance, kind of walking around. And about 2:08 in the morning, we receive a shots fired call for service. Police respond and they don't locate anything suspicious. About 11 a.m. the next morning, neighbors who are walking through the footpath discover his body and call the police.
Detectives have followed leads in Jeff's case, but they need help from the public to move forward.
There's 3 things that we're really looking for. We want to identify and talk with the occupants of that SUV in the video that we released earlier in the investigation. We'd also like to talk with anyone who saw anyone suspicious or any suspicious vehicles in the area. And we also want to talk with anyone who may have had contact with Jeff, especially that night on Central Avenue.
That SUV that Detective Cole referred to is this one. Detectives located video of it leaving an apartment complex near a footpath right after the shots were fired.
We're looking to determine if they're suspects, if they were possible witnesses, if they saw something, so we just need to identify them and talk with them.
Cole says it's important that he speaks with anyone who saw Jeff that night. Anyone who may have witnessed anything suspicious on Central Avenue is asked to step up and come forward.
We're looking for any and all information. Sometimes people may not feel that they have the full picture. They may have a small piece and they're reluctant to come forward and think, oh, it doesn't matter. But that small piece may be a piece in a bigger puzzle, and we're looking to get any and all information we can about what Jeff was doing that night, if he had contact with anybody, anyone who may have saw anything in the area.
An arrest would mean a lot to this victim's family.
If there was somebody out there that knew some small piece of evidence or has heard somebody say something that they maybe could call in and tell, you know, what they know, that would mean the world to me. Wouldn't bring my Jeff back, but it may save other people from getting killed, because there's so much violence now in the world, and it just breaks my heart to think somebody else is going to be killed so unnecessarily. People just don't think that they have a life, that they have a mother, they have a father, they have a sister that loves them. We all miss him. Our family and his many friends here would love to see justice for Jeff, if that could be possible.
If you have any information on who may have been involved in the murder of Jeff Johnson, go ahead and call Crime Stoppers. You don't have to give your name. All information remains confidential, and you may even earn a cash reward of up to $5,000.
What is a drone? Well, the FAA calls it a UAS, which is an unmanned aircraft system. Pretty much what that is, it just means it's an unmanned aircraft that the person controlling the drone is actually on the ground instead of actually in the aircraft.
Anything that flies, and you've got even little toys here that I've got down here, is considered a UAS.
If your drone is less than 0.55 pounds, you do not have to register it. You don't even have to have a pilot's permit to fly it. Anything between 0.55 and 55 pounds, you must register the drone through the FAA. You cannot fly the aircraft at night. It's only during the daylight. You cannot fly over people, and you cannot fly within 5 miles of an airport, and if you do, you must contact the airport.
I started this in December of 2014, and I was really looking for a volunteer opportunity outside of work. I ran across this program called Road to Recovery, which is under the American Cancer Association, and it is a transportation program for people with cancer. Okay, we are almost there. You develop a relationship with the people, and I have people that I fight over to try to pick them up. One in particular is Miss Annie. She was actually the first patient that I picked up, and so I was a little nervous, and she made me feel right at ease. She's kind of like your grandmother. She's a big sports fan.
Oh yes, NBA, you better believe it.
She knows more about basketball sometimes than I do.
When I found out I had cancer, she was one of the volunteers that came by to pick me up, to carry me to my chemo.
A lot of people, they don't have any other way to get to their appointments.
It has been meaning a lot. It's been a big blessing to me.
I love Miss Annie. A lot of people, of course, when they have things that are going wrong in their life, especially disease, sometimes they're down. She's never down. She motivates me to keep going and to always put a smile on my face and to try to do the best that I can do.
She's a lot of fun. I enjoy meeting with her.
The good part is she trusts my driving, and that's more than I can say for most people. I appreciate this, really more than sometimes what I do actually at work, because to me, this right here is where I'm really, really, truly giving back to the community.
Okay, thank you.
I will see you next time, okay? I think that we can all take a lesson from Miss Annie, because she deals with it in such a positive way, and she consistently reminds me that she is still blessed.
Several years ago, we recognized some issues at the transit center where we had a lot of kids hanging out. So I came together with several other agencies, and we started doing outreach. TEAM stands for Teen Engagement and Mentoring, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to help people live productive lives from an early age.
Myself and one of my partners was going out interacting with young teens, helping them get jobs and helping them get in school, stay in school, make the grades they need to be successful. We bring all the resources collectively with us. So if you need housing, if you need to continue school, your GED, if you need job assistance, we have different resources as well that can assist them to get a job.
My favorite part of being involved with the team is just being able to make an impact in the community, to come out and actually offer people help that they need, and then to see them thrive and succeed, it's really rewarding.
The primary mission is to make sure that people understand that they're not at this alone, and we all deserve a second chance.
I have such a passion to help out teens that have challenges in their life, to connect the gap between the community, the police department, all the different agencies, and to make it a better place, a safer place to live.
This celebration today is just part of our ongoing commitment to the youth in the community and our way of just having the community come out and get to know who we are.
We have to plant these small seeds and start making people aware, and eventually it's going to grow.
You know, we want our teens to go to college, and we want them to have jobs, and we want them to stay out of the streets. So if we can give them resources to keep them out of the streets and keep them on the right track and doing the right thing, then that's our goal.
We're still a community that cares and loves on one another. And I just love the fact that we are a team. If we all work together, we could really win at this thing.
Start tactical building searches, okay, once we get finished getting set up. But it's some things you need to know before you go into these scenarios. As you're turning past walls or anything, somebody asked me why I hold it like this, because that's how I'll hold it. I'll hold it close to my body.
The high school academy is basically high school students from all the surrounding area in Charlotte. They come to the police academy, we work with them, we do jail tours, we do tours of the stadium. We bring them to our police headquarters where they also do tours and learn the functions of dispatchers, and they get an idea of what police officers do, especially when they come to the police academy. They come and they do traffic stops, building searches, things like that.
Well, like while we were doing like the traffic stops and like the building searches, I never knew how much pressure they really go through with something so small that can turn it out to be something like so dangerous and big. So now I see sometimes why officers do the things they do, and I understand their point of view now. So that has been one of the biggest things that I've learned this week.
How you doing this afternoon?
Good, officer. What's the problem?
You're a suspicious vehicle, and we can come check you out.
Something that I've learned that I did not know is that dispatchers and 911 is two completely different things. And a dispatcher is someone who is for the police officers and to call backup or something, and 911 is for the general public.
High School Academy is something I would most definitely recommend. I would tell people to come to it a lot. We learn some defensive techniques, and it's pretty much, it's an overall fun thing to do, something to keep you occupied for a week of the summer. But I think if you come here, you will learn a lot.
This academy has really helped me realize what I want to be when I grow up. It has challenged me physically wise. I've been very tired and I never knew that it'd be so much work, but it's kind of inspired me to kind of put in more effort, and now I know that this is what I want for my future.
Go to the website, www.cmpd.org. All the information's on there, and if you have any questions, there are also phone numbers on there as well that you can call to make the right contacts with the people that you need to get the information that you need.
I've always enjoyed being a police officer. My job now currently is a lake enforcement officer. As you can see, I get to work out in wide open spaces here on Lake Norman and Mountain Island Lake. You're always outside, and that's what I love. We're out here 7 days a week. We want to make sure people are safe in their operation of their boats, make sure they have all the proper equipment on their boats, and whenever they are operating in a safe manner. If you feel like that you are reaching your limits as far as your capabilities, you need to slow down and be sure that you are operating your boat as safely as you know that you can. Now during the summertime as hit, we're averaging probably about 5 calls a week, anything from things being stolen off of people's boats, or we've had 3 people here in Mecklenburg County in the last 4 weeks to have died from drowning. They found themselves in the water and they haven't had a life jacket on. We don't want to see any more of that. If you're swimming off your boat or off your dock, please have a life jacket on. It doesn't matter what your age. It's no shame, or nobody's going to look down upon you for being safe and having a good time. Jet ski safety as opposed to boat safety. A jet ski, you have more maneuverability, but they are faster, and also they are harder to see. A lot of big boats, larger boats, cannot see you like they can see another boat, and you have to make sure that you are able to be visible to those bigger boats and larger boats so that you don't get yourself into a situation where you're not seen and possibly put yourself in danger. Basically, our job is to make sure that you have a safe time whenever you're on the lakes, either on a boat or a jet ski. We want people to have a good time, but we also want them to know that we are out here patrolling, and if we see something that is dangerous, we're going to stop you, and if it comes into having to issue a citation, that's what we're going to do. We're going to continue to do our job.
Fresh air and fun. What a great combination. Did you know that Mecklenburg County has more than 20,000 acres of parkland? Find your fun all over the county, with more than 240 miles of trails to explore and over 600 athletic fields, playgrounds, and parks. Skate park? Check. Dog parks? Check. Pools and spray grounds? Check, check. There's something for everyone at Mecklenburg County Park and Recreation. Find out more at mecklenburgcountync.gov.
Good evening, and welcome to our Board of County Commissioners meeting. At this time, we will do 2 or 3 things. One, we will have our prayer, Pledge of Allegiance, and then we will get right into our agenda. And so I'll ask Commissioner Lee if she would you please offer the prayer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are we going to introduce ourselves first?
After we do the prayer.
After the prayer, thank you. As we bring our minds into settling and focusing on the right things at the right time and at the right place, that we remember families across this world and across this country. A couple of weeks ago, we talked about family, and I pray that those of us who are 9 sitting here will become what we profess to be, and that is to care about the people that we represent. And that's our responsibility. I ask us now to think about our servants in Washington, D.C., across this world, who make major decisions that impact our lives. And that in our prayer, that we are earnest in what we say and what we feel as we do this. And my prayer is for a family. Bless our family, all of us now together, Lord. Those who are far away and all who are gone back to you, may we know joy, may we know peace, and we bear our sorrows in patience. Let love, peace, and joy guide our understanding of each other, and to be able to accept each other as we are. Let us be grateful and appreciative to each other. We have all made each other what we are. Because of you and you and you, you've made us what we are. Oh, family, let us come together. Watch over us and watch over us as a family. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk.
Good evening. I'm George Dunlap, elected by the people of District 3.
Good evening. I'm Bill James, County Commission District 6. That's Southern Mecklenburg, Pineville, Matthews, Mint Hill, Arboretum, Lower Steel Creek, and Valentine.
Good evening. My name is Trevor Fuller. Welcome, summer. And I am a county commissioner at large, which means it's my honor and privilege to represent the more than 1 million people who live in Mecklenburg County in the great state of North Carolina. Welcome to our meeting tonight.
Thank you. I'm Jim Puckett. I represent District 1, Huntersville, Cornelius, Davidson, and the Mountain Island Lake area. Thanks for joining us.
Good evening again. I am Ella Scarborough, and I'm a county commissioner at large.
Hello, I'm Pat Cotham, County Commissioner at Large. Welcome. We have a great crowd here in the chamber. I know we have people watching on television, so we look forward to our meeting tonight.
Good evening. I'm Matthew Wright, and I represent District 5. Welcome to everyone who's here this evening and those tuning in at home. And I just got a text from Abby that Caroline is tuning in, and we're a couple months away from another one joining us, so we'll have to keep that tradition of watching introductions going at home. But I'm glad you all are here and tuning in at home. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. Welcome. Tonight's meeting, I'm DeMont Clark. I am elected from the most diverse district, I think, in the county. District 4, it includes all of East Charlotte, includes Wesley Heights, includes all of Uptown, includes Sedgefield. Driving through East Charlotte the other day, yesterday I was just struck by how incredibly diverse the population of that part of the city of Charlotte is, but I represent a slice of the city of Charlotte with its 842,000 residents. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Vilma D. Leek, and I represent the most powerful district in this county, and that happens to be District 2. We've just passed Father's Day. Will all fathers please stand up? Just stand up.
I don't understand.
All fathers. I want to say to the fathers across this world, thank you for being the kind of fathers that you have been and will continue to do to make this world a better place if you can. The most powerful district is District 2. Thank you for letting me serve and represent you.
Good evening. I'm Dina DiOrio, Mecklenburg County Manager.
Good evening. I'm Marvin Bethune, Mecklenburg County Attorney.
At this time, I'd like to recognize our superintendent, Ann Clark, who is here, and also chair of the school board, Yes, thank you very much. Mary, thank you.
Is that Mary McCray?
It is Mary McCray.
Oh, I didn't see her.
Okay, at this time, we will get to our public appearance. So this is the time during the meeting when the public can appear to the board on any matter not appearing on the agenda. However, persons cannot address the board concerning someone's candidacy for office or make a budget request. Anyone desiring to speak on a matter that is on the agenda may speak when the agenda item comes up. There will be 3 minutes allowed per speaker, unless there are 4 more speakers who wish to speak on the same matter. At that time, we would have 10 minutes allotted for all of the speakers in that particular subject. The board reserves the rights to do these rules on a case-by-case basis, unless for the efficiency and effectiveness of our business. Members of the board may not engage in dialogue with the public appearance speakers. Comments will be reserved and followed up as applicable by the county or staff member of the board. Handouts and our tokens shall be given to the clerk and for distribution at the conclusion of the meeting. At this time, I have the following speakers. I have Leon Threet, Cindy Decker, Rick Winkle, and James Logan. You may come in that order, 3 minutes. You may all come down because we don't have that many speakers, so you may come down. We have 2 different mics.
Good evening, and I'm honored to be in your midst, just sharing a few important issues. I want to speak in relation to the Ramadan proclamation that was given on June the 6th. A lot of things concern this particular matter that concerns us, or concern me, I should say. First of all, I really do thank all of you for the job that you do. We're honored to have elected officials to represent our values and the things that are important to us. I would also like to ask, and as I reviewed the video and material from that meeting on the 6th, I noted that nothing was mentioned about Ramadan being also the month of holy jihad. It was not mentioned, and that is a central tenet of Ramadan, where the devout Muslims are asked, invited, and even charged to commit jihad on the infidels, the unbelievers. And I would think that that's the vast majority of us who are here tonight. And then secondly, I noted that nothing was mentioned about the 1,400 victims that we've seen during the month of Ramadan. 1,400 citizens across our nations, certainly throughout Africa, Europe, and in the Middle East, over 1,400 victims thus far during the month of Ramadan. Nothing mentioned about them and their families. And so I thought it was untimely for this council, this commission, to mention and elevate Ramadan to a place that it did at a time when much of the world is challenged and even traumatized by the growing threat of radical Islamic terrorism. I would ask this commission had you considered perhaps a proclamation of peace during Ramadan, not to elevate it to a place that it was stated? Had this commission considered statements affirming that we recognize the victims across the globe and the importance of this council, this commission, giving place to the families as they grieve the loss, and even here in our own land, maybe perhaps a proclamation, a resolution saying we recognize those victimized at 9/11, San Bernardino, California, Orlando, Florida, and maybe Fort Hood, Texas. Properly a resolution, proclamation identifying, recognizing the pain that radical Islamic terrorists have posed here in the homeland. And perhaps, maybe, if I may ask, that maybe you would take the time to consider encouraging maybe a dialogue when the Islamic community that I'm sure you're aware that's only about
Thank you, sir.
one.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Cindy Decker.
Good evening, Madam Chair and honorable commissioners of the board. Thank you all for the good work and service that you do for the County of Mecklenburg. I'm here tonight to voice my concerns about the proclamation that Pastor Threet just spoke of. And my concerns start with the fact that this was passed without wider representation of your constituency. In fact, it seemed very last minute. So as a 17-year resident of Mecklenburg County, as a woman, a mother, and a tax-paying voting citizen, I am asking you to consider my comments. I was born and raised in Detroit. My entire family still lives there, works there. My sister spent 20 years and is still working for the Wayne County Public School System. I have watched as seemingly innocuous decisions made by local authorities have opened doors to wide-ranging ramifications that eventually impose elements of Muslim law, Sharia, upon schools, workplaces, businesses, as well as good Muslim people who do not want to practice the fundamentalist orthodox elements of Sharia. I have a lovely Muslim friend here in Charlotte. Her name is Rana, who is a successful businesswoman and has a real estate company, and she recently told me about why her family left Turkey. It is for the reason of radicalization of the religion of Islam and how imams began enforcing adherence to all kinds of Sharia practices, which were affecting their livelihood. And then she said to me, I see those things happening here in Charlotte. She told me of when she went to a mosque last year during Ramadan, feeling that she wanted to give alms. And she did so on her lunch hour in business attire. And the imam met her and said, you can wait for me at the trash cans outside because you are not dressed in the proper attire. As a woman in Charlotte, that is unacceptable. Earlier this month, Brooklyn Tech in New York, high school students at their prom were forced to wait till 9 p.m. to eat their meal because they wanted to accommodate Muslim students observing Ramadan. Public schools in Dearborn, Michigan, where I am from, are required to have a halal menu and a menu that is sanctioned by the U.S. Department of Education. This is an example of taxpayer-funded Sharia law. As a mother of school children, that is unacceptable. I watched the video of your responses to the presentation made by imams, professors, and there were no other everyday Muslims in the room. In general, those who opposed the proclamations did so based on their concern for constitutional law. But everyone else seemed to bring a personal story or connection about how they related to the Muslim community, not based on law, not based on statutes by which you legislate. There was no data given, there was no study given to how it could affect the community.
Thank you so much.
I feel that that was not in the best interest of the community.
Thank you. Our next person would be Rick Wrinkle. Winokur, I'm sorry. Sorry, Mr. Winokur.
All right, thank you very much,
That's okay.
Commissioner Scarborough. You're very busy. This is going to be a very long night. I just very briefly wanted to thank you again for appointing me to you as a Park and Rec Commissioner for Mecklenburg County. It's been a real privilege. When I've left meetings wearing my shirt, people will stop me on the streets and talk to me about their parks, their rec centers, their greenways, how excited they are about it. Wanted to thank you all very much for the tireless and often thankless work that you do, trying to budget very serious concerns and make decisions. But I just wanted to also share with you that many neighborhood residents, I've seen a lot of letters, but we're joined tonight by a representative from Sustain Charlotte, Commonwealth Morningside, and the Vice President of Chantilly Neighborhood Association, but many other people who couldn't be here also wanted to thank you for helping to bring some leadership into a vision of making our city and our county a gracious place for residents and for tourists. And I think that that's marked by parks. And I can't imagine any other endeavor that you do that has a better impact on all citizens across the county in your parks. And thanks again to a terrific staff and allowing me an opportunity to work with them as I learn more about the Mecklenburg County Park System and the good work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker, James Logan.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It's good to see some of you that I've known for most of the 32 years I've been in this county. I'm a pastor here in town. I'm also a seminary professor, but I'm not here in either one of those capacities. I'm here tonight to express my concern about the proclamation that you made concerning Ramadan. Not from, as I said, a theological or an academic perspective, but primarily from a more equitable fairness perspective. This county, as already been noted, is extremely diverse. The people groups that are represented, the number of religions that are represented, and I think that perhaps in an attempt to do, I don't know we are thinking, but I want to think to do a good thing, that it may have produced some unintended results. My question, for instance, I wonder very openly whether or not this county commission would be willing to make a similar proclamation for every religious group represented in our county for their special days and their special observances. Whether this county commission would do the same thing for recognition of Christmas for Christians rather than the watering down of it that has happened so oftentimes in the past where they've just taken Christ out of it, which is the reason why we have Christmas in the first place, or Easter, or any of the holidays among our Jewish community. There are so many religions represented. I think that you may have unintentionally opened a bit of a Pandora's box and created a bit of a conundrum for yourselves by the action that you took. And quite frankly, as a wordsmith, I wonder what is the impact of the word recognizes? What did you intend by that? What does that mean? I think it is left open to very wide interpretation, sometimes left open to the interpretation of whomever wants to interpret it that way. And so I would encourage the commission to think very seriously about what this has done. And I think the commission would have a very hard time saying no to other requests that come from other religions in the future wanting to have the county recognize their celebrations. And it begins to open a bit of a problem with the whole separation of church and state and state-recognized religion. So I'm troubled by that, and I wanted to come and register my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, that ends our open discussion here, and now we have appointments at this time. So,
Madam Chair.
I recognize Commissioner Puckett.
I move under the Building Development Commission, I move that
Excuse me. Don't we have Mr. Hendricks?
Excuse me?
At Hill?
That's after.
Oh, that's later.
It was in my pack right here.
They're not in order.
It's not in order. I'm sorry.
That's no problem.
I thought it was.
We're going to appointments at this time. Go right ahead.
Building Development Commission, I move that we reappoint Thomas Brassey, Melanie Cohn, and Benjamin Simpson.
So move.
Second.
All in favor, please signify by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Moving right along, right?
Madam Chair, I move that for the position on the Central Piedmont Community College Board of Trustees, that we reappoint Madeline Capel.
I'd like to speak on this.
All right, go right ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you. I would like to speak about this. This is about Central Piedmont, and we have one individual who's can be reappointed, and certainly she has done a great job on the board of trustees at Central Piedmont. But I remember back in 2013 when we appointed her, Commissioner Leek had another candidate named Dr. Angela Fryer, who was an African American. And at that time, and continually now, I think we only the diversity on that board doesn't really reflect the students. At this point in time at Central Piedmont, there are about 50,000 students, and about 58% of them are minorities. And the remainder, like 48% or 42%, are white. And on the board, they only have 3 African Americans, two men and one woman who is African American. So I was grateful that Commissioner Leek last time brought up, there was a woman who had a doctorate in education, and I really thought at the time that it would pass, but the only ones who voted for her were myself and Commissioner Leek and Commissioner Bill James. So I just bring this up as something that I wanted to bring up about diversity on our boards, and that the need for this, and too many people do not get an opportunity. And I'm sad that we don't have other people that are running for this seat. But again, I'm not going to support Ms. Capel. Nothing against her personally. She wanted to serve, and I thank her for her service. But I just can't support it. So I just wanted to make that statement.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Leek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too want to say to this community and to this board at the last meeting when we were able to talk about an appointment for Central Piedmont Community College. And we talk about educators being a part of that process. And I supported and presented Mrs. Fry to this body. And I too cannot support Ms. Capel at this time. And I don't want to sound repetitious, but I too have a problem with us as a board when we do not look at the diversity of this community and of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg school system, as well as Central Piedmont Community College. I would hope that no one will take it out against those of us who say no. We have that right, and we're representing our community, and I'm representing people of this community and speaking for those who cannot speak for themselves. And sometimes people get all upset because of what we say and what we do and don't do and how we do not do it. But I have a concern when we are one-sided in our process of what we do and how we do it. So I want to thank the chairperson for affording us an opportunity to speak to this issue as we make appointments to these boards. Now, the ad hoc committee is going to be meeting soon to talk about the number of committees and those committees that we have no responsibility to and those we do. So I'm hoping that this will help to iron out some of the problems. And I've talked to several members of the board about this very issue. Now, some of us are afraid to talk about issues, and especially when it comes to issues dealing with gender and dealing with race. We're not going to always get along, and some of you want to sit there and get along and still not get anything done as it relates to the issue that's confronting this community. So I say to us, those of us who are elected to represent the people, represent the people. And it doesn't mean that we have to fall out because we are doing what's right for our people. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Puckett.
I will note that there were 3 applicants for this. All 3 of them were white. 2 were male, and I assume Madeline is a female. I don't know her personally. I could make the argument that since there are 3 females and only 1 male currently involved, we might want to do a male. But I don't want the public to be misled into believing that we are choosing a white applicant over any non-white applicant. The only applicants we have before us are of one race. So with that, I move that we reappoint Madeline Capel.
Commissioner Dunlap.
And we encourage people to apply.
Okay. I want to take a moment just to clarify a couple of things, if I could. First of all, I want to make sure about the process itself. are all the applicants nominated by CPCC? Or can they apply through our website?
These folks apply through your website.
Through our website. Okay. And so CPCC typically nominates or recommends a person.
Not necessarily. I think in the past you may have got a letter of recommendation, but we didn't get any letters of recommendation. But everyone applies through the normal process.
All right, then that's fair. Because first of all, I want to compliment the board on its efforts to diversify the various committees. I have talked about it and extensively, and the board has responded. But I also recognize something that I was a little short-sighted on. And that was that when people have done a good job and they come up for reappointment, we don't not reappoint them to appoint somebody because of race. And so I respect that, but when there are vacancies and a person being nominated has not served, that's our perfect opportunity to make that choice. And we've done good at that. And so I am going to respect the process. She has served. She has done a good job. I am going to support the reappointment. But when there are vacancies where the person is not being reappointed, I would expect this board to continue to make strides in diversifying all of the committees that we have. Some are too heavily laden white males, some are too heavily laden African Americans. So they all need to be diversified. And so every effort we can take to do that, I will support.
Commissioner Fuller.
Yeah, and to Commissioner Dunlap's point, if you look at where all of these terms end of people who we appoint to the Central Piedmont Community College Board of Trustees, each year for the next 4 years, next 3 years, we will have a new person to put on because all of their terms will be expiring and they won't be eligible for reappointment. So in 2018, in 2019, and in 2020, we will have an opportunity to put new people on the CPCC board. And so I think we should take into account what Commissioner Dunlap just said in our next 3 appointments.
Okay.
Could I say one?
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you for the comments. I do want to say that, again, this is nothing against this Ms. Capel, who has volunteered and done a great job. But I did want to, hopefully this has gotten our radar up on this, and I think that we failed in 2013 to appoint. We had an opportunity to have a diverse candidate who had a doctorate degree and had a great story, and so I just wanted to bring this up now so that when those opportunities do come along, that hopefully Commissioner Lee could maybe talk to Dr. Fryer again or some other candidate that she might recommend since she's involved in education. So I just wanted to make that point, and I think I've made the point. I will still not support this candidate tonight, but it looks like she'll probably pass, but I just want to make the point, and I think I've done that, and I thank Commissioner Lee for joining in.
All in favor of the motion, please denote by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay, 2. Yes.
Point out that under your rules, this individual is not reappointed because it takes unanimous approval for a reappointment. So this one will roll over to your next meeting.
Okay.
What actually rolls over to the next meeting?
Because it has to be a little unanimous.
The appointment of an individual to fill the
This is
vacancy.
essentially a nomination.
Yes.
This is essentially becomes a nomination.
All right.
Okay, so under our rules where people have to interview, does this require her to interview?
No.
It does not require an interview for a reappointment.
Okay.
Only for a new appointment.
Okay. Let me, Madam Chair, let me, excuse me, to make sure that I'm clear, that the nominee that we just heard had to receive 9 votes. Am I right, sir?
It had to receive unanimous approval of all members of the board present on the dais, at least 5 members being present. So tonight it would have taken 9 votes. Yes, ma'am.
All right. I just want to make sure I'm clear on that.
It is the same rule actually for appointing where there are multiple potential appointees, but only the same number of nominees as there are vacancies. it requires unanimity under those circumstances as well under your rules.
Commissioner Reinauer.
So what happens next month? There's a no vote and it just keeps rolling over with an unfilled seat?
No, it's
No,
5 votes.
It's only when, it's only for the reappointment.
Next time.
It's only, yes, it's only, at this point, it becomes a nomination.
She is one person nominated.
Which would mean that if anybody else wants to nominate people we voted on next time, this is probably the right time to do it, so that name will be on as a nominee next time.
Commissioner Clark.
So how many nay votes were there?
Two.
Okay. So the effect of those was to prevent her reappointment. Okay.
From being reappointed tonight.
From being reappointed tonight.
Okay.
Okay, all right, move on.
Madam Chair, the Charlotte Water Advisory Committee, I move that we have one applicant, Frank McMahon, who is not eligible for reappointment because of his term is up, but he has expressed an interest to serve, so I move that we waive the restriction and reappoint Frank McMahon to serve on the Charlotte Water Advisory Committee.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, please denote by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, for Citizens Transit Advisory Group, similar, Matt Covington is the only person who has applied. He is not eligible for reappointment unless we waive our restriction. So I move that we waive the restriction and reappoint Matt Covington to the Citizens Transit Advisory Group.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second.
All in favor, please denote by
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you very much, Matthew. We appreciate you serving. Mr.
Madam
Covington.
Chair, for the Housing Advisory Board of Charlotte Mecklenburg, I move that we reappoint Blake Bourne and Joseph Penner.
Second.
Second, all in favor of that motion, please denote.
Aye.
Personal question, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask something about this Housing Advisory Board. Do we get a report from this board to tell us what their status is and what they intend to do to make housing available for our people?
Yes.
Yes. So when was the last report given?
Recently. Months ago.
Is there
Did
any-
report at a public policy workshop during the budget process.
During the budget process that they gave that report?
They did.
Was it in writing?
We had a PowerPoint presentation and there was a report.
Thank you. Want the public to know that we have received a report and they did give us a recommendation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You are welcome. Okay, next,
Madam Chair, under Human Resources Advisory Committee, we have one appointment for a 3-year term. Carol Isom Barnes is eligible for reappointment. I move for reappointment.
Second.
all in favor, please denote by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Moving right along.
No, on the same board, I move that we nominate and appoint Latrice Haywood and Michelle McNulty as recommended by the Human Resources Advisory Committee, and note that other applicants are pending, and so I would defer all other nominations, but I move that we
What was the name you just gave?
Latrice Haywood and Michelle McNulty.
Second.
All in favor, please denote by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Okay, moving right along.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Madam Chair, and the Jury Commission, I move that we reappoint Carla Bradford.
Second.
A second to them. Okay, any discussion? All in favor, please denote by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Moving right along.
Madam Chair, National Crime Prevention Council, there are 3 2-year terms. I move that we reappoint Andrea Dean, Wanda Douglas, and Darrell Gregory.
Second.
All in favor?
I have
yes,
a
ma'am.
nomination
Yes,
of a
yes,
name,
ma'am.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Young man who teaches at West Charlotte High School, very much involved with young people. Kevin Poirier is here tonight, has called many of you and asked you to consider his candidacy for the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council. And he's up there shaking his head, oh, yes, oh, yes, oh, yes.
Under,
I ask you to give him some consideration. How many are we electing?
We could do
We
general
have
public.
positions available in the general public
public.
slot.
right,
Well, let's,
which that would
thank
be
you.
the next one, so if you want to nominate, there are,
I do.
You can nominate and appoint at the same time.
All right.
Okay, that's under the next.
2 unexpired terms. So is that a motion to?
Are we still doing the first one you just read?
Let's do the first
Yeah,
one.
go ahead and vote the first
Let's
one.
vote the first one, please. Let's, all in favor of that, please, know by aye.
Aye.
And opposers, nay. Then, Commissioner
I would
Lee.
like to nominate Mr. Kevin. Stand up, Poirier. Thank you.
Nominate and appoint.
Nominate and appoint.
I nominate and appoint this young man.
There's been a second. All in favor, please know by aye. Aye. Any opposers, nay. Moving right along.
There is still 2 other slots available for nomination. If you want to nominate, there are people who have,
Signed up.
there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 others who are eligible.
How many slots?
I nominate them all. Do we have the interview for this one?
No.
No.
I'll nominate them all.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there a second for the
There's no
nomination?
second.
No second for that.
Okay, all right, okay.
There
Excuse
are
me, did you just nominate all the general
Yes,
public?
all the remaining GP.
Yes.
There are 2 unexpired terms under youth. I move that we nominate and appoint Ashley Fields and Anna Mariscano for those 2 positions. Marsicano, excuse me. Yeah, I should recognize that name.
Okay. All in favor, please know by aye.
Aye.
Opposers, nay. All right, moving right along.
And there are 1 nomination needed under SAP. There are 2 applicants. I move that we nominate both applicants.
Second.
Okay.
There is, I also move that we nominate and appoint Mitchell Feld for the JDA position.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
What statement, Madam Chair? Have we finished with this?
We have?
We have the chairperson of our Juvenile Crime Prevention Council here with us tonight. There were a couple of questions. They had a luncheon, a dinner the other night, and I guess this might not be the appropriate time
Nope.
to. Let me let the chairman tell me that.
It will
This
not
might
be
not be the appropriate
Appropriate time, at this time, we can do that.
I'm hoping you know what you're saying. Okay,
I
thank
do,
you.
I just looked at the attorney, he said no. You better believe it.
Thank you. I was trying to get it through, Doc. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Okay, you on a roll?
Choke me up, I'll try.
You choked.
Nursing Home Community Advisory Committee, I move that we nominate and appoint Frederick Benson.
Second.
Second, is there another nomination? If not, all in favor, please know by aye.
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 Any opposers, nay? Go right ahead.
For the Planning Commission, I move that we reappoint Nancy Wiggins.
Second.
All in favor, please know by aye.
Aye.
Any opposers, nay?
And I will note that
Go right
nominations are needed for 1 3-year term, and I do not think there are any, yeah, we do have that, don't we? So we do need a nomination.
Am I right?
So we need a nomination or nominations for the 1 other slot.
I would nominate, are all of these, Madam Clerk, all of these applicants, these are all for that
Yes,
second spot? All right, so, and do we have to interview for this one?
yes.
Yeah, so
Okay,
think
so
about
we
that.
Don't nominate them all.
Yeah.
A lot of interviews for somebody.
Just need nominations at this point.
I will, oh, this is the Planning Commission.
Yeah.
Everybody likes that.
I want
'cause
to
you get
nominate
paid.
Darryl Broom. Is he a nominee?
He is. District 3.
Yeah. Broom has been nominated. Is there another nominee?
Yes.
Yes.
I haven't looked at the backgrounds, but these are people who I know something about. Kiba Samuels
Thank you, George.
and Xanthia Hastings.
Okay.
Now, I need to have you check on Xanthia Hastings. I'm thinking she was on
Another board.
the one that does not reval. What's the board I'm talking about?
Equalization.
Board of Equalization and Review. So that might be late. All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other
I
nominations?
would nominate Omar Carter.
Carter?
Yes.
Okay. Other nominations?
Anna Maria Medved.
Okay. Is there a motion to,
Close the nomination, said name.
all right.
Well, I would, in a sense of diversity, I would like to nominate Run Nair.
Wait a minute.
Just saying.
Commissioner Leek moved that the nomination come to a close, but there was no second on your motion.
Right,
And
you
so
ought to do that,
therefore-
so,
So therefore, Commissioner Puckett's nomination is as suggested, so.
Yeah, these people all have to be interviewed, though.
yep.
Right, they have to
do
be
it, all
interviewed. That's correct. So, with those nominations, someone will set up the nominations, so the opportunity for them to be interviewed. And so thank you very much for that. Next, board.
Madam Chair of Public Arts Commission, I move that the board nominate and appoint Leah Newman.
Who says, we need a second on it. Second,
Public arts.
public art.
Public Arts.
All in favor, please note by aye.
Question, Madam
Oh,
Chair.
question?
So that the public will know what we're talking about, what is the responsibility of the Public Arts Committee? I'm not sure, and I'm not speaking negatively of what people know or don't know, but that serves as a capacity to make recommendations to the Arts and Science Council?
A certain percentage of all
Chair,
public
right.
projects
I'm
get
sorry.
money to build, to do things with public art. An example of the latest piece of public art is the piece that was put in Romere Bearden Park a couple of weeks ago.
Correct.
Is that where we contribute to that process?
Yes.
Bond money,
How much do we contribute? The public needs to know.
It's
0.5% to 1%.
1% of the construction cost for capital projects at the county.
And what did we pay for the last piece?
I don't know off the top of my head. I have to.
If we could have it at the next
A
meeting.
lot of money.
1% or less.
So tell us, we'll know next meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Okay, Corral, you're on the
Voted.
roll. We voted.
Did we vote on Leah?
Please.
We voted on that?
Yes, we did.
Oh, okay. She
We did, didn't we?
No, we didn't vote on that. I didn't, I
All
was
in favor,
asking a
Leah,
question.
please note by aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay.
Okay,
Okay, moving
Madam
right
Chair,
along.
Region F Aging Advisory Committee, I move that we reappoint Irene Phillips.
Second?
Okay, all in favor of Marie Phillips, please note by aye. Any opposed, nay. Okay, moving right along, go right ahead.
Small Business Entrepreneurship Advisory Board, there are 5 terms. I move that we appoint, or reappoint, actually, Chris Clark, Nikita Devereaux, Nick Kasupius, Will Peters, and Sasha Tomasiski.
And Betty Leak.
And Betty?
Betty Leak.
Betty Leak.
Uh,
How many?
No,
She's not up for reappointment?
Nope.
nope.
Nope. Okay.
Oh, I see now,
Okay.
2018.
All in favor of that motion, please note by aye.
Aye.
Any opposes? All right, moving right along.
Under the Women's Advisory Board, there are 2 unexpired terms expiring November 30th, 2019, that we need a nomination or an appointment,
This place needs diversity.
and 1 unexpired term expiring April 30th, 2018. And it could use some
Out there
diversity.
nominations.
Definitely need some diversity.
Excuse me?
What's the problem?
Someone's
This is an
asking for-
example of one of those boards that lacks diversity.
Yes.
Exactly. beg
So,
for
so
diversity.
you have Barbara Thomas, who's an applicant. I would
What's your
nominate,
pleasure?
I would move to nominate and appoint her.
Second?
I move to nominate and appoint Arlene
Wait a minute.
Love.
Let Kara at the one first.
George made he's already made a motion to nominate and appoint. Are you also asking?
Yes.
To nominate and appoint?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'll second George.
George has been second. What's your?
We'll do it one at a time.
Yep.
All right, do one at a time.
Okay. All in favor of George's motion, please note by aye.
Aye.
Thomas is the person.
I would
Okay.
move that we
Let me
nominate.
get the all opposes. Any opposes? Okay, move right. Go right
I
ahead.
would move that we nominate and appoint Angelique Deege.
Okay.
Second?
Has been a second, and all in favor, please note by aye. Aye. Any opposes, nay.
And I assume both of those were for the terms expiring 2019. There is one remaining for 2018.
Did you get mine, Madam Chair?
Your nomination?
Yes, Arlene Love.
Arlene Love?
Arlene Love.
Okay, well, we have an open.
Yeah, Arlene Love.
From District 6.
Okay, move to nominate and appoint Arlene Love for one unexpired term, April 30th, 2018.
Thank you, Bill.
You second it?
Second.
Commissioner Leak, okay. All in favor, please note by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Moving right along.
That is
These
it.
are wonderful. That is it for our nomination.
There's appointment, nope, there is one additional one. I'm sorry. There's an appointment to the Town of Mint Hill
Oh, that's
Planning
right,
Board.
Sure is. It sure is.
And there is one, let's see. So I move to appoint Roger Hendricks.
Second.
I have a question.
Oh, let me hold. All right,
He comes with a recommendation from the Town of Mint Hill Board of Commissioners.
okay, I
have a
heard
question.
Commissioner,
I have an unreadiness.
I have Commissioner Gotham, Leak, and I think I heard someone back on the side. No one on the side. Okay, go right ahead.
Dina, I just wanted to ask you, the nursing home, so we had talked about giving them some extra money because they had to travel.
Yeah, we've
So,
done that.
so we did. I just wanted to.
We give them $75 a month.
Yeah, so because that, I think, hopefully that'll also encourage people, because the Nursing Advisory Board is an important board, but they do have to go to a few locations, so they do get some compensation. So thank you for doing that.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In that, Commissioner has just talked about providing funds for those individuals who service our people who are in homes, nursing homes. We've always been begging for people to serve in that capacity. And I have always talked about it since I've been on this board, that if we live long enough, we too will become in need of support from someone to take care of us. But some of these boards provides funds, and one of them is Adult Care Home Advisory, the one you just talked about, is $75. Alcohol Beverage Control Board, chairperson gets $600 and members get $500 a month. Equalization and Review, the chairperson gets $125 and the members get $100. Board of Motor Vehicle and Review, these are the funds that people get for serving the county. Chairperson $100, members of that committee get $75. Charlotte-Mecklenburg Planning Commission, chairperson and members get $125 per month. Nursing home, we've already said that. Zoning Board of Adjustment, currently inactive. The chairperson was getting $50 and the members getting $35. You have a right to know where taxpayers' money is going and who's getting it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All in favor of the motion, please note by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Moving right along.
Fees and charges.
We're done.
I think you do.
Yeah,
Next thing, no public hearing.
I was going to ask you about this appointment at Mint Hill.
Did we do this?
We just voted on it.
I still can say something.
Oh, that's right.
Go right ahead. Commissioner Lee, go right ahead.
Thank you. You all seem to have a problem with women who have some response and serve the people. So give me an opportunity to say what I have to say. Number one, I was wondering if this was Mr. Hendrick that owns a Hendrick car dealership. I was asking for information.
No different.
I'm asking my manager.
I don't know, but if Commissioner Puckett says no.
His resume is attached.
It's not.
Mint Hill, who represents Mint Hill up here?
Bill.
Bill, Mr. James.
He is an office equipment
Mr. James.
salesman.
All I know is the town of Mint Hill selected him.
All right.
It's okay with me.
Now, the other piece, do they have to live in Mint Hill or live in Charlotte?
Actually, this representative has to live in the unincorporated area of Mecklenburg County that is within Mint Hill's planning jurisdiction.
ETJ.
He lives in Matthews.
Well,
Maybe
technically,
his
he
mailing
lives near
address,
Matthews.
but he has to live within the unincorporated portion of Mecklenburg County that is within Mint Hill's zoning and planning jurisdiction
Says he
in
lives in
order to be on this
I'm
committee.
asking for information. When I read through this morning about 3:30 a.m., I wanted to make sure I was doing the right thing by all of these recommendations. So does he live in Mint Hill? No.
Commissioner, right now.
Just for the record, the applicant's name is Roger Hendricks, R-I-X, and the automobile, Rick Hendrick, and the
Wait a minute,
family
what
is.
are you saying? I can't hear you.
This is Hendricks, D-R-I-X, and the automobile owners, that's Hendrick,
Okay,
R-I-C-K, yeah, so different.
Okay,
But this individual does not live, Mr. Policeman or Mr. Lawyer,
Yes, ma'am.
what are you saying to us?
Well, the information presented to you indicates that this gentleman, Mint Hill believes that he lives in their ETJ, and they are recommending that he be appointed to that committee. He cannot legally serve unless he does. If they have recommended somebody who cannot legally serve,
Right.
then they'll have to deal with that and come back to us and say, whoops, we made a mistake, he can't really be on our committee. But
And
we've gotten these kind of requests in the past. I can only assume that they know their statutes when they take action under the statute to recommend somebody to be appointed to their planning board. If the board is uncertain, we can certainly just stop everything and do an investigation.
We already voted for it.
Oh, okay. I missed that part.
It's done, however, based on Commissioner Leake's concern, if it isn't what we think it is, we can bring it back later. Right?
They'll bring it to
The
us.
Mint Hill will bring it back to
The
us.
clerk indicated she would check, to double check to make sure that the
Correct.
person does actually reside in the ETJ
Okay.
in Mint Hill, and if we come up with some information that's contrary to what you've done, we'll bring that back for your consideration.
Thank you very much.
And the reason I brought it up, Madam Chair, because there was a difference in the mailing address and the business address. And I just want to make sure that we're fair and that we're honest. We're always talking about doing the right thing, and don't get upset with those of us who ask questions.
I agree with you on
Please
that.
don't.
Yes.
You run around here and ask people to vote for you, you're honest, gonna do it right, and we want people to trust us. We can't trust us if we're not fair and honest. And some of you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, thank
Go right,
you.
okay. Okay, moving right along, we have one.
Don't get it, don't get it.
We're at the manager's report at this time. Madam Manager, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The first item under my manager's report is a revision to the fee schedule for Park and Recreation. We are requesting that the entry fees for Jatan Park in the town of Cornelius basically be eliminated. We got this request from the town of Cornelius, and again, this is the only, I believe it's the only park up in that area where we actually still collect an entrance fee, and they believe this will provide an alternative to Ramsey Creek Beach when that gets overcrowded, and they'd like us to consider that. They voted on that, and they've attached a resolution requesting that we make that
Is there a
change.
motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
I do have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Pike.
And I completely support this. But at the same time, if Jim, if Mr. Gorgeous could comment, I am under the impression that we are now charging admission to Ramsey Creek Park, and I thought it was just to the beach and the boat landing, but I think at this point we are now charging just to use the park unless you are bringing a dog with you. Is that correct?
If you come in just to use the park for your dog, there's no fee. But if the boat ramp still has a fee and there's an entry fee for the beach, yes.
If you come in to use the park and you don't have a dog,
you're welcome to walk in and welcome to come in.
And you drive in?
again, yeah, and again, those fees are only charged during the season.
okay.
Yeah.
And the reason I say that, we may want to make sure we articulate that to staff.
Right.
Because Commissioner Dr. Milich, who lives in the neighborhood, was charged just to visit the park.
Yeah, okay.
And had asked me about that, and he said, if I'd had my dog with me, I could have gotten in free, and he didn't. He just went to enter the park, and he did have to pay $10 to go to the park.
Yeah, well,
but he didn't go to the beach, and he didn't have a boat, but he also didn't have a dog. So
we'll have to catch him again.
So the admission fee is just for the beach, and just for the boat launch. Anyone else would not be charged.
That's correct.
Okay, so we just need to make sure that's articulated to staff.
Sure.
And that's what I thought it was, but just saying. So I would encourage us to support this motion.
Commissioner Dunlap and Leak.
Two concerns. How many other parks previously had a charge for admission that no longer have a charge for admission?
McDowell and Jatan were the only parks that had admission fees, and both of those were established many, many years ago. And then we stopped collecting fees at McDowell probably 8 years ago. And so Jatan was the only one that remained.
Okay, so then Jatan is the only one that remains, so we're eliminating that one.
That's correct.
Recommend. Okay,
correct.
just an issue of fairness. Okay,
All in
I'm
favor?
prepared.
All in favor of that motion, please denote by aye.
My question, Madam Chair, is where will this be publicized for the public to get this information? Many of the people, senior citizens, do not have the wherewithal with computers. So where will this information be published so that they can see it?
Well, we can work with the town of Cornelius and ourselves to try and get information. Perhaps in the paper might be a good one through the Observer.
Right.
And then I think it'll be covered fairly well on the news. So we'll work on some other avenues to make sure people are aware of that.
Will it be publicized in the park area?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
That way people will be able to know
Sure.
if there's a fee. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
To help clear up a matter about Mr. Hendricks, I have looked up his address on the county's website. It is outside of 485, between there and the county line, just east of the town center of Mint Hill. It is clearly within the unincorporated area of Mecklenburg County that's within Mint Hill's planning jurisdiction. I don't know why in the world he has a Charlotte mailing address, but I've seen his house on a map.
Okay.
I know where he's located.
Most of the people out there have Charlotte.
Yeah, Charlotte.
Served by Charlotte.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
It'll save us a little time. Yes,
What are the dates?
it's a good question.
What are the
Why the
dates?
heck would somebody
All right,
with
Madam Manager.
Charlotte mailing address?
Thank you.
We vote on that one.
We have not voted. All in favor of that, please denote by aye.
Aye.
Any opposers? Nay. Okay.
Thank you.
Madam Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item on my manager's report is the budget ordinance for fiscal year 2017-2018. Looking for the board to approve the budget ordinance at this time.
Move to approve the budget ordinance with the changes incorporated in the document passed out today.
Second.
Second. All in favor, please denote by aye.
Aye.
We're not talking about the school board budget.
It's included in the budget, yeah.
It's in the budget, yeah.
I want to ask a question, if that's all right, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Yes, I have an unreadiness. Under the area of supplementary pay, am I in order?
Well, we've already approved it, but.
Right.
No,
We've already approved it, but.
Go right ahead. Yeah.
I can ask the question.
Yeah, we did.
All right,
Yes, ma'am,
thank
go
you.
right ahead.
I'm asking the chairman, and thank you. My question deals, and still is a problem for the community, as it relates to supplementary monies for educators. And we see $71,931,86,000. We were thinking that, number one, we had to go beyond this to provide supplement for teachers. So which is correct? Is it already included in your budget from the school board, or is there an extra asking of this body? We always hear it from teachers that we do not and we must provide a supplement for them. But yet we see added in your budget, coming from the county, the money that represents supplement.
Let's ask.
Brian's here, he can answer.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
Mr.
was
Brian,
looking at
would
the
you please
superintendent
answer
in the
that?
chair.
Thank you for your question,
you.
Commissioner Leak. Just as a point of clarity for the board, the information that Commissioner Leak is referring to is the $70 million that was included in the request from the Board of Education as relates to how they would appropriate the entire $400+ million ask that they submitted to the county manager for her consideration. So moving forward, the $428.7 million that is in front of you for approval, a portion of that will go towards supporting supplemental pay for CMS. The amount, again, that was requested by the Board of Ed was $70.9 million. I'm not in a position to say how much they would allocate out of the amount that you're being asked to approve tonight.
That's their problem.
My question again, will the teachers get this supplement from the school board that we allocated from this budget to them? Because we keep being harassed by teachers to increase and give them a supplement.
I'm not in a position, again, to say how they would appropriate it. However, There is no restrictions in this amount that you're being asked to approve. So that is at the superintendent and Board of Education's discretion, how they choose to allocate it. But again, what was in front of you all that was submitted by the Board of Education was $70.9 million out of the entire acts that they submitted to you.
But in that our superintendent is here and our chairman of the board is here so the public can hear from them if they could either say yay or nay about the supplement. So we can stop being told by you that we need to increase the supplement for teachers.
Okay, well, we voted
Madam
on
Chair.
it already.
We, Commissioner Lee, what I'm going to rule at this time, we voted on it already for additional information. Maybe they could send us something in writing versus speak at this time.
I want and I'm not upset, I just want to make sure that we're clear. So the public and the teachers will stop saying to us, and you all sit here and say, we're tired of them begging us for supplement. You say it. So all I'm saying to the public is, hear from the people who will make the decision. We're providing the money, but somebody is not giving it where it's supposed to go, and that's to the teachers. And that's what I'm saying. It's not going where they say they're going to send it. So maybe the new superintendent will do that, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I will call and ask that the superintendent and the school board chair address that in their meeting when they meet. Thank you very much.
But get us an answer to the public.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to call on our manager.
Okay, so the budget ordinance is approved?
Yes.
Okay. The next item is the proposed capital plan for fiscal year 2000.
I heard it on readiness. I didn't know whether there was a vote or not.
Well, you had already voted when she
We had already
expressed her
voted
opinion.
when
Voted on it.
Oh, had they? Okay.
The approval of the proposed capital plan for fiscal year 2019 to 2023. Assistant County Manager Mark Foster is here just to give you a very brief overview of the final numbers for the capital plan.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, yes, I am asking for your approval for the 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal year 2019 through fiscal year 2023. The total amount of the 60 projects in the plan is $1.488 billion. That includes one project for the main library at $65 million, 14 government facilities totaling $170,788 million, 2 projects for Central Piedmont Community College totaling $151,116,000, 29 projects for CMS totaling $922,084,000, and 14 park and rec projects totaling $179,623,000.
So move.
Second,
Okay.
I'd like to speak to it.
All right, go right ahead, Commissioner James and Commissioner Wright now.
I've gotten a number of, emails asking about MLS and the fact that it was removed from the capital improvement program. It's my understanding that, at least at this point, there is additional capacity in the CIP. My point being is that while we're voting on this tonight, for those of you that would like to allocate more money for other parks projects or other greenway projects, there is an opportunity outside of this vote to change the CIP as it relates to PAYGO projects, because the MLS was what's called PAYGO, in other words, non-bond money. So I'm supporting this because, for a variety of reasons, but it's important to note that we can revisit this. We could revisit it to put MLS back in the CIP. We could revisit it to put parks or greenways in the CIP. No one knows whether that will happen or what will happen, but that is a possibility that will come up over the next several months. So The vote that was taken was to remove it from the CIP and defer action on MLS until August. Since it's not in the CIP, there is additional capacity for parks projects. I'm not interested in having a debate about that tonight, merely pointing out to the public that there is additional capacity if we wanted to add some park projects in a month or two or whatever, because it doesn't impact the ballot initiative that's underway for the fall.
Okay, I have Commissioner Fuller, then right now.
All right, so I think it's important to be precise about what we have done.
I appreciate it.
What we did was deferred action on the amount that was allocated to Memorial Stadium. And so we took it out and put it to the side. It is still part of our CIP in that
43 million?
when we considered how much money we were going to allocate to our CIP, the MLS money was included. It has now been subtracted out only for the purpose of being clear that what we are approving today are the things that were in the CIP other than MLS. That is not to say that we have decided not to allocate that money to the Memorial Stadium project. So we, in fact, don't at this moment have additional capacity. We may, on August 2nd, have additional capacity, but we do not have that capacity today because we have not yet made the decision about what we are going to do with the money that we did set aside for the Memorial Stadium MLS project. So I don't want people to think that some kind of floodgates are open now for us to consider additional capital dollars yet. On August 2nd, we will determine whether or not we have some additional capacity. So I want us to be precise about that. And who knows what we will do? We may decide that we're not going to reallocate that money to anything. Or we may decide that we're going to stay on with MLS. Or we may decide that we're going to do something else with that money that has been allocated to that project. So let's not get ahead of where we actually are with respect to that part of the CIP.
Commissioner Reinauer.
My brain is exhausted trying to keep up with all that.
Yes, yes.
I mean, technically, it's not in the CIP, and that is what we're voting on. So, I mean, you know, but, that's where we are today. Now, granted, we're putting the money kind of aside, but, I mean, it is not in the CIP that's here before us today. All I want to say to this matter is that should, for whatever reason, this Memorial Stadium deal not go forward because of city involvement or Charlotte doesn't get the bid or whatever, I just want to say, because we have, it's been a topic we've received a lot of feedback on. I want folks to know that I will be committed to fulfilling as many of those 2008 parks projects obligations. And I say obligations because I feel like we have as a county, we put those bonds before the voters. They approved them. We have an obligation to fulfill those projects. So whether or not everybody else will support that, I don't know. If we get to that point down the future, this is all speculation, but if we get to that point and we're not going forward with this Memorial Stadium MLS deal, you do have my commitment to try to fulfill as many of those 2008 projects as possible.
All right, Commissioner Clark.
Oh, thank you. I got an interesting message this morning from my daughter who just bought a house in Commissioner Ridenhour's district.
Best district in town.
And it's a beautiful picture of a trail in the Boyce Park. And her message to me was, thanks, Mecklenburg County, for the beautiful walking trails. I am a huge supporter of greenways and walking trails, and I'm very glad that we do include significant funding in this budget, capital improvement budget for the additional greenways and trails. I grew up on a dairy farm in the mountains of North Carolina and spent an awful lot of time outdoors. Was fortunate to to have that option, really without even knowing how fortunate I was. But I also really think that I want people to understand that I'm supporting, in my mind, it's really not about MLS. It's about Memorial Stadium. I think that Memorial Stadium is it's in the neighborhood that I've lived in for 35 years. The neighborhood association that represents the neighborhood I live in is very supportive of that project. And the online polling of the neighborhood has been very supportive of the Memorial Stadium rebuild project. And I think if we have the right partnership and they come to the table with their share substantially as outlined in that letter of intent, then I think that it represents a unique opportunity to convert what is right now, in my mind, a sort of an asset that is falling into disrepair, and that we can turn into something that this entire city can be very, very proud of. So for me, this is all about Memorial Stadium and the opportunity to have something that we can all be extremely proud of. Of course, if, as Commissioner Fuller points out, and as Commissioner Reidenhauer points out as well, if it doesn't, if things don't, when we come August 2nd, if the vote is on that particular part of the proposed capital improvement plan is not favorable, then there will be the opportunity to reallocate those funds, and I'm highly confident that a significant portion will be reallocated to greenways.
Okay, I have the following speakers: Leak, Cotham, and Puckett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe there was a motion made by Mr. Clark at our meeting in 267 that spoke directly to what we would do, and that was to wait until the August meeting, and we would make a decision. In the 2007 bond referendum, it talks about the trailways. My question is, how many do we have greenways on the west side of town? Where are they located? How much money has been set aside for the west side of town?
Ain't none that I know of.
I'm trying to hear Mr. Dunlap.
It's all those empty lots.
I just want to make sure I understand. Are you interested in what's currently in the CIP that we're talking about tonight?
What's on the drawing board for the west side of town?
Well, there's quite a few greenway projects in there that go through the west side of town.
Yes, sir.
We have quite a bit of land acquisition that's still being acquired on the west end of town. We just right now, currently, we have the baseball project just completed at Southwest.
No, I'm talking about the greenway.
Well, there's several greenway projects that go through the west end of town, the west quarter of town.
If you give those to me,
sure.
Next week I would be happy. I'm having a meeting out at Berwick Elementary School on Thursday afternoon, so we can say to the people there where the greenways are.
Sure,
and
we'd be glad to do that.
For them in that process.
We'd be glad to. We'll also go through the future plans, because the capital program that you have now is robust for greenways, which is great. But the plan is much larger. So we'll show you what's currently planned, under construction, and then what the future holds.
I have to commend you and your staff, who's always on target, making things happen in this community. When people move from wherever they move from, they didn't have a greenway. They didn't have a walking trail, and they come here for the amenities that we provide.
That's correct.
And we do an excellent job of providing for our residents in this community. So all I'm saying is I just like to know, and you don't have to answer it now, as relates to the west side of town, you know, and a lot of times, and down in the Steel Creek area,
Right.
which is a part of District 2.
That's right.
The people are asking those kinds of questions: when, how, and what. So my job as their representative is to get an answer.
Right.
And I don't make $92,000 a month in this process or this year.
We'll be glad to get it for you, and we appreciate all your support and the rest of the board and Dean as well. Thank you.
Support you 100%.
Great.
All right, Commissioner Cotham.
Thank you. I just wanted to, since Commissioner Fuller talked about being crystal clear, being clear, I think that's a good thing. And I just want to also be clear that on soccer, there were 4 of us who have been against it from the very beginning, and we're advocating for parks. And I am not happy at this point in time that the 2008 bonds for greenways are put to the side, but they are. I'm hoping that they will come back, and I feel like we have an obligation, as Commissioner Puckett said, to do those. And I have been crystal clear, and I think several of my colleagues were, that I thought that our getting involved in soccer was a mistake, and we needed to focus on our core responsibilities, which is park and recreation, CMS, Central Piedmont, things like that. So that's just, if we're going to be clear, I just want to be clear that I have been consistent on that, and I hope, and I will work very hard to and advocate for the 2008 bonds. But I think because right now the earliest would be 2024, and there's no guarantee for that. And we owe the people, they voted for it, and we need to do it. And I'm sorry that it's to the side, but that's better than being gone. But I just want to be clear that several of us are not happy about this. Thank you.
Commissioner Puckett, and then Commissioner Dunlap.
Thank you. I'll speak to 2 different things. First, I would make a motion to pull out of our MLS, the Major League Soccer fund tonight if I thought I had 5 votes to do it, but I don't think I do, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time debating that, only to say I see no reason to wait till August. Charlotte joining this has 0 impact on the county's impact. If the city of Charlotte decides that they want to invest in Major League Soccer, it does not reduce what Mecklenburg County will put into that program 1 dime. Our investment is the same whether Charlotte enters into the program or not. So I also want to be crystal clear and make people understand that if Charlotte comes in, it is not somehow a better deal if they came here. It's the same deal regardless. We will invest the money whether Charlotte is involved or not involved. Now, we may choose not to invest the money if Charlotte doesn't come along, but their coming involved does not change the investment we make. We understand that if we take the monies that are set aside and designated for Major League Soccer at this time are spent, then they will be spent ahead of greenways and parks. So it is most assuredly the highest priority at this point. Anyone who says that it's not, everybody loves parks and everybody loves greenways, but the first highest and best use by the majority of this board at this time is for Major League Soccer. I will also note that we could renovate Memorial Stadium without Major League Soccer. Staff has said it would cost about $10.5 million. Maybe they're wrong. Maybe it's $12 million. That's a far cry from $120 million. I think it sends we will talk about bond referendums next, and I would encourage the public to hold our feet to the fire and understand that in 2008, the citizens took the time to go to the polls to vote on specific projects that will not be funded now. So when people tell you about what will happen with bond money, understand that that is what we say will happen with bond money, but it doesn't have to happen. So this is one of those examples of be very careful what you vote for, because just because it says it may go to a school in South Mecklenburg or it may go to a park and rec facility. It may not, as is evidenced tonight. Now, I'll also not be supporting this because of the portion of it that has to do with the CMS bond package. And I'll be very brief and just say I continue not to be happy with the magnet component that doesn't have an understanding of what happens for the kids who are left behind in the schools that aren't there. I do not support it because there is no allocation for expanded capacity in North Mecklenburg, while there is capacity in District 1. District 1 involves a little more than North Mecklenburg. So Huntersville, Cornelius, and Davidson see no additional capacity except for a minor adjustment for some magnet seats in the southernmost portion of Huntersville. And I also have a serious problem with the way at the last minute there were two projects totaling, I think, nearly $144 million that jumped ahead of, ironically, projects in my district that were slated above them for political reasons. So while I suspect the bond package will go on the ballot, and I hope that the public pays very close attention to it, I'll not be supporting this because of those particular reasons, and I just want to make people understand. Everything else on here, I like. Soccer, no, and the current CMS program, I'm not happy with enough of a portion of it to say that I don't think you support it. So thank you.
Okay, I have Commissioner Dunlap, and right now, and I see Commissioner Lee Cans again.
Well, I was really trying to keep up with the number of times I heard the word "I." I really was, but I lost count.
Take 5 votes.
This subject matter is really interesting to me because of everybody has a different perspective as to what we're really talking about. And while some people try to clear it up, others went right behind it and told a different story. So, since everybody else has done it, I might as well do it.
One. One eye.
So, for me, this whole thing is not about soccer. People have made it about soccer, but it's not about soccer. We have for years been looking for a solution to what we will do with Memorial Stadium. And because people knew that, they offered us an opportunity. Here's a way to make Memorial Stadium better. We'll partner with you and give you X amount of dollars, build it bigger, build it better. What we want in return is to be able to play Major League Soccer in that stadium. And I think if people were truthful, they'd tell you that's what happened. And so, because people didn't like that idea, it became about soccer as opposed to being about what we will do with Memorial Stadium. We've talked about it a number of times. The vets and people who served our country don't believe that Memorial Stadium as it currently sits is representative of what it ought to be. And they would love to see a new, improved stadium at that location. And we've been talking about that for years as well, but never really got off the ball until there was this opportunity. And so people will tell you that it's not in our best interest to do the stadium. And there are those bad people who want to do it anyway. We're the good people. Well, I guess you're hearing from one of those bad people. Because as I look at the growing needs in this community, I try to figure out how can we pay for them? How can we build the schools that we want to build? How do we build the greenways that we want to build, the libraries we want to build? Well, we do it when we increase the amount of tax revenue that comes into this community. How do we support our schools? We generate additional dollars. What no one has said tonight is that by renovating, rebuilding Memorial Stadium, it spurs economic development throughout the entire quarter. Places that are currently not developed or undeveloped will be developed. And they will be developed to the tunes of millions and millions of dollars, which will generate additional revenues, which will pay for some of the very things that we say we want in this community. You haven't heard that, because for some people, it's about soccer. So I wanted people to know that it really isn't about soccer. And those bad people who don't like that idea can see beyond the soccer fields. They see an opportunity to provide some of the things that this community has asked for. You heard Commissioner Clark talk about the valuable asset that we have that is being underutilized. And I can't help but think about the glory days when on Friday nights and Friday evenings, everybody would assemble at Memorial Stadium to watch the football games. In fact, for those of you who've been in this community for some time, on one Saturday in the year, the Shriners would come from all across this country. They would have the Shrine Bowl in Memorial Stadium, and they would parade up and down the streets of Charlotte. And it generated a lot of money because they came to spend money. Those things no longer happen because of the condition of Memorial Stadium. So we will either repair it or let it crumble. And if we do that, I think it's disrespectful to the people in whose honor it was built. So I want us to be honest when we talk about this whole deal. And then I want to finish by saying this. I think I have heard everybody around this dais say that they were committed to every project that was in the 2008 bond. I have not heard one person to say that they weren't. And the timetable is off. We might be able to change that. We may not be able to change that. But nobody has said that we're not going to do it. So I don't want that rumor that we're not going to do that. That's misleading, and it's false. Alternative facts, you might call them. And then lastly, irrespective of what we do on August 20th, if we decide not to move forward with Memorial Stadium, that issue still must be addressed. And while there may be funds, contrary to popular belief, everybody in Charlotte doesn't want greenways. I know that's hard for some people to accept, but everybody in Charlotte doesn't want greenways. Okay, I just wanted to hear that from people. So we will commit to the 2008 bond programs, which is what I heard Commissioner Ridenhour say. And that's our obligation, and that's our commitment. Thank you.
All right, I have Commissioner Ridenhour, Leak, and then I will speak. Okay.
Thanks. I just have a quick question for the county manager. I just have a question about funding for the MLS Memorial Stadium soccer deal. Is the funding from general fund property taxes? Is it from a hotel motel tax, or how bonds? How does this? Okay, thank you. Does the county have a hotel motel tax?
Very, very little amount, not to the extent that the city has, which they use to backstop a lot of their capital projects.
Okay. Of course, I knew the answers to these questions, but I felt that they were, in light of some recent conversations, I thought it was necessary to kind of clear that up. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, Commissioner Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As it relates to the bonds and the support and the changing that my co-partner talked about a few minutes ago, and I agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Dunlap. In my observation and talking to people in town hall meetings that I visited, everybody is not in favor of the greenway or walking trails or bicycle trails. So the assumption to say that everybody must not have run into too many people that I've run into, and I just needed to say that. But when we talk about adding to the process, and we added 2 schools to the askings, this has always taken place. Nothing is new. Nothing is new. I say again, nothing is new. You taught us how to do it, because you sat there and did it before. When it talk about adding and moving schools up, you have that right to do that. But to say to my people, and to say repeatedly again, you're not going to support an issue that supports them with a quality school for a quality education is out of order. The West Side has always been in the background of this community, always been last on the totem pole. In 1969, where we sit now, was a second ward senior high school that was torn. You say that with Philip O'Berry, and we fought for Philip O'Berry when I was on the school board. The most expensive school we have that cost $52 million that we begged for. Coleman Carey, the pastor of Friendship Baptist Church, was the person who spearheaded that movement for years. Wanted to put it over there at Ivy's department store. That wasn't right. Down Independence Boulevard, that wasn't right. And here we sit here in 2017, and we're still begging to put us on some means to provide for the weakest of weak. You closed 10 of our schools, and those same children you put in trailers when outside said they weren't going to put their children in trailers, but you put our children in trailers. And it's unfair what you've done to this community, and still doing with the mentality that you have, that there's a second-class citizen in this community and across this country. I grieve that we still have that same mentality today that we had years ago when it was busing. We're not going to pay for busing. Who did the brunt of busing but black children early in the morning, in the back of schools, in the dark? I can witness to that at Independent Senior High School. I grieve to hear someone sit here when the other bonds up in Huntersville and the other areas was given millions of dollars for buildings up there because the ordinance said you can't put trailers on their grounds. And the superintendent went along with the program. My baby still can't read, write, and do arithmetic because of the programs. If they're where we wouldn't have 39% of the children not reading. Graduation rate, you say, is up in the sky. How do we value the diploma? Where can they go with those diplomas? What's stuck on those diplomas? Where did they get those diplomas from? Or a certificate and not a diploma. Parents ought to be in outrage, walking the street, fighting for their children. It's a shame that they're home and not saying what their children need.
Okay.
They get ready to go to school and they can't go to anybody's university or college. 32 years of nothing. Back in the 60s, those of us who've lived that long don't want to have to struggle this hard anymore. Children yet unborn will still suffer. So I needed to say that because we soon forget where we came from. Because if they do it to you once and you give them an opportunity, they'll do it to you again. So all I'm saying to us, this community talks about being fair and equitable is there. It's not on the west side. The poor schools, poorest performance. Test scores are low this year. We haven't received them yet. But Raleigh has leaked information to tell us what's happening with the test scores from Raleigh. So you can't sit here proud as a peacock because your tail doesn't wag anything right. All I'm saying is let's do the right thing, Mecklenburg County. Let it happen here. Let us do the right thing. Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak for the people in this county. And when you live long enough, you got the history and you know what has happened. And you can refute what some of these people are saying. So I think I finished that point. So I won't go to the next one until later.
Okay, thank you very much. I have the following speakers. I have Puckett and James and Ella.
Okay, thank you. Then I will tell you this. In 2005, if I remember back there, I talked what Arthur Griffin taught me, legal, fair, consistent. I voted against and worked against a bond package that had multiple projects in District 1 because at the last minute there were projects for political reasons that were moved around. So I have a history of saying, give me a process you can defend or I can't defend the whole thing. I remember Parks Helm saying, if you don't support this, those projects will not get built. And I said, then don't build them and my folks will deal with it. And then we came up with ways to do it after it was defeated. So I have worked against bond packages that were to build projects in my district because it didn't make the most sense for the whole county. So those are the facts. George, and it's unfortunate, I think, that we have to have this debate about soccer at this point, but this is kind of the only chance we had. We discussed this in closed session 3 different times and spent, I think, 3 minutes each in public about it before, so much of this debate hasn't happened for the public to see. George talks about Memorial Stadium and it not being about soccer. No, it's not about Memorial Stadium either. This board unanimously voted in support of a partnership with minor league soccer, Charlotte, and the county, each putting $8 million into Memorial Stadium, renovating Memorial Stadium, keeping it more or less as it is today, but moving portions of it to make it available for soccer. So for $8 million, we would have renovated Memorial Stadium and kept it as it is. For $120 million, we will tear it down and tear down Grady Cole, which we don't talk about because this project also requires that we tear down the Grady Cole area, and there is no replacing it anywhere in the conversation. We don't talk about how much it will cost to replace Grady Cole, and we don't talk about where we will do it. So that's also a little detail that doesn't get discussed. We can renovate, and I will tell you, I am committed to taking any monies that we have available that we don't put into Major League Soccer and renovating Memorial Stadium to bring it up to where we can use it. The glory days, we owned it and we used it. The current Major League Soccer contract that we've yet to actually see, but we hear about in some generic says we will have it for 14 days. So when we talk about the glory of Memorial Stadium and using it, it allows us to use it 14 days. And I'm going to tell you that's going to work around the leaseor, which would be the Smiths family's schedule. We will not determine what those 14 days are because if it happens to be that they're playing a Major League Soccer game there that day, I can assure you we're not going to be using it. So We can renovate Memorial Stadium, make it available for us to use 300 plus days, perhaps 365 days. But this is about soccer because this tears down Memorial Stadium, gives away the naming rights, tears down Grady Cole, and gives us in exchange 14 days to use what we own. I have not said I'm committed to every greenway and every project. I have said I am committed to the 2008 package inasmuch as the Park and Rec Commission gives us their recommendations. I value the Park and Rec Commission's work, and if and when we decide not to make this very poor investment and we have funds available, I will wait for them to give us their best recommendation along with the manager's best recommendation. And I think we should wait and see what happens on a bond vote come November, because should it fail, the funds that we would put into Major League Soccer if we voted to do it would not be available for critical needs that CMS might have that they can't wait till the next bond package comes up. And make no mistake, if we invest these funds in Major League Soccer and the bond package fails, we will have to go seek additional funding somewhere if we want to deal with a crisis situation for safety, et cetera, for CMS. So it is about soccer because soccer takes away everything else. By the way, it won't be, I don't think it'll be called Memorial Stadium. We don't have the rights to continue to call it Memorial Stadium. We give up the naming rights. So, George, I'd rather us control it, and I'd rather could do what we have to do. You're right. I think that what the veterans want is something that is worthy of a memorial, but I don't know that they think that tearing it down and replacing it with a Major League Football stadium that may or may not include the name Memorial in it is what they're looking for. Thank you.
Commissioner James.
Yes, I'll try to make this quick, as I know we're tired. In accordance with our rules, I have a statement that I'm going to give you for you to insert into the minutes. This is it's in two pieces. You all received this by email from me on June 9th. This is my summary regarding my concerns regarding the school bond allocation. So I wanted to make sure that I outlined this for public consumption. Though I'm not going to go into all the details, I would point out that if you approve this bond package, in essence, this is going to cover a 15-year period from 2007 until 2022, give or take. We have obtained the information on what these other bonds were about, 2007, 2013, 2017, the one that's before us now. And if you add all those up and you compare it by county commission district, you find that District 2 has received $396 million, or 26.1% of the bond dollars since 2007, but are only 16.67% of the population. On the other hand, my district, District 6, has received $201 million in bond dollars, or 13.25%, which is 3.42% less than the average. In total, District 2 has received, since 2007, assuming this bond passes, an extra $143.55 million. District 6 has received $51.95 million less. I think that my concerns essentially receive so much less than, in essence, District 2. From my perspective, I see this as a flaw. CMS has a schedule on how they prioritize bonds. They claim that it is fair and impartial. Then, at the 11th hour, in the dead of night, they decide to leap over a high school, a $100 million high school for District 1. Now, if I was living in District 1, I would be livid about that. To compound the problem, we have District 5 and other districts in an uproar over the student assignment plan. I don't know how District 6 is going to work. You know, we have historically been shortchanged, and so have other districts. So I'm going to submit this information so that it can go in the minutes, so when somebody comes up and looks for it, they'll have it. And that people will know that the bond package, historically, at least since 2007, has been grossly unfair, skewed, and misallocated to the detriment of County Commission District 6 in particular.
Commissioner Clark.
I'll give it to him.
Is he going to talk about the rebuttal that his own
just-
school board member wrote?
Well, Commissioner
No,
Clark.
but, I mean, he's entitled to his opinions, but he agreed with me.
Okay, Commissioner Clark has the floor.
I know the hour's getting late. I know folks are, I just wanted to kind of remind us of Commissioner Leake's wonderful prayer at the beginning of this meeting about how we're all family. We are. We are family. We're just like every family. We kind of squabble among ourselves. And we each want to have the last word, in case you haven't noticed.
What were we supposed to be
hopefully for the
voting
poor
on?
guy who's standing there at the podium, patiently waiting for us to take a vote, it may be about time. But I do want to thank you for that wonderful prayer about all of us being family.
We are.
Okay, Commissioner Clark, we got everyone. Okay, I have not spoken, and I shall at this point. I wrote this little thing down, and I wrote it, and it says, P to the 7th power, prior proper planning probably prevents poor performance. And if we don't plan well now, we won't do it well then. And I believe that this county is planning well in reference to soccer. We do need soccer. I was on the city council that brought the football, basketball, and all of those things here. And some of these same conversations were around the dais at that time. And sometimes we just don't understand. And it's a song that Negro Spiritual that says, further along, you'll understand why. Cheer up, my brother who lives in the sunshine. Further along. Yeah. You'll understand why. So, you know, we aren't going to all understand it at the same time. We didn't understand football. We go to the football game. We didn't understand the Hornets, but we love them. And I believe that soccer will fall right in that same category. It's that we must do that P to the 7th power, prior proper planning, prevents poor performance. And Mecklenburg County has not done a poor performance in a very, very long time, and I don't believe we'll do it now as we add soccer. And so I am ecstatic about actually being able to sit at the dais as we make these decisions. And so for that, I would ask for a vote at this time.
Call the question, yes.
Call for the question.
All in favor?
All in favor of the motion, please, and note by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, we have the nay. All right.
I mean, we spend an hour for that.
Madam Chair.
Madam.
I'm not done yet.
Yes, please.
Okay, so the next item under my manager's report is approval of a series of capital project ordinances, and what this will do, it'll allow our partners and departments to go forward with those capital projects that are authorized in fiscal year 2018. And so, obviously, it's not the entire capital plan, but just those projects that we have put in the plan that should commence in fiscal year 2018.
Okay.
Can we approve them in one vote?
One vote, unless there's any
So
objection.
move.
Second.
All in favor, please, to note by aye.
Aye.
Any opposed is nay.
Nay.
Nay, okay, so the ayes have it, and so it is order anyway.
Okay.
Moving right along.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The last item under my manager's report this evening is the public health update.
If I may?
Yes.
Before you get to that.
We need to
the
do your thing.
Manager's.
Go for it.
Yeah,
Before we do
let's-
that,
Oh.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
So I want to, after that long discussion, I was sitting here listening to the discussion about the capital plan and getting frustrated that we're talking about things that we're going to be talking about again on August 2nd.
That's true.
But I also thought, I said, well, to get a sense of perspective. So we have just approved as a community, over $1 billion of investment. Let's take a moment to realize that.
$1.6 billion.
$1.6 billion of investment in our community. That's a huge statement. $922 million of it, if the voters approve it, in our schools. This is a significant investment we are making, and we shouldn't just run by what we just did. This is significant as a matter of comparison. When Wake County put $900 million worth of school capital, they had to raise their taxes 9 cents. We are not having to raise our tax rate to be able to make this investment in our community. I think we should be really proud of that. We should be proud of the conservative fiscal management that Mecklenburg County has enjoyed for a long time, such that we are now able to make almost $1 billion investment in our schools. There's still much work to do, there's no question about it. But let's, for a moment, acknowledge the significant thing that we have done as a community. And what we will put before the people in November is the opportunity to confirm that decision, particularly with respect to the school bonds. So let's join hands together. Let's make this happen, because this doesn't always happen. This is not automatic. This takes a lot for people to make this kind of investment. And so I just want us to acknowledge that, Madam Chair, that we're engaged in a very significant thing tonight.
Okay, wait, hold 1 second. Madam Manager, have you completed?
I am not done. I have one more item, but I think Commissioner Puckett was going to do something from the back.
Yeah.
That he was going to bring forward.
Correct. Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, and I will correct Trevor. It does not guarantee that we raise taxes, but it does not preclude that we might have to. It is a debt we will incur. So, earlier today,
always a spoil sport.
I just want to make sure when you say no tax increase, there is no guarantee that won't happen. But there
isn't one this time.
But this is right. But it does not preclude that it would be either. Earlier today, the Performance Review Committee met and had the county manager's annual review. It was chaired by Commissioner Vilma Leak, who did an admirable job of keeping us all on task and on time, even though I was late, so I apologize for that. And then in closed session, the entire board voted on the manager's upcoming year's compensation. I won't read all the details other than to say that after review, we have agreed to a 4.5% base increase, which is within the guidelines of the parameters of what we are going to have for county employees. That would be the maximum amount. There is no performance-based cash award. Her total compensation for next year will be $368,243. And in all honesty, should be noted that that is not significantly higher than this current year's. It is also to be noted that that is what the county manager had requested and not requested more. So I thought her request was also very fair. And the details and the breakdown of deferred compensation of all of that is available if anyone would need it. So just a note that happened in closed session. And do we have to move it in open?
Yes.
So I move that we adopt the manager's total compensation package as outlined.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, please denote by aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Point of personal privilege, Madam Chair.
Okay, let me finish carrying the motion. All ayes have it, so it is ordered. Go right ahead.
Thank you so much. Having served as the chairman of the evaluation committee for our chairperson, I thought the chairperson was going to give that statement to this body. That's what usually happens, is the chairperson of the committee gives the report. But I do want to add to what was said, a statement of thank you to you, Dina, for the work that you have done and will continue to do. And I always say to you, when I saw you come into the meeting to be interviewed for the job, the yellow pad with what is and what needs to happen, and your support of the staff of this county and this community, You talked about what you were ready to do and what you wanted to do to make it happen for the betterment of our community. Major parts of our community makes up the whole. So we're grateful for your services, your dedication, your honesty, and your belief in the people that you work with, meaning your staff, and with the community. Many places you have gone to represent us, and you've done it well. Many statements you have made as the leader of the county, we sat back with our chest out. So I want to say to you, Madam Chair, and to this board and to this community, I was honored to serve as chair. Mr. Dunlap had served many years as the chair of this committee and was very helpful today. We started at 12 o'clock. The last member of the committee came in at 1:35. So we were able to get the work done and make it happen. So I say to you, as a county commissioner, representing the most powerful district in this county, congratulations. And for us to sign off on a $1.6 billion, my parents couldn't even say the word $6 billion. My husband couldn't understand the word $6 billion. What will my church members think when they see me and hear me say, I signed off on a $1.6 billion deal for the county of Mecklenburg County? Little old girl out of Pennsylvania, Wilson, North Carolina, who roamed these communities begging for people to get out here and support people who need it the most. So thank you, and God bless you. And be a part of the family for a long time.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Reinauer.
Thank you very much. I just want to take a quick moment as well and just and applaud and commend and thank you for the work and service to the community and to the county. You know, there have been challenges this last year, whether it's health department or Whitewater Center and dealing with the aftermath there. And I feel like you have time and again done all that's been asked from the commissioners and then some to try to keep things moving in a forward direction and to address problems and concerns as they come up. And you know, I think that really, I feel that instills a lot of confidence in you as leadership from me, the board, and certainly from the community as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Ridenour.
All right.
Okay, so I do have one more item under my manager's report tonight. It is the public health update. And it is my pleasure to announce to you that Gibby Harris will join Mecklenburg County as our interim health director. She starts Monday, June 26th, and will be here for at least 6 months or until a permanent public health director is named. Harris will manage all divisions of public health and will be responsible for implementing the recommendations expected from our various consultants. Dr. Plesha will support Harris to ensure a smooth transition. Harris has spent 25 years working in North Carolina public health. She served as the public health director for Wake County from 1999 to 2009. After that, she served as public health director from Buncombe County from 2009 to 2015. In 2011, she was named North Carolina Health Director of the Year. During her 25-year public health career, Harris has led efforts to identify health priorities, work to prevent and control communicable diseases, improve health outcomes, and assure equity among all residents. She has also helped manage the transitions of single county health departments into true consolidated health and human services agencies, which is what Mecklenburg County is currently working to achieve with public health, the Department of Social Services, Child Support Enforcement, and Community Support Services. Harris retired from county government in 2015 and is a founding partner of Praxis Partners. She has been at public health with Praxis for the last several months and has worked with many of the staff to identify problems and opportunities for improvement. Ms. Harris is a registered nurse, a certified family nurse practitioner, and holds a bachelor's degree in nursing and a master's degree in health policy and administration from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. This is a huge step in the right direction. She has extensive experience in all aspects of the public health system and knows the challenge Mecklenburg County is facing to improve. I truly believe she's the right person to begin moving public health in the right direction. I'm confident that her leadership, knowledge, and experience will help public health get on the right track. So I hope you'll join me in welcoming Gibby Harris to Mecklenburg County. And Gibby is here tonight, and I ask that she stand and be recognized. Thank you, Madam Chair, and that concludes my manager's report.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else on the peanut gallery? If not, I will entertain a motion.
We don't need a motion.
Next is
Department directors.
Okay.
It's within her authority to do that.
Excuse me,
Okay,
Madam.
next
Go right
report.
ahead. I was going to say that it was not mentioned that under the auspices of the health arena that embraces the county, has won an award, and a presenter being Michelle, not Michelle, what's his child?
Cheryl Emanuel.
Cheryl Emanuel,